span to Rock Hill, South Carolina, UCI 2024 BMX Racing World Championships. Good to have all you folks with us from all around the world. We've got the best of the best of the best right here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Looking forward to another spectacular day. We ended up 10 world weights yesterday throughout the challenge cruiser classes. We've got a few more challenge cruiser classes today, and then we move into the little guys on the 20-inch bikes. It's going to be some outstanding racing right here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Don't forget to hit all of your hashtags with hashtag RockHill2024. Make sure you're following all the UCI BMX social media to change it up and to let all your friends and family know around the world. But we're just about ready to go. We're going to take it all the way down to our state-of-the-art medical center that we have here with the Chad. What do you got down there, Chad?
Well, Eric, thank you very much. Welcome to everyone in Rock Hill. I have got a very special guest, Dr. Eric Warren, Chief Medical Officer. And Dr. Warren, busy day yesterday. Today we're going to hope that it's not the same. Tell us a little bit about exactly what happens with Med1 and what you do.
Well, Med1 is a fully functioning mobile hospital, so these athletes can have minor injuries or they can have severe catastrophic injuries. Either way, we're equipped to take care of them.
And when you're on the scene, we noticed how fast you guys react. Did you guys go through a little bit of training with the UCI?
Every morning we do 30 to 45 minutes of training to make sure we don't hold up the race, but we never compromise safety. We want these athletes to be safe no matter what.
And you guys hear it. It's all about the safety of the riders. Dr. Warren, of course, the med team here. Incredible job yesterday, and thanks again for all that you guys are doing for the race.
Thank you, and I hope the riders do great today.
There you have it. Back to you, Eric.
All right, all right. Once again, are you guys about ready out here, Rock Hill? Are you guys ready? All right, all right. Well, make your way to the grandstands. Let's buckle up your seat belts and get ready for the show today. 11 categories going out. We're going to start it up here in just a few seconds. Where you at, Rock Hill? One more time. Make some noise. And welcome to the UCI 2024 BMX Racing World Championships. All right, let's get down to business. Challenge boys, group 8-year-olds, headed down into turn number 1. Cox, Fox, Cale Hill, Poirier, Johnson, Marin, and Gonzalez. Gonna fire it off right now. The little guys out on the track. Let's see what's happening down the second straightaway. Out of Guatemala, where you guys at? Make some noise. Gonzalez on the top spot, running down the 3 straightaway. Grayson Cox on the 2. Oh, we got a nice little battle for that 3-4 spot. Coming down that 3 straightaway, another U.S. rider trying to make it happen. Fox trying to get in the game as we come out of that last turn, last straightaway. Everybody's trying to get the low points going on as they come back through. Back to the line, Guatemala will take it in with USA on the 2 spot.
Race 2 on track, Daniel Chen out of New Zealand in this one. Jordan Escalona, but that looks like the Brazilian rider, João Paulo Luis de la Vieira. Out there in front, Michael Goodner, Reed Workman in the mix as well. And that's Carlo Kwiatkowski out of Germany, but Brazil out in front. De Oliveira leading it into the turn. USA 2 and 3 at the minute. The 76 and the 62. That's going to be Workman and Goodner taking that 2 and 3 at the moment. Brazil still leading it into that final turn. In and out we go. Brazil are going to hold it down towards the line. Oh, looks like New Zealand are in for. That's going to be Daniel Chen. He's under pressure from the USA rider at the straight. Oh, it was close.
Great. Moto number 3 headed down the second straightaway right now. New Zealand, where are you guys at? Piso on the top spot. In and out of the second turn, down the 3 straightaway. The 77 bike from the back of the pack. No Nicholas Yang trying to ramp things up. Coming down that 3rd straightaway into the Tissot turn they go. Coming back at us. It's still all New Zealand. USA on the 1-2. Driving it back home. Down the line we go. Piso gonna get it done on the top spot with the 54 bike. We'll pick up the 2. Carrera will come back at us and get it done. On the 3 will be the 68 bike. Race number 4 on track. Beltier, King, Cadena, Tucker, Atria, Aarons, Antonio in and out of the second turn. 32 bike leading the charge right now. Gonna be Atria. Ecuador, Aruba, oh no! Oh, a little bit of carnage right there. USA, where you at? Coming down the 3 straightaway. Trying to get it going into the last turn. They're gonna battle it out. We'll get those guys back up. Coming down the line, the 49 bike on the front lines. Antonio, little Chino, back to the stripe to go with the 28 bike. Coming out of Colombia, picks it up for the 2, and the German rider will pick up that number 3. A Belter will come back in. We'll see if we get a replay of what happened down that 2-3 straightaway as they were coming along. The Ecuador rider and the Aruba rider got a little tangled up and they went down, but we'll give them some love. We'll give them some love on the way back through. Where are you guys at, Rock Hill? Tucker walking off over there. Race number 5 with the 8-year-old challenge boys. Downtown USA, where are you guys at? Abruzzi, Spix, Sport, Penny, Bogmas, and Atherton out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. We'll see what's going on with these guys right now as we come back through. Abruzzi, Sly Mackay looking for a frontline run. USA in and out of the second turn, 3 straightaway. Oh, from the back of the pack though, the Latvian rider on the 4 spot right now. He's trying to get some points locked in. Spore and Bugsmos coming back through it into that last turn, trying to make a move on the low side. Oh, elbows out with the boys right now as they come back through. But it's all Sly. Mackay, Abruzzi coming back to the line. He'll get it done. Spix on the 2 spot with the 50 bike, picking up the 3 of Atherton. Race number 6, more challenge 8-year-old boys. Cardenas, Garina, Farrell, Novi, Gilsey, Wamsley, and Sullivan. Oh, dropped one of the Colombians off in the second turn. 70 in the 72 bike, leading the charge now. Novi, VA, Spencer Sullivan working it out with Colombia on the 3 spot. Cardenas trying to come back through it. He's back up right now. Mariquez charging down the last straightaway, looking for a low point, but here comes a 75 bike on the side right there. Wamsley looking to pick up a low point to try to continue on through the day. As we are in the first round, downtown Chile. Got a nice hole shot headed into the first turn. Colombia on the 2 spot. Gutierrez out of turn number 1. The U.S. rider's going to try to make up some ground right now on that 3, 4, 5 spot. They're trying to get the low points going into the second turn, but it's on your 26 bike on the top spot. Barrios coming down the 3 straightaway, locking it in with the 27 bike. Gutierrez for Colombia, but here comes the U.S. riders right now. Monegro trying to find a way with Jones into that last turn with Banda, trying to wrap things up, coming back down to us. It's all Chile going to take it home for the top spot in the low point. The 51 bike will pick up the 3. Banda coming back to the line. We'll go with the 65 bike. Jones rounding out your top 4. Race number 8 as we come in and out of the second turn with the 53 bike leading the charge right now. Burnsworth, Eags, Holberg, Gutierrez, Larson, and Kirsten down the 3 straightaway. USA on the 1, 2, 3. Where are you guys at? Let's make some noise. We'll drive this one back through. Last turn coming back at us. Larson, Burnsworth, Eags coming down the line. They'll lock it in, looking for that 4 spot. Back to the stripe we go with the 33 bike out of Ecuador.
Right, moto number 9 on track. We are looking at the young man from Aruba out in front. Thurell Simon, he's looking good in this moto, the 41 and the 71. Tracking him down, Ishin Yamamoto and Tanner Ozlewski out of the USA. Those boys 2 and 3 at the minute. Lachlan Keeney's in there for Australia in about 6 at the moment. He's got Parker Gaines and Warren Christensen to deal with as well. But as they bring it to the stripe, Aruba are going to take the win. USA, are they going to pick up the 2? It was very close. I've got a feeling that Yamamoto of Japan might have picked it up. Race 10, Bustillo Burgos out of Bolivia. He's in this one. Got a feeling he might be out there and in the lead. No, it's Therickson out of Aruba. That looks like Trevin Cunningham of the USA in there in that second spot. Canada have got Charlie Chris in there. Mateus Kulke, Rocco Bautista of Australia. He's in there in 6th. The Aruba rider. Aruba looking to make it 2 from 2 in these 2 motos. Looking good. The Canadian pushing hard. He's going to have to settle for 4. Daryl Chambe out of Zimbabwe. The Zimbabwe fans going absolutely mad in the stands. But the Colombians are on a mission. That's Salazar out of Colombia being tracked down by the 151 of Elijah Bock. We've got Jack Kitchen in there for Great Britain. That kid absolutely rips. He's in there in 3rd at the moment, being chased down by Jake Mellington out of Australia. A good first lap for Jack Kitchen. That's the kind of finish he wanted. Race 12, Carter Rodnitzer, Henderson, Talbot, Hendrick, Hines out of the USA, resides in the UK. Luis Castillo, Ralph Cummins, and Ethan Shaw in there in the 3rd for Great Britain. Had a quick chat with Ethan this morning, asked him if he was feeling good. He said yeah, and he's certainly looking good at the moment. Ralph Cummins for Australia, where is he? He's in there in that 2nd spot. Ethan Shaw coming under pressure. Hendrick Hines in there on the 7. He's there in 4. Ecuador are going to get it at the line. That's going to be Luis Castillo. Nice finish for Ethan. Oh, French rider dropping it in the corner. Matisse Mariette hitting the deck, I think, with Hendricks. Kahukra, I think that is. I apologise if the pronunciation is a bit sketchy. Isaac Restrepo Franco in there for Colombia. He's there in 4. Chasing down the Australian rider Landon Mason in 3. Nicholas Moulton of the USA, he's leading moto number 13 down towards the line. He's going to get it. Maura of Ecuador's going to get the 2, and Mason of Australia in 3. Race 14 now, still with the 9-year-old boys. Mason Sholton of the USA on the inside, battling with the Colombian. I think that's a Giraldo as they go into the turn 1 and 2. Triana, also of Colombia, going through in 3. Rory Upshaw of Australia in 4. The French rider Timothy Baranoil in 5. And we've got the first of our Irish riders, Blake Mellier, in there in 6, looking good in that green and black jersey. Big shout to our Irish mates. Good to see you on track. USA though, Mason Sholton bringing it down to the line. He's going to get it. The Colombian's going to get overhauled by the Australian. The 93 of Rory Upshaw picking up a 3. And a great job by Blake Mellier as well. Race 15, Parker Carlson, Kristaps Lucis also in motor number 15, but it's Erwin Nguera of Australia leading it through the Latvian. Kristaps Lucis in 2. GB have got Charlie Dowsing in the 4. That kid's already on a British title. Can he rack up a world one as well? He's pushing hard. He's going to get that top 4 finish. Dowsing looking good, just shy of the 3. Parker Buchholz picking that one up for the USA. Race 16 before I hand you back to Eric. Hudson McPhee, Cooper Hunt, Mason Southwell, Belisario Correa, Roman Daniel in this one. And the USA are out in front of that is Hudson McPhee. Coming under pressure though from Correa of Argentina. The Canadian getting involved, Roman Daniel, Thomas Madwick in there for Zimbabwe. The fans are waving the flags as they come down towards the line. McPhee's going to get it. Argentina in 2, Southwell in 3.
Moto 17 with the 9-year-old challenge boys down the 2 straightaway. Wallace, Morale, Adams, Milligan, Cullen, Vanderheiden coming into the second turn with USA leading the charge on the 1-2, the 150, the 175 bike. Adams keeping things moving on. Vanderheiden down the 3 straightaway. Everybody's shopping right now. The Kiwi, New Zealand trying to get in the mix, looking for that 3 spot. The Australian rider, Cullen, Wallace lining it up on the 3-4 as they drive this one down the last straightaway. France trying to make a move on the 5 with the 132 bike. The Morale will come back to us. 18's your moto now. LaChance, more 9-year-old challenge boys. Franklin, Nakai, Martinez, Mayorga, Lowlocker in and out of the second turn. Down the 3 straightaway with the 157 bike out front, running the show now. Franklin coming down the line, got this one locked in. Japan, where you at? Nakai on the 2 spot. Driving it into the last turn. USA on the 3 as they come back around. Mayorga rocking and rolling. Another battle for Canada. Back on the 3-4, back in the line. LaChance and Lowlocker trying to make it happen with the 107 bike coming in. LaChance. Another one coming our way. More 9-year-old challenge boys. Mendoza, Rodriguez, Herb, Caraway, Sarmiento, Eckel, LaBelle. Out of the second turn. Chase Eckel coming down the 3 straightaway. Colombiano, Zupra, where you guys at? Make some noise. Mendoza, Rodriguez trying to make it happen out of the last turn. Spreading them out right now. The battle for that 4 spot is up for grabs with Canada and Colombia coming back down too. So we'll see how it works out down the last straightaway. Canada will bring it back in on the 104 bike. Samson Herb coming back through, locking it down. 20 will be your moto now. O'Connor, Carvello, Skiing, Rojas, Dos Santos, Napolitano, Burgos, Brazil on the charge. Dos Santos coming down the 3 straightaway. The Japanese rider, Colombia, trying to dive bomb into the Tissot turn, coming back through. It's still all Brazil on the front lines, running this one back home. Dos Santos coming back down the last straightaway, locks it in. Brazzini looking for the 2 with Japan on the 3. Sky back to us now. 21 Zamoto, Murray, Aranciba, Perez, Lau, Barrios, and Hooper out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway with the 162 bike. Lau coming down the 3 straightaway, locking this one in. USA on the 1 and 4. Australia on the 2 spot now, bringing this one back home. Hooper locking down the 2 spot. Chile on the 3 as they come back home. Salvador gonna bring it back to the line with their 166 bike, rounding out the top 4 spots of Dax Murray. Perone coming back through. McConnell, Murad, De Rosa, Amoya, and Taylor down the 2 straight. USA on the 1-2, driving out of that Rock Hill Discover turn. Down the 3 straight they go. It's all USA on the top spots, running the show. McConnell coming back at us with Taylor. McConnell still 1-2. Japan on the 4. Canada trying to drive it into the Tissot turn, trying to ramp things up along the way. But the French rider locking it down on that 3 as they come back to us. Getting it done on the 128 bike as they come back to the line. Another one coming my way now, keeping things going on. Looking for this one. Sabrina, Goff, Andrade, Sondergaard, Waters, Rapati out of the second turn, down the 3 straightaway. New Zealand, where you at, Kiwis? Make some noise! Down the 3 straightaway, USA, Sondergaard trying to ramp things up on the way back home. Oh, nice battle for the 3-4 spot as they come out of the Tissot turn, side by side. Down the last straightaway, looking for Ecuador, trying to get in. Andrade coming back to the stripe. Ooh, Australia trying to pop one at the line of Goff. 24 is your moto now. More 9-year-old challenge boys. Another one coming back through. Dixon, Emery, Osat roll. Tamayo, Takusa in and out of the second turn with the 120 bike out front. 30 bike out of France. Coming down the 3 straightaway. Got full command and charge with this one with a little bit of authority. Coming back through that last turn by USA on the 2-3 as they keep things moving on. Downriders back up over there. Make some noise as they come back through. Down the last straightaway, locking in with the 156 and the 154 of Dixon and Emery.
All right, we got Australian riders in K1 and K8 in this one. Ryan Williams on the inside, Samson McLean on the outside. But it's the USA heading into turn number 1. We've got Kinsler, Rick, and Improta all in this one, doing it for the home nation. Aussie rider settling into that too, and that's the 94 of Ryan Williams who's leading it through though. I've got a feeling it is Alessio Improta of the USA in there in 1, 3, and 4. We've got the 169 of Audi Rick and the 161 of Knox Kinsler of the USA. They're 3 and 4 at the moment. Bolivia have got Tesseros in there in 5. But it's going to be Improta taking it to the stripe. Williams is going to get the 2. Who's going to get the 3? Audi Rick. For race 26, these are the 9-year-old boys. Thomas Bland, Daniel Villowen, out of the Republic of South Africa. He's in there on the inside looking for the move, and he's got it, just stealing it away from the 158 that belonged to James Griffith. Look at these two boys having an elbow-to-elbow battle right down that straight and into the corner. Viljoen of South Africa out in front. Gabriel Morales of Spain's in there in 3. Harlan Anderson out of Australia pushing hard. The Colombian's on his back wheel. That's going to be Valencia Sanchez. Just battling at the stripe, couldn't quite make the move stick. Race 27, moving on, 10-year-old boys now. Jacoby Leonetti doing it for Canada. He's in there in 3. Look at the American guy diving underneath the 254 of Terrell Addison Jr. I've got a feeling it's Luciano Tapia of Ecuador leading it in and out of that Tissot turn with the Colombian Martin Cano in there in 2. Ecuador are going to take the win. The USA are pushing hard. The 2-3-3. That was Teddy Jones out of Great Britain. As we move on to a race 28, Jack Devine in this one for Great Britain. He's in there in 2. Had some big experience on the European scene. Hope it's going to pay off today. The 275 Knox Reeves out of the USA. I'm pretty sure I saw a news segment on that young man not so long ago on YouTube. Cohen Purnell in there as well, doing it for Canada. Truxton McKee for the USA. Liam DeVecchi in there, but a good second place finish for Jack Devine. That's how you want to start your motos off. Race 29, Zach Aslin out of Canada, Hugh Huddleston out of the USA, and Hugo Dayton of Great Britain's in there in 3. Dad's back at home teaching school. I'm sure he'll be watching the 187. Who's on that 187 plate? That's going to be, lost it. Matty Thowen out of Belgium. Those very familiar Belgian colours, but the USA bringing it to the line. The 255, Zayden Bruckheimer going through, taking the win. Huddleston in there in 2. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Sunday as they go out in and out of that first turn. Connor Hemphill working his way into a top 3 spot, the 190 and the 228. That's going to be Ortiz Rojas out of Bolivia, the 228. Loncu out of France, he's in there in that second spot. Connor Hemphill's made his move. Jacob Colwell of the USA in there as well. The Canadian is Carwin Thomas Osika. Hemphill picking up a 2 spot. Race 31, Preston Newmarsh Power of Great Britain on the inside in this one. He's got Dominic Tremilo, Judd Howard, Pablo Garrido, Felix Lessard and Andre Alves Toledo to deal with. The Australian Judd Howard out there in 1. Who's got the 2? It's the USA. That's going to be Dominic Tremilo. In and out of the turn, the French rider in 3, the 226. Pablo Garrido. And Preston Newmarsh Powell battling for a top 4. He's in there in 5 at the moment. As they come in and out of the turn, Howard's going to hold it onto the line. Tremilo's going to get the 2. And it looks like the French rider Garrido in 3. Race 32 now, a tree of Benny Jackson in this one for Great Britain in there in that second position. Raphael Trudell, Maluski of the USA, Prescott of New Zealand, the Colombians hit the deck. That's allowed Benny Jackson to open up a little bit of a gap. Prescott in 3, Wesley Deming of the USA, Zuniga Ruiz on that 216. He was the rider that went down in that second turn. Benny Jackson's creeping up on the back of the Canadian. He's not going to quite get it at the line. The 206, Trudell taking the win.
Some great action going on already, I'll tell you that, man. Here we go, another one. 33 Zamoto, more challenge boys. 10-year-olds, Babe, Olsen, Gasway. Pick coming to us with Wooters, Wood, and Hashimoto coming down the 2 straightaway. Aruba! Wooters getting things going into that second turn. He's got it locked on right now. Bring this one back through, in and out of the second turn. 3 straightaway, The Ninja, he's on the move. Up Lockpick coming back down the 3 straightaway. Trying to get in the mix with the Kiwi. Olsen trying to fight his way back up through the pack. Trying to get a low point going on. But it's all Aruba. Wooters coming back to the line. He'll go with the 240 bike out of Japan, Hashimoto. More challenge boys in the 10-year-old group. Dawson, DePretis, Dane, Castillo Ruiz, Johns, Losenic, and Paul in and out of the second turn. Got the top spot out of the Czech Republic coming down the 3 straightaway. Osonic coming down the line. He's got this one on full lockdown right now. Dawson out of New Zealand picking up the 2 spot. Canada trying to drive it into the Tissot turn, trying to ramp things up, looking for a way to that 4, trying to get some low points going down. As they come back through, the 217 bike will pick up the 3. Castillo Ruiz out of Costa Rica. More 10-year-old challenge boys down the 2 straightaway. USA leading the charge right now, in and out of turn number 2. Gotta be the 258 bike, the Spotless, coming down that 3 straightaway. He's got it, Kovacs and Mitchell working it out. Schultz, Burden, Gauthier, and Ferreira out of Argentina, trying to make it happen right on that. Oh, here we go. Big swing out of that last turn, out of the Tissot turn, coming back by the German rider. Schultz trying to ramp things up, looking for some low points on the way back through. 36 is your moto now. More 10-year-old challenge boys coming our way. Corrales, Monero, Myers, Rodriguez, Williams, Harrowfield, and Berdozzo in and out of the second turn with the World 5 bike. Dylan Myers out front. Social D coming down the 3 straight. He's got this one going. Rodriguez and Williams. USA trying to go 1, 2, 3. Great Britain, where you guys at? Tried to make a move. Got the door slammed on him in the last turn. Coming back to us. Going to roll things back home. Monroe back to the line. He'll go with the 224. Following him in right there. Verdosto out of Ecuador. More 10-year-old challenge boys. 37's the moto now. Thomas, Harita, Takahashi, Daly, Ventura, and Peterson out of the second turn with Australia on the front line, running down the 3 straightaway. Daly's got this one locked with Peterson. 1, 2. Trying to battle for that 4 spot right now. Japan trying to get in the mix as they go into the Tissot turn. Coming back to is Takahashi, trying to look for a low point. See what he's got coming back at us. Harita from Bolivia trying to hold it down as they come back to the stripe. Harita will slip in for the 4. 38 your moto on track. France leading the way. Rosal, Stubbs, Henderson, Bortsman, Murphy, Ransel, and Sousa getting out of the second turn from the Czech Republic. The world #1 plate making a drive down the 3 straightaway, trying to get those low points to keep himself in the game all day as we're trying to get things going on in this first round, but it's all France on the top spot. Rosal coming back down to us. There goes the Dutch rider from Netherlands trying to find a way into the mix. Bortsman's going to get the 3 as they come back home. Ihota, Goodell, Gravel, Linares, Lyerman, De Bruin, and Santiago Zulaga coming into turn number 2. Colombia in and out of the second turn with the 264 bike. Linares, Just Josh coming down the 3 straightaway, the Swiss rider. Lyerman ramping things up along the way into the last turn they go. Goodell on the move, coming out of the Tissot turn, trying to get a low point on the way back through. The Dutchy rider on the 5 spot as they come back to the line of De Bruin.
Right, New Zealand, I think, leading into that first turn. In and out we go. And we're on moto 41.
40's the moto now coming back to us. Shiley Peterson. Anderson coming back to it, in and out of the second turn. Where's the Kiwis at? New Zealand makes some noise. Cale Hill coming down the 3 straightaway. Guerrero, Portis trying to make it happen. Great Britain, where you at? Anderson on the 2 spot. Driving it back down the line. Last straightaway with USA following him up right now. Peterson trying to get in the mix, looking for a low point on the way back through.
Right, we're right now. Moto 41, Murray Watson of Great Britain watched Dad racing the cruiser yesterday. Bit of work to do at the moment, but the 269 and the 214 out in front. That's going to be Heston Novotny out of the USA. The 214, Geronimo Pinilla Valles in there in that second spot. Australia's Memphis plate going through in 3. We've got Ramiro Mayorga in there as well. Harrison Layton out of Canada. And then Murray Watson just picking his way across that finish line. Race 42. Levitt, Dion, Demad, Cooper Hardy's in this one. Noah Robles. Garzon Calderon out of Colombia. And Mason Schumann out of the Netherlands. He's in there in about 3rd or 4th at the minute. The USA 277 out in front. That's going to be Noah Robles. The 227 Sacha Levette out of France in there into the Dutch rider. Just getting in there. Cooper Hardy's trying to make moves as well. He's in there inside the top 4. Robles bringing it to the line. Oh, big battle for the 2. Not sure who got it. Race 43, Newell Ruggles of the USA. We have moved on to men cruiser 40 to 44. Yeah, Ruggles in there in 5. The Canadian leading it out. Sid Martinez Arroyo battling with the French rider Johan Morand. Look at these guys going down the final straight. Drag racing to the line. And the Mexican Salas going through inside the top 3. Race 44, more cruiser men, 40 to 44. If there's as much action as 45 to 49 yesterday, we are in for an absolute treat. Borges out of Chile, just working his way through the 5:30 and the 5:07. That's Wayne Hardman. And Vargas Padilla out of Colombia. Luke Williams out of Australia inside the top 4. With Strasdin Stradins out of Latvia in 5. USA bringing it to the stripe under a little bit of pressure. The 5:30 takes the win. That was Wayne Hardman. Race 45, we have got Ramirez out of Brazil, Tucker out of the USA, Armdahl of Denmark, the Colombian is Ballon, and Mostaninos of Venezuela, who is the man out front. Caleb Tucker of the USA in that 3rd spot, under pressure from the Danish rider. But it's Pereira Ramirez of Brazil who's in there into the Venezuelan rider, Manrique Montanizos, taking the win. Race 46, Matt Swales out of Great Britain in there in about 5 at the moment. Luke Marsh out of Australia is the man out in front. Silva of Chile inside the top 4. The Americans are in there. Austin Kelly and Matthew Longini. Those guys are 2 and 3. Swales continues to push. Marsh of Australia though, larger in charge in moto number 46. Bringing it down with a posse of USA riders chasing him to the stripe. Chile working their way into 4. Moto number 47, Roscello of Canada, Swap of the USA, Herrera's in there as well, the Italian Mario Gale, I think that might be Williams' dad, he's in there in that 4th position. Herrera's in 3, the Canadian coming through as well, that's going to be Francis Roscello. Look at the battle in the Tissot turn, the Americans bringing it down to the line, under pressure from the Colombian, who's going to get it at the line? Colombia get it, the 497 of Felipe Estevez taking the win in Moto 47. Oh, the Canadian rider just dropping it before the line. He's picking himself up and walking away. Give him a big round of applause. As we look at the 541 and the 502, Justin Zavoda of the USA out in front. Melina Marin of Colombia in there into Jif Holub of the Czech Republic in the mix as well. He's there in 3. Looks like USA are taking it to the line. Zavoda.
More challenge cruiser men, 40 to 44. Moto number 49, Romero, Rosal, Wang, Kinsler, Peroza out of the 1st turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Salty, Kinsler getting things fired up. USA coming into the 2nd turn. Getting it locked in right now. The Chile rider trying to make it happen. Perez coming down the 3 straightaway with Colombia. Romero trying to drive into that last turn. Everybody's on the move. Wack trying to get in the mix right now down the last straightaway, looking for a low point, but it's all Kinsler wire to wire out of race number 49. 50's your moto now. More men's challenge cruiser, 40 to 44. Joncas, Petrel, Damasio, Post, Garcia. Got to be Nick Post on the front lines running this one. The Latvian rider, the World 2 bike. Joncas coming down the 3 straightaway. You know he's got to have some pull going into that Tissot turn. Last straight, he's going to take over the program right now from the backside. Ecuador coming in hot right now. Pretel coming down the last straightaway. He's shopping for a 2 spot. There it goes right there with the 500 bike of Garcia. We'll pick up the 4. Bessany, Bidwell, Laurent, Evans, Hurst down to the 1st turn, down the 2nd straightaway. The Belgium rider, Bessany on the top spot, looking for that 2. Bidwell driving in and out of the 2nd turn, down the 3 straightaway. Got a pretty good run. Canada, where you at? Make some noise. The Aussie coming into the last turn. Got to be Nathan Evans. Evans driving it back down with the Swiss rider on the side. Laurent trying to crank things up back to the line. He'll take the 4 spot as they come back through Moto 51. Everybody's leaning hard in turn number 1. We'll see what happens down the 2nd straightaway. Colombianos, Pedraza out front running on this one with the 548 bike. Zielinski says you got to lean a little harder, bro. Going down the 3 straightaway. Neil Perry trying to get back to that 3 spot. Canada still Harao leaning hard right now down the last straightaway. A couple little bonks along the way, but they lock it in as they come back through. New Zealand takes it downtown. Stratford, Hermanitz, Trujillo, Sol, Fowler down the 2 straightaway. Argentina picking it up on the 2. Javier Nicolas coming back through the 3 straight. It's all the Kiwi of Stratford on the top spot. He's got the command with this one. Looks like Colombia and Canada battling for that 4 spot as they drive it into the Tissot turn. Top spot's locked in. We'll see who gets the 4 locked down as they come back around. Trujillo back to the line. He'll lock it in for the 4. More challenge cruiser men, 40 to 44, down the 2 straightaway. Bolivia, where you at? Martinez on the front lines, running the show into the second turn. But here comes the Argentina, Salazar, coming down the 3 straightaway. He's got a little pull into the last turn. Gets the door closed up tight right there as they come back through. The U.S. riders trying to ramp things up. On the way back home, let's see what they've got. Makem and Wernette back to the line. Looks like Wernette going to slip in for that 4 spot as he comes back through. White, Eaton, Beach, Andrade, and Paul out of the first turn down the second straightaway. White knows how to get it done for the USA. Been a world champ before, wants to try to keep the day-to-day as they come down the 3 straightaway. Andrade, the Brazilian, looking for the 2 spot, but the Frenchman's got a little pull going into the Tissot turn, coming back through. He'll lock it down for the 2, back to the line. It's all White on the top spot, back to the stripe. That's the way it'll come back around. Beach will pick it up for the 4. Martinez, Burkheiser, Bruna, Carriazo, and Reinhardt out of the first turn. Carriazo trying to get things going on down the second straightaway. Let's see what we got going into turn number 2 with the Argentina, Bruna. Bruna coming back through the 3 straight, but it's all Carriazo out front. Got the big drive with the boys right now. Colombia trying to make a move into the last turn. Martinez didn't have enough to close the door and get it back in. Coming back through is Belgium. A little bump right there for Reinhardt. And he'll come back around out of Moto 56.
Moto 57 on track now, more men, 40 to 44 cruiser. Pierre Minier out of France, he's in there in about 4th at the minute, chasing down the South American into the turn. That's going to be Suarez Frite from Venezuela. Yeah, Jonathan Suarez out in front, I thought he was. Remy Cesar from the USA going through as well. Suarez taking it across the line. Argentina going through in 3. That's going to be the 469 of Marcos Vivian Fuentes. Race 58, Johan Mogo out of France. He's in there in that 3rd spot at the minute. The USA are leading it out on that 5.22, followed by the World 7. That's Tariq Assegai, yeah. Hugo Donnet of Canada in that 2nd position. The other Canadian runner is Philippe Verrier. The USA bringing it to the stripe. That will be Assegai taking the win, and the other USA rider in there, the 5.44, Nick Valencia. Moving on, changing age groups. The 9-year-old girls out on track. Hardman out of Brazil in there in about 5th or 6th at the moment. Stella Palamaki out of the USA on the 82, and the 1 is Remy Cesar out of the USA, so the USA showing well in moto number 59. Havana George in there too. Ruiz out of Colombia and Sarmiento as well. As they go in and out of the turn, it is going to be Remy Cesar, world number 1, bringing it to the line for the USA. Oh, the young lady from the USA, 73, Havana George, very nearly got it very wrong on that final straight. Race 60, Lambert out of Canada in about 6th at the minute. It's the 72 and the 52 out in front though. Charlie Gay and Monroe Lambert, that's your 1 and 2. The French rider in there in 3, Celia Colombe, and the Colombian Palmoma Becerra Baron in there in that 3rd position. But as they come to the line, the USA riders under a little bit of pressure, just about held it. Charlie Gay holding on for that moto win. Moto 61, Alison Swigart in this for the USA. Ida Ferguson of Australia out in front. She's the world number 7, so we'll be looking forward to seeing her on track again a bit later on. The 91 in there in 3, Brenna Windows out of the USA, and the Belgian rider is Marit Moonen as she heads into that Tissot turn in that 4th position. Also got Monavera of Colombia and Jocelyn Manizoni of the USA going through as well. Moto number 62, 9-year-old girls. We continue. Eva Rush of the USA, Kylie Shepherd in there as well. Agathe Ducros of France, Zoe Schneider of the USA, Samya, I think that is, Janny, and Fenathoen of Belgium. She's in there in 3, pushing hard, going well. The USA in their 1 and 2. I've got a feeling it might be Eva Rush and Kylie Shepherd, the Australian rider. Janny in that 7th spot might have had a bit of a problem. Who's going to bring it to the line? The 85 and the 87. Kylie Shepherd, Zoe Snyder going 1 and 2. Race 63, Erin Cheek out of Great Britain in this one. Maddie Montgomery of the USA, the Colombian. Castillo Diaz leading it out. Ivy Nebesny of Canada in the mix as well. She's in there in about 6th spot. The USA 2 and 3. Castillo Diaz. The 79 in that 2nd spot. That is Maddie Montgomery. Wesley Bonomi in 3. USA also in 4. Vivian Taylor, I think that is. But as they go in and out of the turn, Castillo Diaz of Colombia bringing it to the line, followed by the Americans in 2, 3, and 4, with Isabella Miller of Australia in 5. Race 64, Holly Bishop of Great Britain inside the top 3 of the minute. She's got to chase down Bailey Nelson and the French rider Elise Du as they head into that 2nd corner. The Discover, South Carolina, 2nd turn. Bishop's being ganged up on now. The 6 is getting involved. That's the World 6 of Emilia Zarante Uribe out of Colombia. Australia still leading it into that final turn. France are in there in 2. Bishop's got a top 4. Who's going to get it at the line? France and the USA. France taking it at the stripe. Elise Edu.
More 9-year-old challenge girls. Moto number 65. Mejia, Smith, Hurtado, Sunday, Saturn, and Akimoto in and out of the 2nd turn. Who do we got out front? USA on the 86 bike. Isabella Smith coming down the 3 straightaway. Got full command of this one right now. Japan trying to fight for that 4th spot with France as they drive down the 3 straight into that last turn. Akimoto trying to roll it on back around. Citrine coming back down the last straightaway, trying to get things going on. Bolivia for the 2 spot as they come back through. Hurtado. 66 is your moto out of the 1st turn. 2nd straightaway, Ireland, Cross, McDougall, Perez, Heiler, Gonzalez. Looking for a top spot right now as we get things fired into that 2nd turn. Gonzalez trying to run it back around. It's Ruru Ireland on the top spot. She's running the show. Coming down the 3 straightaway. Australia picking it up for the 2. McDougall coming down the line into that last turn. Cross for Great Britain. Trying to find a way into that 3 spot. See if she can put something together on the way back home down the last straightaway. But it's all Ruru Ireland out front as she comes back through with the 45 bike. A toe of McDougall as we switch it into the 10-year-old challenge ladies right now. Archibald, Villasmar, Matissa, Farrell, Chris, Donaldson, Minimon, Rothstein driving into that 2nd turn. The Dutch rider on the top spot. Nemina coming back down the 3 straightaway, looking for that 2 spot. USA and Farrell coming down the 3. Trying to drive it for home into the last turn. Canada slipping into a 3 spot as they ramp things back up with USA on the 4. Down the line we go. Last straight coming back through. It's all the Netherlands. The Dutch rider on the top spot. Back to the stripe with the 136 of Farrell. Picks up the 2. Moto number 68. Ramirez, De Vera, Palamaki, Gomez, Gucci, Suarez, Lavoie, Machado into the 2nd turn. USA leading the charge right now in that World 7 plate. Gotta be De Vera coming down the 3 straight, locking it in right now. Looking for that 2 spot, the Swiss rider. Everybody's dive bombing, shopping for a spot as they head into the Tissot turn. USA on the 1 and 3, coming back at us. We'll see what happens on the way back around. Last straightaway, the drive for home, the 141 bike, making a run for it. Palamaki still settled for that 3 spot. Out of Moto 68, 69's your moto now. More challenge girls in the 10-year-old group. Thornton, Salcido, Jansen, Maven, Moralato, Turner, Velez, and Carbo. Driving it back home. Oh, Canada with the 107 bike. Moralato coming down the 3 straightaway. Colombia looking for a spot. Mayorga driving it into the Tissot turn. Looks for that 2 spot. USA trying to ramp things up around the side. Maven coming back through. She's got a little pull coming down the last straightaway. Can she get the Canadian? Side by side. Only the timers will tell us on that one as they come out of Moto 69. Campo, Christensen, Robinson, Brown, Dowdy, Anderson, Rosas drive it into the 2nd turn. Who's leading the charge with the 132 bike right there? Christensen. She's got it on lock out of the Great Northwest as she's coming down the 3 straightaway. Keeping things going on. Dowdy, Anderson doing a little shopping as well into the last turn. Columbia slips in for the 2 spot. Campo, Parada trying to ramp it up. Back to the line. All the way through. It's the 132, 111 bike. Will go Christensen, Campo, Parada, top spots. 71's the moto now. More challenge. 10-year-old ladies coming down the 2 straightaway. Holiday, Spanel, Juarez, Eckstein, Portilla, Grant in and out of the second turn with the 144. Peyton Spannel checking out on the pack right now. See you later, ladies. At the finish line they go. France looking for that 2 spot. Anna Sillen trying to lock it in, and she's coming back around with Argentina's on the move. Juarez. The drive for the 4 spot, side by side. Colombia, New Zealand trying to make it happen. Argentina pops the 2 on the way through. Good stuff for Juarez right there out of Moto 71. 72 is your moto now. Webster, Ellerton, Ozlewski, Bornau, St. Pierre, Escobar, Besson, and Chikamba in and out of the second turn with USA. 135 bike out front. Piper, Elton charging hard down the 3 straightaway. France on the 2-3. Besson, Bornau looking for a couple downriders getting back up in the second turn, and they still driving it out in the last straightaway. Canada sitting on the 4 as they drive it back through. St. Pierre coming back down the line, and she'll lock it in for that 4 spot as they come back through Moto 72.
Race 73 girls, 10 years old, on track. This one includes Maisie Egan out of Great Britain. She's got a battle on her hands though with Kazumi of Japan, Ariel Kelly, Guarin of Colombia, Falcone of the USA, and out in front it is Kazumi of Japan. She's got the lead in this one, the 139 and the 142. That belongs to Daisy Noyola of the USA, and the 142 Falcone of the USA. Means Egan in there in that 5th position at the minute. Japan bringing it to the line though. Koizumi getting that win. The USA are going 2 and 3, and the Australian in 4. That was Sierra Gibson. Race 74, Colquhoun, I think that is, of New Zealand. Apologies if that pronunciation is a bit sketchy. Erich of Australia in the lead. The USA though trying to chase her down. The 146, that is Zara Urina of the USA. Had a quick chat with Dad the other day, and good to always chat to a new BMX family. But it is Australia out in front. Erich, she's going to take it to the line. The USA are in there as well. Oh, she might have just nicked it at the stripe. The Canadian coming through, that was Leah Rose Marin. Race 75, Cruiser Women, we changed classes, 17 to 29. Jamie Elwood for Great Britain in this one. The 833 and the 835 out in front though. That's going to be Mila Kelly and McKenna Martin going 1 and 2 at the moment. Australia's Kobe Stagg in there in 3. The French rider going through in 4, Chloe Rigne Lavelos. And as they get to the line, America going 1 and 2. Still with 17 to 29-year-old girls, Tessa Van Seyen of Belgium making a big move out of that first turn. The Shimano turn, she's in there in 3 now, chasing down the 2 Americans out in front. 839 and the 828, that's going to be Kate Sifford, and 828 Aubrey Douglas. In and out of the Tiso turn, Australia, Ava Potter in there in 4, coming under pressure though from the rider from Slovakia, Kristina Madrazova. Oh, big finish there. Race 77, Briella Barrett, Boston Reed for the USA, but it's the Dutch rider leading it out at the minute. Jennifer Martin out in front. America 2, 3 and 4. That looks like the South American rider in there in 5, the 842. Godoy Gavira out of Venezuela. Denmark have got Loreen Elke Hansen in the mix, but Jennifer Martin is going to bring it to the line in moto number 77. The Americans going 2, 3 and 4. Oh, big crash on that first straight. Not sure who hit the deck. Lily Chiziwa for Great Britain in that second position, chasing down Mia Christiansen. Into that Discover South Carolina second turn, the 829. That's Shelby Elder in there in 3. The French rider going through in 5 is Coraline Bussil, I think that is. The American rider that took the tumble, that's the 837 of Mackenzie Palmer. Christiansen takes the win. Chiziwa getting the 3 for Great Britain. Talon Dickey of the USA in there in gate number 1. She's got pressure though. Audrey-Anne Trousseau in there. Tony Rickey going through as well for Canada. Canada well represented in this one. Amy Martin out of New Zealand. Alana Kaczynski of the USA. Lacoste of France, and Fouche of the USA in there as well. But it's New Zealand, France, the USA. 1, 2, 3. Dickey in there in the 3. Looks like the New Zealand rider Amy Martin, though, is going in and out of that Tissot turn in front. She's going to take the moto as they get towards the finish line with the world number 1, Lucie Lacoste of France, going through in 2. Change of category now, race 80, 30 to 34 cruiser men. Mansilla of Bolivia in there in 4, but it's the Colombian Daniel Restrepo Ortega in the lead. The world 7, Benjamin Rondeau of France in there in 2. Nick Alejandre of the USA and Evan Gresham in there as well. 5 guys in moto number 80, but it's going to be the Colombian Ortega taking the win.
More challenge cruiser men, 30 to 34. Moto number 81 with Healy, Palacios, Noble, Gould, Arnaud coming down the 2 straightaway. Let's see what happens with these guys. They heading out of that second turn with the 389 bike. Running the show. Where you at, Ecuador? Palacios running the show as they drive it down the 3. Oh, no, the U.S. rider goes down hard right there. We'll get him checked out in the Tissot turn, coming back through last straightaway. The Frenchman, Arnaud, comes back to us, locks it in with the 402 bike. Gould will come back around. Looks like we'll check on Healy downtown. More of them, Jesse, Siri, Luna, Cuppy, Nash, driving into the second turn. 3 straightaway, Cuppy's on the charge for home. Down the 3 straight we go. Canada, where you at? Siri on the top spot. Running this one in and out of the Tissot turn. Dive Bomber coming back around. Cuppy trying to ramp things up, 110% down the last straightaway. We'll slide for the 3 with Australia on the 4. Back to us, some good stuff going on. Man, I'll tell you what, some great action going on so far with everything. How's everybody feeling today? Glad to have you with us, glad to have you with us. I see the foam fingers over there from the Brad Posse. They're in full charge mode, full cheer mode today as we get kicked off day number 2 with the challenge classes. Like I said before, 11 world number 1 plates going out today with the 11 classes we've got going on. Great racing going back down. Looks like we're back loaded in the gate. If you take a look at the Jumbotron, where you guys at in the stands, go ahead and wave high. There you guys are, there you guys are. Some good stuff. And don't forget to hit up Vendors Row all weekend long out there. They've got all kinds of good stuff going down with Vendors Row. Yoshimura pedals in the house for all you flat pedal riders. They'll get you hooked up, keep you styled, they'll keep you dialed. Back to the motos we go. As we head downtown, Australia got a pretty good shot with this one. Nash, he went a little wide out of the Shimano turn, left the door open for Bolivia. As we come out of the first turn, looking for this one, Fernando taking it back down the 3 straightaway. Full command right now as he owns it down the line. Bring this one into that last turn. Blake locks it in for a 2 spot. As we come back around, USA of O'Neill trying to ramp things up, and Dominguez coming back to the line. Get it done right there. Looks like the 401. Dominguez comes back through for the 3 spot. 84 is your moto now. More challenge cruiser men, 30 to 34. Argentina, where you guys at? Abraham coming in now the second turn. Chile's on the move right now. Munoz coming down the 3 straightaway. Latvia on the 3. Tremanis, getting a little loose. My U.S. boys trying to hold it down right there. Keys and Rajo. In and out we go. Last straightaway, everybody's charging for home, looking for that 4th spot with the 407 bike. Britt Keys will come back through. Another one down the hill we go. Look like Vincent Eusis looking for a top spot. The Netherlands, the big Dutch rider out of the first turn. Mexico, where you at? Morales, Suazo looking for a top spot. He'll drive in and out of the Rock Hill turn. Down the 3 straightaway with the 411 bike on the 3. As Steve Penland coming down the 3 straightaway for USA. Ramping things into that last turn. Rodriguez, he left the door open. USA, Tyler shuts the door on the way back through for the 4 spot. And that's the way it'll come back to us out of moto number 85. Boy, I'll tell you what, Rich, great day today. Beautiful day out here in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm certainly seeing more flags in the stands and everybody having a good time. If you see yourself on that big screen, make sure you give yourselves a wave. We've got the perfect venue here, Rock Hill, South Carolina. There's no better place to be for a bit of BMX racing action, and it just happens to be the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships. It's going to be a great time, and I can't wait to see what happens later on.
Yeah, I see all kinds of riders, racers out there, new and old. The captain, Nick Long, in the house this weekend. So if you guys see him out there, man, you want an autograph, any of that kind of stuff, you know the captain's always down for pictures and stuff like that. So hit up Nick Long. He's over on the last straightaway today. You might see him going around with Coach Lou all weekend long, as they've got the new baby in the house this weekend. So Coach Lou, Linda, Rick, Nick, good to have you guys with us as well. Great stuff going on. Like I said before, guys, make your way over to Vendors Row. All kinds of good stuff going on there. UCI Racewear going on this weekend. Make sure you get on over there, check it out. They've got all the Team USA gear. They got reloaded up from last night, so they're restocked. If you were looking for something yesterday, they didn't have it. They probably have it back at us today. J&R's got the Superstore with full tilt. They've got mechanics on duty out there. I saw Chase BMX out there. They've got some merch for sale. Profile in the house this weekend. Go check out the latest and greatest from Profile, all that kind of stuff. If you guys are over there in the back, Shimano's got the mechanic stand set up. So thank you from our good friends from Shimano for always supporting the World's Race. And we've got that Shimano turn number 1 always going down as well, Rich.
Yeah, it's like BMX Christmas. I've always referred to the World Championships as BMX Christmas, and if you need any Christmas gifts, in inverted commas, you get yourselves over to Vendor Row. There's so much stuff. I'm like a kid in a sweet shop when I go over there. There's so many things that I could just try and take home. Half the time I've just not got enough space in the suitcase for it. That was Giovanni Novo of the USA. We wish him the very best. We hope he's okay and recovered quickly. Back to Eric though for race 82.
Another one downtown we go. We get this one going on out of the Shimano turn. USA, might have left the door open on the low side, but he's going to close it up down the second straightaway. Weso keeping things fired off into that second turn on that world number 3 plate as they come back through. The Frenchman on the world 8 plate. They're both trying to switch it to a number 1 through the end of the day. We'll see how they fare as they go into that last turn. Another battle on that 3 spot. The Colombian, Granado, trying to hold on to that 3 as he comes back down the line. He'll lock it up on the 4 spot. Looks like it goes down to Higgins as he comes back through. 87's your moto now. More Cruisermen challenge, 30-34. Sorensen, Van Bentham, Leon Shook, the Brazilian. Brazil, where are you guys at? Bring him back home. Marin coming down the 3 straightaway. He's got the authority on this one. Ramping things up into that last turn. The Dutch rider making a move. Van Bentham slams the door shut out of the Tissot turn. Takes the 2 spot for the drive to the final line. Leon gonna get the 3. The Frenchman as he comes back around. Sorensen and Shook on the backside as they come back through. More Cruiser, changing it up. Cruisermen 35-39 now in the next group as they come back through. The 7 bike, the Frenchman on the top spot. Delaporte, Veneer, Galati, Corbello, Puyorga, Rosal, Asayan, Inai coming back through, locking this one up on that top spot. Argentina on the 3, back to the line. We'll round it out with USA on the 4, back to the stripe on the 463 bike.
So number 89, 35-39, Cruz, Salazar, Smith, Garcia, Holmes, Ross, Welch, Campidare into this Discover South Carolina. Second turn is the Colombian. Garcia leading it out, being tracked down by the 460 and the 439. Josh Smith out of the USA. Dario Pindare out of Portugal. In and out that final turn. The USA rider makes the move. He's worked his way up into that second spot. Can he pick up another one at the stride? He doesn't quite do it. Garcia taking the win, race 19. Heading towards that Shimano first turn. Justin Tabor out of the USA, but it looks like Brazil are out front of them. And it's that Deleuze of Brazil out there and in charge. The Netherlands rider Rick Bock in that second position. The 435, the French rider Benjamin Giraud in that third position. South Africa's Shaiju Norris inside the top. Coming under pressure though from the USA rider as they head towards the line. Brazil just hanging on to the win. 4-5-3, desperately making moves, genuinely. Del. Race 91, Mesquita Silva out of Brazil is the man out front. Australia in there in 3. That's going to be Paul Adams chasing down the 434, which belongs to Jeremy Delorme of France. Puerto Rico in that 4th position, Christian Avios. But Brazil leading it down to the line. She is world champion, the 1 play Gustavo Mesquita Silva winning his first moto. Moto number is 92, Bosco of the USA in this one. Carl Thurston of New Zealand, where is he? He's back there in 5 in a minute. It's the 455 and the 466 out there in front. 466 is Corey Willets. 445 is Andrew Bosco. Jason Morris of the USA, I think it is out there in front. Ooh. As we move on to moto number 93, Tim Knapp of the USA on that 451 plate, but it looks like the French rider Dimitri David, who's just over jumping as they go down that second straight, in and out of the Discover South Carolina turn. The Brazilian in there in 3, the 419, Leandro da Costa Silva in that third position, under pressure from the rider from Venezuela. That's Castro Sacito. As he goes down towards the line, is he going to pick up another spot on the strike? The world fighter Dimitri David winning at moto number 93. Moto 94, Martinez of Colombia. Got a little bit of work to do at the moment. It's the World 4 leading it into the corner. Charlie Gilliard and the 461 and the 425. Chris Sutton out of the USA in there in 2. Alvarez of Chile in there in 3. Gilliard, Sutton going 1 and 2 at the line. Who's going to get the 3? The Chilean rider, the 464, that belonged to Hunter Bogan. Race 95. USA leading it out. Brendan Luby in there. We've got Joe Hunter also doing it for the USA. The Brazilian is Pedrosa Caroa, and it's the 454. That is Brendan Luby out in front. The 447, Jordan Dam, I think that is. Loic Waition also out of Canada. But USA are going to go 1 and 3 in this one with the 454 of Luby taking the victory. Race 96, we are changing age groups. We are going to the 8-year-old girls. Tenzin McKee of the USA. Reagan Edmonds also of the USA. We've got Florence Teolis out of Canada. USA 1 and 2 in the minute. Who's out front? It's the 36, followed by the 27. Tenzin McKee, Reagan Edmonds, 1 and 2. Mia Colston, Ainsley Swissman, Luciana Brown, all in there. And Sabrina out of Colombia in there in 3. USA bringing it to the line though, the 36 of Tenzin McKee.
Great stuff going down with the challenge. 8-year-old ladies: Fisher, Snover, Quishby, Oren, Detel, Francisco, McGinley, Rodriguez down the 2 straightaway, looking for a top spot. Quishby out of Ecuador, in and out of that 2 straightaway. She's coming back through, but she's got the chase down from the 35 bike trying to go. Oh, McGinley gets a little loose. We lost her down the 3 straight, but she's scrambling. USA, make some noise. The U.S. ladies trying to make it happen. Daly trying to, or Fisher, Snover, still working it out down the last straight. We've got it locked up out front, coming back to the line. The Ecuadorian coming back through the 39. We'll get it done. Reese's Pieces, Snover, Skylar Orn. And how about it for McGinley? She's back up. Morale, Holiday, Leaper, Seifert, Jan, Nishino, Gallego, and Southwell driving it in. USA, where you at? Make some noise. Turbo, Teagan, Leaper out front, coming down the 3 straightaway. Lil Holiday looking for that 2 spot. Seifert, Jan coming back at us. Gallego, Southwell. The U.S. ladies leading the charge out of the last turn as they come back through. Top 4, bring them back home. And they'll lock it down on the way home. The 29 bike will round it out. A Gallego coming back to us. And the Japanese rider back up there, make some noise for hers. She's coming back through. Nishino back to the out of the last straightaway. Lost one on the first straight. She's back up over there. Let's make some noise for her. She's coming off the course, folks. Last of the little challenge, 8-year-old ladies: Bachicha, Daly, Sandman, Trujillo, Greer, Sanchez, Hart, and Gonzalez will drive this one in and out of the first turn. Second straightaway, it's all USA down the 2 straight. Ladies getting things going on, looking for that top spot right now, the 31 bike. Greer coming back through with the 32, locking it down. Gotta be Hart. Greer on the 1-2, down the 3 straightaway. All the U.S. ladies ramping things up as they come back into that last turn. Daly's on the charge with Sandman. Australia trying to find a way for a low point, trying to make something happen all the way back through. It's Daly. But it's all USA through the last straightaway. Daly going to round out and get the top 5 going on with Colombia. Bakiro coming back through. Back to the crowd, into the Cruiser Ladies Challenge, 30-39. Hinson, Ibata, Stoppel, Ellerton, Thompson, Bosch, and Turner out of the second turn. The World 7, World 8 working it out. France and Japan. Ibata on the top spot. Where are you at, Japan? Coming into the last turn, Miki Ibata on the top spot. She's running the show down the last straight. Bosch trying to make it happen. Oh, Great Britain, Stoppel making a charge for the line. Australia will pick up the 4 on the 6 bike of Thompson as she comes back through Moto 100. Mayer, Jones, Bensinger, Ortiz, Leddit, and Martin down the 2 straight, locking this one up. Gotta be too sweet. Eric Jones out front, running the show, USA. Oh, I know Dad's in the house today, just going crazy over there as they come down the 3 straightaway. Bensinger trying to make it happen. Ortiz on the 2 spot. Ladies charging for home. Canada picking it up on the 4. Allowed it back to the line. Jones will bring it back to the stripe. McCready, Cifuentes, Blackwell, Meyer, Fontaine, Fernandez. Salter out of the first turn. It's all France down the 2 straightaway. Fontaine making it happen right now. Oh, gotta be Ray Chill looking for a 2 spot as they drive this one in and out of the second turn, coming down the 3 straight. Everybody's on the charge for home, trying to make it happen. Meyer trying to get in the mix as they drive it back through. Last turn going on. It's all France, USA with the battle on the top spots. And rounding out your top 3 as they come back down to us. Getting the 860 bike in, Heather Meyer locks it down in the 845. Cifuentes will get it done for Chile. DeLucia, James, Grombo, Mont, Galatis, Tabor, Kitawaski in and out of the second turn. Where you at, New Zealand? Tawny James on the top spot running the show. The Dutch rider, Makda, down the 3 straightaway with the French lady on the 3. Matilda looking for it. She's got it locked in as we come back around. Last straightaway, USA will lock it down as they come back through and get it done on that 4 spot. Back to the line we go. 8:57, Rambo.
All right, folks, that is the end of round 1 of Motos. We are about to head into round number 2. Hope you guys are having a good time out there. Certainly, the World Championships are the best race ever. All those young gentlemen sat up there getting ready to go, the 8-year-old boys. I'll just give you guys a minute to catch your breath, have a drink, have a little bit of a snack, and just get yourselves ready for some more BMX excitement. Don't forget to head over to Vendor Row. Everything you could ever want for your BMX bike. All your parts, all your accessories, all your kit, all your spurs, everything you could ever need is located in Vendor Row, including those hard to find bits. If you travel quite a long way and there's a certain piece of something that you've had your eye on, you can go and get that in Vendor Row. You can go and get yourself some official UCI 2024 BMX Racing World Championships merchandise. Take those souvenirs home, get those goodies. And we are ready to go, I think. Right, here we go, round 2, about to begin. Moto 104. Okay, drops on Moto 104. Nicholas Yang of the USA right there on the inside. Hill of New Zealand, Verzuto of Ecuador, Hulbert of the USA, Poirier of Canada, Yamamoto of Japan, and my little mate, her hero, Emerson Tucker, riding for the USA, resides in Great Britain. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Going well, his first moto didn't go the way he wanted it to, but he's making up for it now. Nicholas Yang of the USA in there in that 4th spot, but it looks like New Zealand. Hill going well in this one. Yamamoto of Japan in there in 2. Here comes Emerson Tucker to pick up the 3, and the 4 goes to the 77 of Yang. Race 105, Addison Gleig out of Australia in there in about 4th or 5th at the minute. We've got Gonzalez in there at the moment as well. I think he's from Guatemala out there in the lead. The 67 is Nathan Larson of the USA. We've also got Spoor in there from Latvia, Burgos from Bolivia, Gaines from the USA, and Barros from Chile. But it's Guatemala, Gonzalez bringing it to the line. The USA, Larson gonna pick up the 2, and the 16 of Australia, that was Addison Gleig in there in 3. Moto 106 now, Brazil getting involved. That's Oliveira into that second turn, just been swooped by the 48. That belonged to Abruzzi, I think it is, of the USA. USA in there in 3, Mason Fox, Bowen Lindbray also in the mix as well, and Aaron Bayo. And as they head down towards the line, Brazil in there in that second position, but the 48, Abruzzi taking the win with the 52 going through in that 3rd spot, Aaron Bayo. Moto 107, Mason Walmsley of the USA involved in this one, Delgado Ruiz in there as well. The USA going 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the minute, the 66 and the 57. That'll be, let's have a look, Asher King and Matthias Kulke. Matthias Kulke, I think it might be actually. Costa Rica, Liam Delgado Ruiz in 5. But it is the 66 of Asher King crossing the line in Moto 107. 108, Martin Iguez of Ecuador, Reed Workman of the USA, but the young man Terrell Simon out in front doing it for Aruba. The 76 in that 4th spot, that is Reed Workman out of the USA. Levi Penny out of Canada in 5. And then we've got Irusa of Bolivia going through as well, and Rocco Bautista of Australia in there in 6. But Simon of Aruba taking the win. Race 109, these are still your 8-year-old boys. Edouard Marin out of Canada, but he's got a little bit of work to do in the minute because he's chasing down a posse of Americans. And look at the 47 getting involved as well. That's going to be the 47 for Piso out of New Zealand. He's worked his way into the front as they go into the Tissot turn. He's elbow to elbow with the USA riders. Piso's going to take it to the line for New Zealand. Who's going to get the 2? It's going to be the 56. That belonged to Grayson Cox from the USA. Race 110, Bidwell out of Canada, Atria out of Ecuador. I think he's going to lead it into the turn, battling with the Latvian Bogomovzovs in that 2nd spot. The 55 and the 35. That'll be Warren Christiansen and Lieven Belter out of Germany. Christiansen out of the USA. Guinea out of the Australian crew, and Caleb Banda also out of the USA, but Ecuador. Pascal Atria taking it to the line. Latvia taking that 2nd spot. Race 111, Waylon Burnsworth of the USA, Charlie Criss of Canada, Jackson Jones going through as well. The 53 of Burnsworth leading it out. The 73, Helmut Sviss, I think that is, of the USA, Jakob Kernsten of Germany pushing hard as they go down towards that Tissot turn. But it is going to be Burnsworth of the USA. He's going to take that win with his countryman and compatriot in 2.
2 more groups of the 8-year-old challenge boys. Moto number 112. Cortez, Gutierrez, Carrera, Cadena, Cunningham, and Friel coming down the 2 straightaway. USA leading the charge. Everybody chasing them down as they come into turn number 2. Carrera on the top spot, running the show. Cortez out of Guatemala trying to ramp things up down that 3 straightaway. Cunningham trying to get in the mix on the way back through. Colombia trying to find a way to that 3 spot. Oh, there goes USA down low onto the Tissot turn. Coming back to us, locking it down, trying to make it happen. Carrera on the top spot, back to the line. Cortez will get to 2 as they come back home. Cunningham on your 3. Last rack of the 8-year-old challenge boys coming our way. Antonio, Sullivan, Goodner, Mayer, Monegro, Gutierrez driving into the 2nd turn. Sullivan on the top spot. USA sweeping it out of the turn number 2. Where you guys at? Make some noise. Antonio, Goodner working it out with Monegro down the 3 straight into the Tissot turn they go. Coming back at us. It's all USA coming back to the line. They'll lock it into the way back through. Antonio, Sullivan, Goodner, Monegro 9-year-old challenge boys, moto number 114, Sanchez, Mason, Franco, Restrepo, Williams, Sarmiento, and Upshaw in and out of the second turn. The Aussie got the door slammed on him right there. Upshaw gonna try to ramp things back up. Down that 3 straight we go. Sanchez, the Colombian, trying to lead the charge into the last turn. Australia's on the move, trying to kick the door open out of the Tissot turn. Let's see what we got coming down the last straightaway. Restrepo, Franco on the front lines. Rashong on the 2 and the 119 bike. Pick up the 3 as they come back home. Malia, Hooper, Goff, Perron, and Proda, Dos Santos, and Lau charging out of the second turn on the 162 bike. It's all Lau out front. Brazil on the 2. Down the 3 straightaway. Australia trying to make some way through traffic, looking for some low points into the last turn. 115's the moto, out of the line they go. Still got it locked up. It's out. Lau on the top spot, raking a run for it. Down to the line with the 99 bike. We'll pick up the 2. Dos Santos. 116's your moto now to Skell. Mayorga, McConnell, Dixon, Wallace, and Cummings driving into the second turn. France, where you at? Make some noise on the 133 bike. Cassell coming down the 3 straightaway. Got USA chasing him down. Mayorga trying to make it happen going into that last turn. McConnell and Dixon all trying to fight their way through traffic. Australia sits under the 3 spot. Cummins trying to get a low point, locked in. He's making a drive down the side. Back to the stripe, they'll stretch it out. The 164 bike pops it to McConnell at the line as they come back through. Adams, Correa, Kitching, Burgos, Eckel, Wolchik coming into the second turn. South Africa, where are you guys at on the 2 spot right now with the 155 bike? Running the show, Chase Eckel down the 3 straightaway. Keeping things moving on. Adams looking for that 2 spot. Argentina's on the move. Correa into the last turn. Drives it down low out of the Tissot. Coming back down to us. The South African making a run for the line. Back to the stripe we go. 155 bike holds it down as we come back through. Chase Eckel. Morales, Shore, DeRosa, O'Connor. Kakura. And Marroquin down the 2 straightaway. The Kiwi leading the charge with this one as he comes in and out of that second turn. It's all Hendricks on the top spot. Running the show, the Spaniard picking it up on the 2. Morales. Here comes Great Britain. Where are you guys at? Shore trying to make some moves into the last turn. He goes. Ramping it up on the way back through. USA on the move right now. O'Connor, slipped the pedal right there. Straight to the seat. Not the way he wanted to go. Back to the line. The 128 bike will get into the 4 spot. De Rosa out of France. Nakai, Downsing, McLean, Hines, LaBelle, and Murray. More challenge boys in the 9-year-old group as they fired off out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway. Great Britain, where are you guys at? Downsing coming back through. Locks it up out front, way out there getting it done. Hines trying to make it happen with Murray into the last turn. Nakai, Japan, where are you guys at? Make a little noise on the last straightaway. Nakai trying to hold on to a 3 spot, but here comes USA to the line. Nakai holds on to the 2 and the 166, and Murray will get the 4.
Also 120 on track, Mathis Mariette in this one for France, right there in the middle of the pack, but the young man out front, the World 6, Parker Carlson out of the USA, Mariette making his move now, the 151, also out of the USA, Elijah Bock, and he's getting involved with the Bolivian Adrian Ortiz Rojas as they go into the corner. Australia's Jake Mellington in there in 5, and Jonas Lachance of Canada in 6, but the World 6, Parker Carlson taking it to the straight. Mariette might have just hung on for the 2. Race 121, more 9-year-old boys. Markilan Barreau of Canada and Raikalo Latcha, I think that is as well. And it is the 103 of Roman Daniel actually who's leading it out, but look at the pressure coming from the South Americans as they go towards that final corner. Audi Rick of the USA trying to get involved. He's there in that 4th spot at the minute. There is a 3-way drag race as they come down towards the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? It was way too close to call. Moto number 122, Santiago Tomeo Acuna out of Colombia. He's there inside the top 4 right now, but the World 4 of Nicholas Moulton out of the USA is out front and in control. The 114, that belongs to David Valenzuela Perez out of Chile. He's there on that 114 plate, back there in about 5, but pushing hard. And Subriana of Bolivia going through in 6, the World 4. Nicholas Moulton taking it to the line in moto number 122 with the 116 of Cavello tracking him in the 2. Moto number 123 now, Jameson Taylor of the USA, Ken Aoyama, I think that is, of Japan. Easy for me to say. As they go in and out of that Discover South Carolina turn, the 174 and the 170. That'll be Jameson Taylor. The 170 belongs to Mason Shelton. The USA going 1, 2, and 3 at the minute. Australia in there in 4. That's Harrison Cullen on that 84 plate. Can't miss him with that bike and helmet combo as they bring it down towards the line. The 170. Mason Shelton taking the win for the USA. Moto 124, more 9-year-old boys. Ethan Hossat of France out in front, I think, in this one. Rider from the USA chasing him into the turn. That is the 158. That belongs to James Griffith. And the Japanese rider in there inside the top 3, Kazuma Sakin. He's under pressure, though, from another USA rider. That'll be it'll be Hudson Talbot, who's going through as well. And for Zimbabwe, because we know their fans are super enthusiastic, Thomas Hadwick. All right, guys, hope you're having a good time. Moto 125, Ivan Gonzalez Martinez doing it for Mexico. He's in there in that 6th spot right now. The 124 going very, very well. Who's that? That's Benjamin Andrade out of Ecuador. He's going to lead it into the turn, work his way past Kristaps Lucis out of Latvia. And the USA rider going through in 3. That's going to be the 175 of Reed van der Heijden. Moto 126, Colton Caraway, USA in the mix in this one. Daryl Chambe out of Zimbabwe. He's in there in 5 right now. The Colombian rider trying to get involved is Barrios. He's there in that 4th spot. USA going 1, 2, and 3. The 156 and the 161, Elijah Emery. And the 161, Knox Kinsler. 1 and 2 into the turn. The Canadian rider is Lucas Gillespie. But as they head down towards the finish line, who's going to take the win in Moto 126? It's going to be the 156 of Emery. Race 127. Finn Roll. I've got Terceros of Bolivia in there as well. USA leading it through. Hudson McPhee. Is it on the 165? No, it's the 176. That belongs to Reed Waters. He's got Mendoza out of Colombia, the World 5. Right there alongside him, the French rider in there in 4. Mael Moreau in that 4th spot. Drag racing down the final straight. USA, they're going to go 1 and 2. The 176 is going to get it. Reed Waters, and we have carnage on straight 1.
Oh, a big pile up and scramble down the first straightaway. Where are you guys at? Make a little noise for the boys as they're getting back up right now. 128's the moto, 9-year-old challenge, boys. Where you at? New Zealand out of the 2nd turn. Rapati on the top spot. Anderson, Guerra, Geraldo, Romero, and Hunt. Everybody's trying to get back up right there, checking on the Australian rider, and Guerra coming back through, locking it up out front. It's all Rapati on the top spot as we come back down to it. Anderson for Australia picks it up for the 2 on the way back home out of Bolivia. It's going to be Romero driving this one down the line. Everybody's stoked on it right now. That last Tissot turn. Where you guys at? Let's make some noise. Make some noise. We'll bring them home. Always good to see the boys getting up, the girls getting up, all the racers, man, make some noise as they're coming back through. They'll shake it off, they'll regroup, and they'll get back in for that 3rd go-around as they come back down to us. One more time, make some noise for them as they're coming back around. Last rack of the 9-year-old challenge, boys. Moto number 129, Southwell. Morale, Napolitano, Buchholz looking for Bland. And Bornoil in and out of the first turn. Oh, here we go. Ecuador, where are you guys at? Mora on the top spot, running the show. But USA on the outside, trying to dive bomb into that Discover South Carolina turn as they drive it back through the 3 straightaway with the 172 bike. Making it happen, the money man, Southwell, locks it in right there as he's making the charge for the Tissot turn. Got the door closed up again by the Ecuador rider coming back through last straightaway. Tony Shark Napolitano looking for that 2 spot as they drive it back row. Though that's Parker Buchholz coming back to the line in the 83 bike. Thomas Bland for Australia will round out the top 4. Challenge boys, 10-year-olds. 130 is the moto. Great Britain, where are you guys out of the 2nd turn? The number 3 bike, Jacob Anderson. leading the charge down the 3 straightaway, trying to make it happen. Powell, Rojas, Aslan, Sallego, Corrales, and Johns locking it into the last straightaway. Everybody's dicing for position right now as they come back through. It's all Anderson, wire to wire, 3 abreast across the stripe. Looks like the 190 bike might have popped the 2 spot of Ortiz Rojas for Bolivia as they come back around. Howard, Purnell, Williams, Osaka, Managawa, Ferreira, Ransdell. Cranking this one down the 3 straightaway. Williams looking for a top spot. He's trying to get it locked into that last turn. Looking for Australia on the 2. Oh, Canada making a move right there. Oh, got the door closed up tight. On the way back home. Back to us. They'll get this one. The 274 bike gets it done out front as they come back to us. Ransdell on that top spot. Brock Uner, Robles, Peterson, Watson, Olsen, Jackson, Fortsman in and out of the second turn. 255 bike on the front lines running this one. Brock Uner, Robles coming down the 3 straightaway. Great Britain, a Watson. Watson trying to get around the outside. The U.S. boys know how to get around Rock Hill, and they lock the door up on him. Coming down the 3 straightaway. Netherlands looking for the 4. Back to the stripe. Fortsman gets it done. More 10-year-old challenge boys now. Blake, Pinella Velez, Drollet, Nihoda, Parida, Rodriguez, and Babe down the 2 straightaway. The Kiwi on the top spot running this one. Drollet in and out of the second turn with the 214 bike. Colombianos, Pinella Velez down the 3 straightaway. Still cranking things into that last turn. USA, Rodriguez slips back to a 4. Australia onto the 3 spot. Blake driving it for home, looking for a 2 spot. Back to the stripe. Does he have enough to stretch it out? Not quite as we came back through. Moto 133, 134 is your moto. More challenge boys in the 10-year-old group. Harrowfield, Paul, Verzolzo, Gasaway, Gicki, Mayorga, and Grable into the second turn. Down the 3 straightaway. The 4 and the 265 bike running the show right now. Mayorga, Gasaway, Caseley coming down the 3 straight. Getting it ramped up into that last turn. Looking for it. Ecuador, Verzolzo. Picks it up for the 3. The French rider trying to make it happen right now. Langecki coming down the last straightaway. Here comes the run from Paul down the last straight. He's looking for a spot on the way back through. And that's the way it goes. Out of Moto 134, 135 your moto now. Linares, Dighton, Demi, Onslick, Ruiz, Shiley, and Thomas out of the second turn. It's all the 264 bike out front. Just Josh Linares coming down the 3 straightaway. The Czech Republic's on the move right now, trying to get around the outside. Let's see what he's got. Gonna give it a big high-low out of the Tissot turn. Does he carry the drive through the last straightaway? He makes a run for it. Back to the line. He'll lock it up for the 2 spot as they come back through out of Moto 135.
Right, let's have a look. We are on moto number 136. The young man out front on that 206 plate is Raphael Trudel. We've got Connor Hemphill out of Great Britain in there as well. Dexter DeMad, Levin Schultz, Dominic Henderson, Porras of Colombia. As they go in and out of the turn, it is the Canadian who's going to bring it to the line. On that 206 plate, that's going to be Raphael Trudel. Race 137 now, more 10-year-old boys. Dylan Myers, Felix Lazar, Vincente de Brites out of Argentina. He's in there in about 5 at the moment. Titus Williams out of the USA on that, what plate is he on? He's on the 282, but it's Dylan Myers, the world number 5, who is leading it out at the moment. Arayushi Takahashi of Japan in that 4th spot, being pursued by Calderon out of Colombia. But it's Myers bringing it to the stripe in moto number 137. The USA are going to go 1 and 2, pursued by Sacha Levette in 3. Race 138, Caldas of Colombia. We've got McKee and Reeves of the USA. Schaumann of the Netherlands, he's in there in 4 at the moment. Dawson and Susek in there as well. The 275 is the young man in control. That's Knox Reeves out of the USA, but Thomas Susek from the Czech Republic, he's tracking him into that final corner. Schaumann's in there in 4. We've got another USA rider going through in 3. Knox is going to get it. He's going to get it at the line. The 266 in there in that 3rd spot was Traxton McKee. Race 139 still on with the 10-year-old boys. We've got Guarin out of Colombia. The USA are out front with New Zealand's Baden Prescott. In there into the man in control is the 263, and that belongs to Liam Kovacs of the USA. Australia's Cordell Daly's in there as well with Jacoby Leonetti out of Canada, trying to make some moves in that final corner, the Tissot turn. The USA are going to bring it to the line. Prescott, is he going to get him at the stripe for New Zealand? No, he isn't. Race 140, Castillo Ruiz out of Costa Rica on that 217 plate. We've got Jaron Lyronman of Switzerland in there as well. He's inside the top 3 at the minute, battling with the French rider. That's Russo out of France in that second position. Garrett Gio of the USA in there in about 5, with Grant Peterson in the mix as well as they come in and out of that final corner. Possibly a third place for the Swiss rider, chasing the French rider to the stripe as we move on to moto number 141. Teddy Jones in this one doing it for Great Britain. We've got Liam De Vecchi of Italy in there as well. But it's the Colombian leading it into the corner, Zulaga. Zulaga looking good, the 262. That is Hugh Huddleston. Teddy Jones just making his way around the Discover South Carolina turn. Jason Stubbs in there for the USA. Along with Tate Burden of New Zealand. He's there in that third spot, the Colombian. Going across the line, that was Zulaga. Matty Thoen of Belgium in there in 3. This is moto number 142, your 10-year-old boys. We've got the land shark in this one, Ronnie Wood. He's having a great second moto. He's in there in that second spot, doing what he needs to do, the 223. Julian Ventura out of Ecuador in there inside the top 4. Adonis of Guatemala in there as well. But as they bring it down towards the line, Dylan Oklapik in front, taking the win. Ronnie Wood, the land shark, that's a solid second place finish. Race 143, Heston Novotny of the USA, I think, out front and in control. He's looking good. Finley Munro of Great Britain in there in 2. Doing what needs to be done, the 191 in 3s. Andre Alves Toledo of Brazil. The Canadians are in the mix. Gautier and the other Canadian, Liam Foudonnet. For the USA, Heston Novotny. Watch out for that young man later on. Finn Munro picking up a 2.
Aruba out of the first turn, down the second straight, got to be Wooters. Cano, De Bruyne, Tremel, Hashimoto, Hardy, and Mitchell driving this one into the second turn, but it's all Wooters. Hashimoto on the 1-2, down the 3 straight we go. Tremillo ramping things up, trying to find a way into the mix as they keep things going into that last turn. Side by side with Mitchell. The Diesel, Hardy, he's trying to ramp things up on the way back home, but it's all Wooters. Wire to wire. Hashimoto on the 2 spot. Colombianos on the 209 bike. Cano comes back to the stride. Colwell, Murphy, Tapia, Vasquez, Divine, Atria down the 2 straightaway. Got to be the kamikaze. Colwell looking for a top spot. Uh-oh, got left the door open right there. Tapia out of Ecuador down the 3 straightaway. Trying to keep things moving on. More Ecuador riders. Atria rolling it back through into that last turn. The Canadians trying to fight for the 4 spot. Back down the line they go. Back to the stripe. It's Tapia on the front lines. Colwell for the 2. Back to the stripe for the 221 bike. Atria will come back around. Our down riders getting back up. You guys can make some noise for them as they come back through. Jack Devine, Great Britain, where are you guys at? Make some noise over there. Changing up the groups now. Challenge Cruiser men, 40 to 44. Moto 146, Trujillo, Hernandez, Harao, Morin, and Bruna. Into the first turn they go. France, where you at? Make some noise. Morin down the second straightaway. Oh, Canada, looking for that 2 spot. Oh, tire buzzing going on right there. Almost went over the wall. Harao comes down the 3 straightaway. Locks it in with the Colombians right now. Trujillo and Hernandez cranking things up on the way back through. The Argentine rider, Bruna, almost went off track, but saved the day right there as he comes back through shaking his head. He's like, man, that was a close one. Another one downtown, more cruiser men, challenge 40 to 44. Gale, Laurent, Martinez, Tucker, minute into that second turn. Tucker ramping things up, looking for that 2 spot. He knows he's got company coming from the Italian. Down the 3 straightaway. Marco making a move into the Tissot turn, shows him a wheel. Can't seal the deal on the way back through. That's the way it's going to go back to us. The Swiss rider, Laurent, rounding out your top 4 on the way back through. Moto 147. 148 Tremoto out of the first turn, second straightaway. Kinsler, Ballin, Salazar, Suarez looking for it. Fowler and White coming back through. Is that the Mosquito? Where you at, Venezuela? Down the 3 straightaway. Salty, Kinsler, he's looking for a charge on the way back home. See if he can get the Mosquito on the way back through. It's big Justin White on that 3 spot for USA, but it's all Suarez on the top spot, back to the line. Adamoto 148, 149 Tremoto now. Hermits, Sol, Zelinsky, Besson, Torreira, Romero out of the first turn, second straightaway. Colombianos bring this one into turn number 2. Down the 3 straight, the 506 bike. Says adios, amigos. Going down the 3 straightaway. Brazil on the 2 spot. Ramirez trying to hold on to this one. Zelinsky trying to keep the door closed. He knows he's got people knocking all over the place. Coming down the last straightaway, trying to make it happen back to the line. Well, ran out of gas on the way back through. He says, that's all right for a 3 spot. I'm not too bad. Dene, Holub, looking for Andrade, Wag, and Silva. Down the 2 straight into that second turn. Canada, where are you guys at? Dene on that World 7 bike. He's coming down the 3 straightaway. Oh, I know he's been out here doing some training out in Rock Hill lately as he's coming back around. Got it dialed, but there goes the Czech Republic. Where are you guys at down low? Holub coming back through. He's looking for the top spot. Dene closes the door. Back to the line with the 545. A Wag rounding out the top 3. 151 Tremoto downtown. Big shot out of USA as he come around the outside. Got to be Carriazo down the 2 straightaway. Trying to drive this one for home. Coming back through second turn. The Ecuadorian rider coming down the 3 straightaway. Pretel and Colombia working it out. Estevez. Perry on the 4 with the Latvian. Stranson's coming into the last turn, last straightaway. Carriazo, losing a little drive on the way back home. Ecuador take it back through.
Moto 152 on track now. It looks like the French rider out in front. That's going to be Michael Gruazel as they go in and out of that second turn. He's chasing him down. He's got a posse of Colombians after him. The 504 of Pedraza and the 503 Ospina Diaz. Chasing him into that final turn, the Danish rider Rune Arndal. He's in there inside the top 4, and here comes the Argentinian Fuentes chasing him down to the line. Oh, I think the Danish rider picked up a 3. Moto 153, James Hurst, Hernandez of Colombia, Anthony Paul of France, George Andrews of the USA, and Matt Swales getting involved for Great Britain. He's looking for a top 4, makes his move in that corner, battling with the rider from the USA. That's going to be George Andrews. Meanwhile, the Frenchman, Anthony Paul, the world number 1, out in front, taking it to the line. USA chasing into the stripe as they go across in Moto 153. 154. Next moto up, William Howard Johnson of the USA on that 533 plate as they go in and out of the turn. The 546 chases him down. That's his compatriot, David Verne. We've got Borges of Chile, Evans of Australia, Padilla and Martinez of Colombia in the mix as well. But William Howard Johnson crossing the stripe. With a name like that, he could possibly be president. Anyway, moving on, race 155, Nick Post in there for the USA, Luke Manche, Arroyo of Canada, Nick Valencia of the USA, and Marin of Colombia. And it's Arroyo leading it through the Australians in there into Luke Manche. Don't count out Nick Post. He's going to be in there or thereabouts. I think he's working his way into that 3rd spot now. Nick Post, the 539. I'm sure Elise is watching her brother closely. She's taught him everything he knows, apparently. That's what Eric's just said to me. Right, 522 out in front, and the 505, Tariq Asagay. And the, let's use that 505, Rico Rey of Colombia in there in that 2nd spot, USA. Bringing it to the line, Timothy Beach in there on that 523. He's going to go through inside the top 4. Moto 157, Matthew Eaton of Great Britain. He has the hair I can only dream of having. He's out there doing it in that blue jersey of Great Britain. The New Zealand rider on the 519, that's going to be Richard Stratford. Followed by the Latvian, Gert Jonkas. Seen plenty of Gerts on the European Cup scene. He's certainly one rider to watch later on. And the rider going through inside the top 4, that was the Mexican rider, Bustamante. Race 158, Felipe Perez of Chile out there in front. USA rider going through in 2. That's the 541 of Justin Svoboda. Aaron Cox also in there for the USA as well. Michael Meacham, Francis Rusciolo, who took a tumble just before the finish line in Moto 1. Aaron Cox of the USA in there as well. Chile taking the win with Perez Pessoa. As we look at Moto 159 coming in and out of the Shimano turn. USA well represented in this one, 4 riders out of 5. So it just depends on the order that they're actually in. It is the 530 and the 542. Wayne Hardman, Matthew Swap going 1 and 2. The Canadian rider Philippe Verrier in there in 4, trying to spoil the USA party. But it's going to be Hardman and Swap bringing it to the line. The Canadian might have just stolen the 3.
Brazil taking the whole shot right there as they come out of the first turn. Andrade, Ruggles, Burkheiser, Herrera, Damaso, and Manrique in and out of turn number 2. Down the 3 straight on the 480 bike, running it. Luciano Andretti coming down the 3 straight. He's got this one locked up. Manrique on the 2 spot. The Chile rider, Herrera, picks it up for the 3 with USA on the 4. Back through last turn. Coming back to us. Brazilians doing a little shopping on that one, trying to make it towards the stripe with the 540 bike. We'll lock it down. Ruggles coming back to us out of Moto 160. 161 Shimono now. Last group of the Cruiser Challenge men, 40 to 44. Reinhardt, Conde, Salas, Lacoste, Longini, and Morget in and out of that second turn. Longini takes charge with this one. Down the 3 straightaway, hitting the marks nice and smooth on the way back home. Gonna lock it in with the Belgium rider, Reinhardt, on that 2 spot. He's doing a little shopping, coming back at us. Conde Salas out of Mexico, holding on to that 3 spot. He's got company coming from the Frenchman on the 512. Morgay gonna come back to the line for the 4. 9-year-old challenge ladies on course now. 162 is your moto. Cross, Uribe, Ferguson, Swigart, Moonen, Palomaki trying to drive this one down the 2 straightaway. Australia, where you at? Make some noise for Ferguson out of the second turn. On the number 7 bike, Zarate on the 2 spot. Colombianos down the 3 straightaway. USA, Palomaki trying to get in the mix on the way back home. Let's see what she's got on the way through. Locks down for a 3. Belgium rider Moonen cranking things up for that 4 spot. Back to the line they go with the little ladies right there. Challenge girls number age 9. Theo, Nesby, Columbus, Castillo Diaz, Smith, and Shepard out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Shepard's on the move from that 3 spot. Let's see what she can do as she comes into that second turn. But it's all Izzy Smith on the top spot on your 86 bike, down the 3 straightaway. World number 2, Castillo, Diaz, Columbia, locking down the 2 spot of Smiley Kylie. Shepard on the charge right now for USA out of the Tissot turn, trying to crank things up. The Belgium rider holding on to that 4 spot. She's got company coming. Throwing down the last straightaway. France trying to make him run for it. Back to the line of Columbus. Back to us, Moto 163, 164 is your moto now. Ireland, Sunday, George, Rush, Bonami, Akimoto. Into the second turn we go. Ruru, Ireland out front, USA down the 3 straightaway. Gotta be George on the 2 spot. The U.S. riders leading the charge right now. Japan on that 3 spot. Akimoto into the last turn, into the Tissot turn, but it's all Ruru. Ireland on the top spot. She'll run this one down the last straightaway. Got company coming with her on the 73 bike. George takes it at the stripe. Akimoto back to us on the 3 spot with the 88 bike. Rory Sunday will pick up your 4. Gonzalez, Cal, Ruiz, Miller, Edo, and Montgomery in and out of the second turn. 3 straightaway. Momo Montgomery, she's on the charge for home down the 3 straightaway, trying to keep on that low point. Canada chasing her down. Yves Caillot looking for it out of the last turn, but it's all France on the top spot. Hidu coming back down the line. She'll lock this one up with Columbia. Ruiz Segura coming back to the stripe. Momo Montgomery will pick it up for the 3 on for the USA and the 51 bike. A cow for Canada on the 4. Sittering, Nelson, Gain, Duran, Janney, Hardman into the second turn. It's all Charlie Gay on that top spot. She'll keep things driving on for home down the 3 straightaway. Mejia, Duran, Colombia trying to crank it up. Lost a couple on that 2 straightaway. We'll check them out and make sure they're all right. Brazil trying to find a way to the 3. Out of the Tissot turn they go. Coming back to us. We'll see what happens with Rocha. Hardman coming back to the line, but it's all Charlie Gay wire to wire with that one as she comes back around. A quick check on our downriders over there. Making sure everything's all right. I'll tell you what, Rich, just like we talked about yesterday on this track out here at Rock Hill, competition lives here, and I'll tell you what, if you've got to hit all the marks just right all around the course to make your way through. It looks like they're taking one off right now. Where are you guys at? Let's make some noise. Let's make some noise as she's coming off the track. Isabella Miller, Australia. Where are you guys at? Make some noise for your little lady. Samurai Janney, I got that wrong. That's what Janney was at. The one going down there. Sessa, Heiler, Lamelli, Cheek, Menzione. Sarah into the fro. We lost one right there. Oh, Mattis Monday goes down hard, but she's going to get back up. Lamelli, give her some love, but she's coming down to it. Got to be Remy Sessa on the top spot. Your world number 1. She'll drive this one in and out of that second turn. 3rd straightaway. 75 bike. Oh, ripping Rory Heiler. Heiler coming down the 3rd straightaway. Locking it up with Great Britain. Cheek looking for that 3 as they keep things fired off right now. Lamelli's back up on the 2 straightaway. Give her some love on the way back around. Last turn out of the Tissot. Looking for it right now. Becerra, Barone making a charge for the 4. Looking for it back to the stripe. She's going to stretch it out and she'll get it at the line as she comes back through.
All right, motor number 168 heading down the hill. More 9-year-old girls. Vivian Taylor of the USA. We've got Sarmiento of Colombia, Salem of the USA, Perez of Colombia, Lambert of Canada, and Snyder of the USA. As the young lady rolls across the line to a nice round of applause, and we move on to the next moto. And that's Briella Salem out there in front, the 54 and the 58 chasing her down. That's going to be Perez and Sarmiento of Colombia. They are 2 and 3 USA in there in 4 and 6 with the Canadian rider Lambert going through inside the top 5. But Briella Salem of the USA is going to win moto number 168. The Colombians are chasing her down to the line. Here comes the other USA rider. Couldn't get close enough. As we move on, moto 169, you cross windows near past Bishop, McDougall, Munivar and Romanov. In and out of the turn, the Bolivian is out in front. That is going to be Romanov. Where is Holly Bishop? She's in there in 2. When she's not riding a BMX bike, she's involved in a multitude of other sports. USA in there in that 4th spot. Got a feeling that's Brenner Windows. He might be there inside for the USA. Australian rider Lottie McDougall. She's going to pick up a 6. Holly Bishop picking up a solid 3 spot. 170, more 10-year-old girls. 170 Shimoto, Indy Erich of Australia on that 93 plate out there in front, being tracked down by the World 5 and the 132. Kayla Kusch of Switzerland. The 132 is Eleanor Christiansen of the USA. So the USA rider will be looking to make a move in that Tissot turn. We've also got, who else have we got in there? Mia Grant out of New Zealand. She's in there in 4 with the 96 going through. Elaine Schwartz of Australia. Moto 171 still with the 10-year-old girls. Mai Bornu out of France. In there in about 4th spot at the minute. It's Canada and the USA leading it out. The 107 and the 133. The 107, McKenna Moralato of Canada. The 103, Ariel Kelly. In there as well, Sophia Farrell of the USA in there on that 136. And everybody looking good. Cameron Colquhoun of New Zealand, where is she? She's in there just crossing the line on that 129. Moto 172. In and out of that Discover South Carolina turn. It's Koizumi of Japan out there in front. Maisie Egan of Great Britain, solid 4th spot at the minute. Just needs to push hard and chase that Brazilian rider. That's Machado right down into that final turn. Japan in control in this one though. Shiza Koizumi is going to take it to the line. The 144. That's going to be Peyton Spannel in two. Maisie Egan hanging on for the fourth, but being chased by Chelsea Barreau. 173. Daisy Noyola of the USA. She's in this one on that 139 plate, and as I mentioned her name, she's out in front. The world six of Micah Wallace in two. I've got a feeling that's Una Turner of the USA in there in that third position. Zimbabwe going well. That's Alexis Chigumba. The Zimbabwe fans going absolutely wild in the stands, waving those flags. Their rider's going to finish inside the top 5. Madison Eckstein of the USA inside the top 4. Race 174 still with the 10-year-old girls. Luna Besson of France out in front, the 119 and the 94. Chasing her down, the 94 is Sierra Gibson of Australia. The 119 is Portilla out of Colombia. Moves being made now, the Canadian rider Kenley Holiday getting involved as well. Nicole Kriz in the mix too. Is Busson going to hang on to the final strike? Yes, she is. Besson taking it at the line with Colombia in there in two. Moto 175, Annabelle Anderson of the USA. And we've got Noelle Carbo of France, who's looking like she's going to be in that second position as they come out of the Shimano turn. Riley Ozleski of the USA in there as well. And we've got Amory de Vera also going through, the Colombian in there in 3. That's the 118, Noah Ramirez Lugo. She's in that third spot. Australia's Lily Webster pushing hard as well. But as they come in and out of the turn, the USA are going to pick up the win. And that is going to be the World 7 of Amory de Vera taking it at the line.
More challenge girls, age group number 10, 176 is your moto out of turn number 1. Colombianos, where you guys at? Make some noise down the 2 straightaway. The ladies leading the charge right now on the 120 and the 112 bike, keeping things moving on right down the 3 straightaway. Got to be Perez. Locking it down the 3 straightaway. Hidalgo keeping things moving on. The Dutchy rider, Jansen on the 3 spot. The battle for the 4 with Canada coming back to France. Down the line we go. Let's see what happens with St. Pierre. She drives it back to the stripe. Looks like France going to lock it in for the 3. Back to the line of Selin. Minima, Palomaki, Urena, Salcido, Juarez, Archibald, Falcone, and Elton into the second turn. USA leading the 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come down the 3 straightaway. Ladies getting it on lock right now as they go. Falcone, Elton, Palomaki, Urena into the last straightaway. The Dutch rider and the Columbia trying to find a way to that top spots as they keep things going on. Rocking this one down the line. Salcido comes back to the stripe. She'll go with the back to me and get it done out of Moto 177. Cruiser ladies challenge 17 to 29 as we switch up classes coming out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway. The 835 bike running the show right now. McKenna Martin for the love of the sport as she goes down the 3 straightaway. Christensen, Rossman Smith, Birdie, Kaczynski, and Fuchs trying to drive this one home, but nobody's touching Martin on the drive to the line. Back to us, going to go with the 3 bike to the stripe out of Denmark. Christensen will get it done on the 2. 179 Samoto, more cruiser challenge ladies, 17 to 29. Shizawa, Elder, LaVoice, Douglas, Ricky, Robin, and Kelly. Oh, take it upstairs with the ladies right now, down the 3 straightaway. Douglas trying to keep things going on. Elder looking for it into the last turn. It's USA 1, 2, 3. Great Britain on the 4. Shizawa down the last straight. They'll lock this one in along the way. The 333 bike, 833 of Mia Kelly, the pilot. She'll come back to the stripe. Out of Moto 179. 180's your moto now. Martin, Potter, Tassar, Reed, Elker, Barrett, Elwood into the second turn. Down the 3 straightaway. Looking for that 2 spot right now. Got to be Briella Barrett. She's not average. She's a little savage coming down the 3 straight. She's going to lock this one in. Boston Reed for the 3 spot. Out of the last straight to lock it down. Ava Potter. Nice little tap manual with her as she comes down the last straight for Australia. Picks it up on the 4. 181 Tremoto now. Zatelli, Bensayan, Stagg, Lacoste, Palmer, Alexandra, Martinsova coming down the 2 straightaway. Way up top with USA on that one as she comes in and out of the second turn. 3 straightaway. The wild child, Mackenzie Palmer down the line. The Slovakian though, she's got a little bit of juice, a little bit of horsepower. She comes back at us out of the Dissot turn. She'll lock it down for the 2 spot out of Slovakia. Coming back to the stripe, but it's on the world number 1 on the Kos. Back to the line, and she'll take it back through. Another one coming our way, coming down to it. Martin, LaCroix, Kavner, Dickey, Foster, Sifford, Bacal into the second turn, down the 3 straight. The Kiwi drives it around the outside, takes it upstairs, hits the marks. Martin down the 3 straightaway. She takes command into the Tissot turn. Back through last straightaway, battling for that 4 spot. France trying to get in the game right now, but it's USA on the 2, 3, 4. Back to the line with the 828 bike coming back to me. Abram, Penland, Milani, Marin, Munoz, and O'Neill cranking this one into that second turn. Cruiser men challenge 30 to 34 as we change up the classes. Argentina, Abram on the front lines. Chile trying to make it happen. The Brazilian drives it in hard, shows him a wheel, testing the waters out as he comes back down the last straightaway out of moto 183.
Right, let's take a look who's in this one. This is the 379 out in front. Matthew Blake got caught unawares then because there was only 3 riders on track. We've got No Giovanni Novo of the USA. Unfortunately took that tumble in the earlier moto. We wish him the best. We hope he's all right. But Australia bringing it to the stripe. Matthew Blake, the 403 in there in 2. That was Evan Gresham with Mitchell Macarari in 3. Moving on. 30 to 34 men. This is moto number 185. Canada and Australia going 1 and 2. Ludovic Seri and Joshua Nash. But Nash is under pressure now as they come towards that Tissot turn. In and out we go. The USA trying to dive underneath. Seri's going to take it to the line. Is the USA rider going to make it in? It's going to be the World 3 of Brendan Buisseau out of the USA, stealing that second place finish. Race 186. Nick Alejandre, Kevin Luna, Stephen Healy, Tyler Schutz, and Marshall Higgins. France out front, that is Kevin Luna on that 394 plate, the 405 and the 413. That's going to be Marshall Higgins and Tyler Schutz. They're going 2 and 3. And the rider in there in 4, who's also from the USA, but they are all chasing the Frenchman down to the finish line. Race 187, Botero of Colombia, Suazo of Mexico, Yazoo of Bolivia, Gallon of France, and Cuppy of the USA. And it is Cuppy out there in front on the 399. The Mexican rider chasing him down. Suazo into that final turn. He's got the inside line into the Tissot turn, just about takes it. The Bolivian tries to dive underneath. Cuppy's chasing him down the final straight. It's going to go Mexico, USA, Bolivia. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. Also 188. Anjabo of France, Palacios of Ecuador. And it looks like Palacios is the man out in front with Restrepo Ortega of Colombia in there into the World 8. Kevin Anjabo of France going through in 3. The Latvian rider in 4. That's going to be Robert Tremanis. But it's Ecuador bringing it to the finish line. It's going to be Palacios taking the win from Restrepo Ortega. Race 189, Curtis Schuck of the USA. Carlos Arejo of the USA as well as they go into that second turn, and it is the 412 out in front. Curtis Schuck looking good. French rider in there in 4, Johan Licor, and we've got Ortiz Mancilla in there as well for Bolivia. He's back there in 5. The Colombian has stolen the lead away from Schuck. Colombia going to the line. That's Granado Duque taking the winning moto 189, 190. Is your moto on track. Kevin Van Bentham out in front in this one. We've got Benjamin Rondeau of France as well. Vincent Huse going through as well. 2 Netherlands riders inside the top 3, and it is Vincent Huse out in front. Benjamin Rondeau into Kevin Van Bentham of the Netherlands in 3. The USA back there in 4. We've got Roger Golden, Luis Dominguez, and Johnny Arnaud of France. Who's going to get in the stripe? The World 7 gets it. Benjamin Rondeau taking the winning 190. Oh, USA rider dropping it on the final straight. Not sure who that was. It was the 402 of Roger Gould. And as we mentioned his name, 2 more riders go down in the next moto. Who's the rider from Chile, Concha Rivas, who hit the deck along with the Colombian rider. That was Salimento Garcia. Meanwhile, as they come down towards the line, Rick Bock is going to take the winning moto number 191, followed by the 436. I have no idea what's going on. 3 motos, 5 riders hitting the deck. It's all getting very messy. American gentleman who went down the stripe. Not sure who he was. Got a feeling it was Hunter Vogan, but we were about to find out. It's like everybody started crashing out of sympathy. Let's hope he's okay, whoever he was. Next up will be Moto 192.
Just a quick check for you guys. Anyone parked in one of the 43 RV spaces that did not pay for the RV space will be towed in 30 minutes. Once again, if you're parked up there in the RV spaces and you haven't paid to be in the RV spaces, they will tow you in about 30 minutes. So you might want to get over there and get your stuff moved. The Chilean rider coming back out of the last straightaway, running it out. Where are you guys at? Let's make some noise for him. Let's make some noise for him as he comes back through. Boy, like we were talking about earlier, Rich, you got to hit those marks. Down rider back up over here. And as we saw in those last couple of motos coming through with the big boys right there, the track jumped up and bit them a couple of times, but looks like they're all walking off right there. So where are you guys at, Rock Hill? Let's make some noise for them as they're coming back through.
Yep, Tim Knapp of the USA. Tim Knapp even walking away. That's glad to see. Good.
Welch, Corbello, Morris, Castro, Bolani, Damore, and Norris. Gotta be the big cat, Jason Morris on the top spot as he'll drive this one down the 2 straightaway. Keeping things going on. Venezuela looking for the 2. Salcido in and out of the second turn, 3rd straightaway. The Frenchman trying to crank things up along the way. Damore looking for it into the last turn. The Tissot, he keeps the door locked up though. The Venezuelan rider, a Salcido down the last straightaway, shopping for his 4th spot. The Brazilian gonna bring this one back through. Oh, the South African as he comes back home. Duke Norris will pick it up on the way back through Moto 192. More challenge cruiser men, 35 to 39. Hunter, De Costa, Deron, Ledoux, Vinner, Nye, and Eslin in and out of the second turn. Brazil makes some noise down the 3 straightaway. De Costa y Silva down the 3 straight, locking this one up. France on the 2 spot, keeping things going on. De Royne into the last straightaway. The U.S. riders all jockeying for some low points on the way back. A little bonk on the 463 back to the line of Vinner. We'll pick it up for the 3, and the 4 will go to the 452 of Ledoux. More challenge cruiser men, 35 to 39, side by side into turn number 2. Oh, a little jam up right there. Ampuiso in and out of the 447 and Dom in and out of the second turn, 3rd straightaway. Getting it ramped up right now. Mesquita, Silva out of Brazil, out of the last turn. Dropped one off going into that last turn right there, trying to make a move down low. Phillips tried to show him a wheel, couldn't seal the deal on the way back home, but he gets back up, give him some love. Gillard, Arancibia, Delport, Sutton, Borjos, Lassus, and Smith into the second turn, 3rd straightaway. Oh, the Frenchman trying to go 1 and 3 right now. Brazil on that 2 spot as they keep things locked in going to that last straightaway. Deleuze, left the door open a little bit right there. The Frenchman trying to ramp things up down the 3 straightaway on the 4-bike. Comes back to the line, he'll get it. Gallard will get the 2 back to the stripe with Brazil on the 3. More challenge cruiser men down the 2 straightaway. Wheeler, Trejo's, Brittle, Adam, St. Pierre, Garrard, Iglesias down the 3 straight. The dark horse, Willett. He throws a little style to the Frenchman coming down the 3 straightaway. He says, take that, bringing it back around. Girard, trying to show him a wheel. Australia trying to make it happen to Adams down the last straightaway. He'll lock it in for that 3 spot back to the line. We'll go with the 437 bike for your 4. Holmes, David, Bosco, Alvarez, Salazar, Luby down the 2 straight. We go into the second turn. France on the top spot, lead the charge down that 3 straightaway, locking it in for that 2 spot. We'll see what's going on with this one. Got to be Holmes. Holmes bringing it back around. Uncle Hot Rod, Bosco, he's trying to slip into that 4 spot as they come on back down the line. Colombianos back to the stripe and slide in for the 3, or the 2 of Salazar. More challenge cruiser men, 35 to 39. Galati, Friels, Ross, Wei Tiong, Newman, Correa, and Liddell. Lickety split, trying to crank things in and out of that Rock Hill turn. On the Cobra, Cody Friels down the 3 straightaway, locking it in. Argentina out front, running the show. Agustin, Diego coming back through. He's got it locked up with Brazil on the 2 spot. Correa coming back down the low. He gets loose right there. Back to the line. Friels comes up on a 2. Liddell for the 3. And the 424 bike, Wei Tion comes back to us. back to the challenge. 8-year-old ladies now. Greer, Leaper, Francisco, Salmon, Quispy, Wolf, Morale, and Daly down the 2 straightaway. Locking the top spot up. Henley, Greer. Greer coming back at us in and out of the second turn. Boo the Beast coming down the line. Trying to lock this one up. Ecuador all over the place. Trying to keep the door closed up. But USA coming in hot with authority into the Tissot turn. The ladies trying to take it over right now. Turbo, Tegan, Leaper locks it in, coming back through. USA, where you at? Make some noise, back to the line.
Moto number 200 on track. Skylar Orn from the USA into Swishman, Alexis Southwell. And Maya Gonzalez in there as well. Galejo, Brown, Fisher, and Sanchez out of Spain. So there's more USA riders than I can shake a stick at in Moto number 200. Who's leading it out? We've got a 40, a 37, and a 29. The 40 is Alexis Southwell. The 30 is Amia Gonzalez. The 29 is Samantha Galejo as they head down towards the Tissot turn. In and out we go. Alexis Southwell of the USA. She's going to take the win in Moto 200 as Moto 201 heads towards that Shimano first corner. Gutierrez of Colombia, Jean of Peru. We've got Vaquero of Colombia in there as well, with Snova, Holiday, McKee, and Seifert of the USA. Teolis of Canada in the mix as well. It's the 36 and the 33. Tenzin McKee, the 33 of Marley Holiday. Those young ladies are 1 and 2 at the moment. The Colombian Trilo Baquero in there in that 3rd position as they go in and out of the turn with a compatriot chasing her down. That's going to be the other Colombian, Rodriguez Gutierrez, as they take it to the line. USA still trying to get involved with a 4th swap, and that was the 39 of Reese Nova. Race 202, Mia Colston, Erilyn McGinley in this one. Sabreda of Colombia going through as well with the 35 and the 32 are out front. That is McGinley and Hart. They're going 1 and 2. The Colombians in there in 4. That's going to be Granados Sabrera and Elisa Dautel out of Germany trying to get involved as they go in and out of the final corner. Looks like the USA are going to pick up that 1 and 2. The 35 taking it at the line was Erilyn McGinley. Moving on, we are changing categories. 30 to 39 cruiser women in and out of the turn. The world number 5 that belongs to Erin Jones being chased down by the 850 of Anne Mockink out of the Netherlands. Canada, Marion Lede in that 3rd position. USA have got another rider in the 4th. Here comes the Dutch rider at the stripe. Is she going to get it? No, she isn't. The world 5 of Erin Jones taking the win in Moto 203. Germany's rider with those that slightly skew with handlebars, making her way off track. That is Melanie Mayer. Race 204, Courtney Martin in this one for the USA, Miki Ibata of Japan, and Daniela Cifuentes of Chile. She's in there in that 3rd spot as they come out of the first turn, but it's the rider from Japan, Miki Ibate, who's going to lead it into the turn. The world number 7 from last year in Glasgow, being tracked down by the world 8 of Lorianne Bosk. The 859, that is Courtney Martin going through. Christina DeLuca is in there as well. She's on that 854 plate. Brandy Tabor on the 862. Ibate bringing it to the line. Ibata to the line. Bosk in there in 2. Is Chile going to get the 3? I think they did. Cifuentes. Race 205, let's have a look. We are looking for Michelle Stupple of Great Britain inside the top 5 at the moment. Tony James is in and out that first turn in front. There's 2 Americans chasing her down. The 852 and the 853. Taylor Benzinger and Rachel Blackwell getting involved. Nicole Thompson for Australia. She's in that 4th spot at the moment. But it's Tony James out of New Zealand who's going to take the win in Moto 205. Michelle Stupple picking up that 5th place. Race 206, Michelle Hinson of the USA on that 858, but it's the French rider, the World 3, Carla Ortiz, who's leading into the corner. No, she's been passed by Camille Fontaine. It is Hinson in that 3rd spot, the 855. That belongs to Abby Ellerton in there in 4. But it's France and Chile going 1 and 2. France getting in the strike. The World 2 of Fontaine, followed by the World 3 of Ortiz. I have a feeling that's moto round 2 wrapped up.
Yeah, as we're getting ready to lock in for round number 3, one more quick announcement. Anyone parked in one of the 43 RV spaces that did not pay for the RV space will be towed in about 25 minutes. So make sure you guys get over there. If you parked in the wrong spot, you better get over there quick. They're calling the hook on you. Let's get ready to go. Round number 3. Are you guys having fun yet, Rock Hill?
I also know there's some watch parties going on around the world. All the guys at Mid-Lancs BMX in California, back in Great Britain.
Yeah, I just heard that they opened
stream.
up the VIP area. So if you want to get up there, they've got 50 spots available. You get on over there, go see the folks at Rock Hill and get your spot. You're ready to go. Round 3 on deck. Here we go. Back into it, challenge boys, 8-year-olds, moto number 207, Tucker Cunningham, Workman, Piso, Jones, Gellick, out of the first turn, down the second straightaway, the Kiwi on the top spot, Piso coming down the 2 straightaway, Thor laying the hammer down with this one as he drops into turn number 2, coming back down the 3 straightaway with the 58 bike on that 2 spot. Cunningham working it out. Workman sitting on the 3. USA trying to keep them things going on that 4 spot. The Aussie, though, on the charge for home into the Tissot. Oh, we lost Piso. Oh, the hammer fell down. A Thor coming down the last straightaway. Oh, the Aussie on the move back to the line. Let's see what he can do. Gellick going to get the 3 back to the stripe, the 74 bike. Tucker rounding out your top 4 as they come back in. As like I said before, if you guys are just tuning in on the webcast, thanks for tuning in with us right here at Rock Hill, South Carolina. Round number 3, boys 8-year-old challenge coming down the 3rd straightaway. Colke, Rodriguez, Spix, Mayer, Duran, Atria, Drolet locking it down out of the last turn. USA on the top spot as they run this one back down the last straightaway. Coming back to us, the 73 bike. Helmet, Spix. Spix on the top spot with the 40 bike out of Guatemala. We'll pick up the 2 with Duran Cortez. 209 Germoto now. Cardenas, Goodner, Belter, Bale, Cox. Barrios sitting out of the second turn. 3 straightaway with the 56 bike out front. Bale running the charge. The Chilean rider coming down the 3 straight. Mandaka, Barrios trying to make it happen, but USA dive bombing into the Tissot turn. Uh-oh, he closed the door up on him. Chile locks in for that 2 spot. Back to the 3 we go. Coming back down the line. Who's got that one locked in back to the stripe? On the 62 bike will come back to us. So Goodner locking that one up with the 52 on the 4, Aaron Bale. Checking on a couple of down riders over there right now, making sure everything's all good. Yeah, I just got word that over at Source BMX out there, Nick Long's got a little giveaway going on. So if you hit up Vendors Row out there, go check out the captain, Nick Long. He's always got some goodies, Rich. I'll tell you what, man. He's got a treasure chest full of goodies, the captain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just likes to look after the fans.
That's what he's all about, the love of the game. You know what I mean? The captain, Nick Long. Out there at Source BMX. So if you guys get out in Vendors Row, check it out. If you want to get up onto the VIP deck, they've got 50 spots available. Go check it out over at the Rock Hill main building and see what you can do to get in the mix right there. Uh-oh, little carnage going into that first turn. We'll get those guys checked out right away. 210 Zamoto, Latvia leading the way, but Mosos coming back into it, in and out of the second turn. Mateo on the top spot with the 69 bike. Monegro coming down the 3 straightaway. USA running the show right now as they come back through. Fox, Carrera, Kirsten, and Aarons went down on the front straightaway. We'll get him checked out. We'll see what's happening on that last straightaway as they come back through. Charging hard on the way back home, looking for it on that 2 spot. How about the 60 and the 61? We'll round it out as they come back to us. Well, Mason Fox and Parker Gaines. Get our downriders checked out on that first straightaway. And like we were saying before, make sure you make your way out to Vendors Row. All kinds of good stuff going on out there. All kinds of different booths going down, so make sure you check it out. Hit up UCI Racewear and get those event t-shirts before they're gone this weekend. Don't want to miss out on those.
If you haven't got enough Team USA gear, make sure you get on over there. They just re-upped last night. So if they didn't have it yesterday, they probably got it today over at Raceway. One more time, a round of applause for all the riders coming off the course right there. Give them some love on the way through. Big snaps right out of the middle. USA, Lindberry looking for a hole shot down into turn number 1. Christensen trying to crank this one up. Burnsworth and Escalona. Oh, the War Dog in the house, man. Fresh off the injury, right into the game for the World's races. He come down the 2 straightaway, locking it up out front. Burnsworth driving it back home, in and out of turn number 2. Burnsworth, Escalona, 1-2, the 55 and the 68 bike. Coming back at us, Christensen. War Dog picks it up on the 3s. They're coming back around with Lindberry. USA on the top spots. Where are you guys at? Make some noise on the way back home. Poirier coming back through for Canada on the 4s. They come back around. Valverde for Bolivia. Oh! Lost one right there. Lindberry goes down. We'll get him checked out. He's going to get back up. Make some noise for him, you guys. Get him back up. Batista, Hobart, Erickson, Lopez, Marin, Bidwell, Delgado. The beast, Bidwell in the house. He's trying to drive out of the second turn, trying to get things going on down the 3 straightaway. Aruba's on the charge for home. Into that last turn we go, coming back to us. He get these guys going on. Holbert looking for that top spot. He's got it wrapped up right there. Coming back at us. Erickson, Aruba slips in for the 2. Back to the line with the 28 bike. Out of Colombia, Lopez Candina. 2:13's your moto now. Here we go with Gutierrez, Marquez, King, Gonzalez, Yamamoto, Chin, and Bastillos, Burgos. Into the second turn. Who's got the top spot? In and out. We're going to go on the 39 bike. Where you at? Guatemala! Gonzalez on the trot line. He's running the show. USA on the 2 spot. King keeping things charged up into that last turn. Where you at? Japan on the 3. Yamamoto cranking this one out of the Tissot turn. Back down the last straightaway. Colombianos. Marquez coming back to the stripe, and he'll get the 4 locked in. 2:14's the moto. Another racket challenge. 8-year-old boys. Tobias, Cleany, Sullivan, Abruzzi, Berzozzo, Johnson, and Eakes into the second turn. Looking for that top spot, the 48 bike. Running the show right now. Sly, Mackay, Abruzzi down the 3 straightaway. Sullivan on the 2 spot. Charging hard right now. Colombia locking it in for the 3 of Gutierrez. Flores ramping it up into that last turn. Australia's on the move, looking for a low point. Let's see what he can do on the way back through. Guinea coming down the last straightaway. He's charging for home. Locks in another low point as he comes back through. He'll take the 5.
Right, moving on, Moto 2-1-5 on track. The 8-year-old boys, Madden Atherton of the USA. And this one looks like the Brazilian rider. That's De Oliveira leading it out at the moment. Under pressure from Farrell. Simon from Aruba. The Latvian rider going through in 3 is Rojspor. And inside the top 4 is the 50. That belongs to Madden Atherton, but he's been tracked down by Mason Walmsley. Also out of the USA as well. Brazil still leading it in and out of the turn. Simon of Aruba's trying to pick him off down that final straight. De Oliveira holding on just as they come towards the line. Who's going to get into the straight? De Oliveira from Simon. Spurs of Latvia in 3. Moto 2-1-6. Banda, Penny, Ozlowski, Larson, Kwiatkowski, Novi and Chris. All in this one. Caleb Banda doing it for the USA as they head down towards turn number 2. Charlie Chris of Canada is that young man in the second spot, being tracked down by the 67 of Nathan Larson. Larson's in the 3rd. It's the 70 of Ace Novi leading it out though for the USA. Novi out in front. Chris of Canada in there into Kwiatkowski of Germany, pushing hard as well, giving it his all as they come down towards the line. Is Novi going to hold on to it? Yes, he is. Is the other USA rider going to steal it at the line? I don't think he did. Race 2-1-7. Ethan Shaw out of Great Britain right there on the inside. battling away with Wanangera of Australia, and getting in the mix as well is the rider from Argentina, Belzario Correa. But it's Ethan Shaw of Great Britain out in front at the moment on that 137 plate. Who's got the 4? That is the 166. The 166 is Dax Murray out of the USA. Deegan Dixon in there as well on that 154 plate. But Ethan Shaw of Great Britain, he's going to take it to the line. Kazari is chasing him to the stripe. Great moto from Ethan Shaw. Race 218, more 9-year-old boys. Charlie Dowson of Great Britain in this one. He's picking up a whole shot as well. So suddenly the British contingent have come alive. Josiah Franklin of the USA is in the mix to be all. And the Australian rider in there in 3 is Harlan Anderson. Dowson having a quick look just to see where the competition is, and the answer is they are right on his back wheel. They are chasing him into the Tissot turn. Mendoza of Colombia, Wallace of New Zealand, De Rosa of France, and Audi Rick, I think, going through in that 5th position. As we move on to moto number 219, Samson McLean, Thomas Fadwick out of Zimbabwe. He's there inside the top 4. The flags are waving up in the stands. It's Ecuador out in front. That's Ayala Mora in that top spot, the 145, doing it for New Zealand's Hendricks Kahukara. Sorry, I do apologise for that slightly sketchy pronunciation. Jonas Lachance of Canada on the 107, but it looks like the USA are going to go 1-2, and it's the 150 of Cash Adams crossing the line out in front. Race 220, Rory Upshaw of Australia on the inside, but Logan O'Connor of the USA is working his way into a hole shot in that Shimano turn. The Colombian rider, that's Santiago Tomeo Acuna in 3. The Canadian in 4 is Samson Erb. We've got Daryl Shambe in there as well for Zimbabwe, and Riker Lolacha of Canada as well. He's on that 108. So the Canadians 4 and 5 at the minute. The Australian rider Rory Upshaw looking good in and out of the Tissot turn. Pressure coming from Logan O'Connor. Looks like he's going to hold it to the line and take the win. Moto 221, Landon Mason of Australia there in gate number 2. We've got Blake Mellier out of Ireland in there as well. The Irish contingent small in number, only 6 riders out of Ireland in this entire World Championships, but they're going to do their best to make their presence felt, and Blake's in there in 5th at the minute as they go in and out of the turn. Mason Southwell on the 172, the World 6 of Parker Carlson in there in 2nd, the 156 of Elijah Emerley going through in 3. Blake Mellier just been shuffled back a little bit by the Australian rider Landon Mason. So it's the USA going 1, 2, 3 and 4. 172 Mason Southwell taking the win. A great effort though by Blake Mellier of Ireland. Moto number 222. Jake Mellington of Australia in there in 4th. Justin Bourgeois of Canada. Jackson Rapati of New Zealand. He's in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down Ethan Hossat of France. Canada in there in 3, the 111 of Carter Rodeniza. Perot also going through, Marc-Yvan Perot of Canada as well. So Canada well represented in Moto 222, but it looks like Hossat and Rapate are going to go 1 and 2 at the line.
223 Shimano headed down into the Shimano turn number 1 with more challenge boys, age group number 9, Milligan, Buchholz, Cummins, Grazzini, Williams, and Perron out of the first turn down the 2nd straightaway. Columbia leading the charge as they get things going on into that 2nd turn. It's all Corvello. Corvello running the show in and down to turn number 2, down the 3 straightaway. 152 bike. Parker Buchholz on the move, got the door closed up. The Aussie trying to drive it on the outside down the 3 straightaway. Trying to get things going into that last turn. Coming back through. Williams on the move right now. Looking for a low point, but it's all Columbia on the top spot. Corvello down the last straightaway, ramping it up back to the line with Parker Buchholz going to get the 2 in the 85 bike. Ralph Cummings coming back to the line. He'll pick up the 3. Eckel, Rojas, Cooper, Mayorga, Lucis, and Rocha looking for some top spots right now. USA leads the charge down the 2 straight. Got the top spot locked in right now. Going to be Chase Eckel on the 155 bike. He's running this one back through. Latvia, where are you guys at? Make some noise. Lucis coming down the 3 straight. Australia ramping things up into that last turn, but the battle for the 4 spot continues into the Tissot turn. Bolivia goes down low with the U.S. rider trying to crank things up along the way. Rojas looking for that 1 coming back to the line. He'll slip back to the 5. The 163 bike will get the 3 on Mayorga. More 9-year-old challenge boys. 225's the moto now. Lau, Castillo, Hunt, Anasiba, Sondergaard, and Machucha coming out of the first turn down the 2nd straightaway. Ecuador, where are you at? Castillo on the front lines. He'll run the show in and out of the Discover Rock Hill turn down the 3 straightaway with the 162. Jay Lau cranking things up, doing a little shopping down the 3 straight. Trying to get into the Tissot turn on the way back out. Got the door closed up tight right there as they come back around. In and out we go. Chile rider getting it done on that 3 spot. Salvador coming back to the line. He'll lock it up with the 159 bike. A Cooper Hunt will come back for the 4. LaBelle, Bach, Arias, Salazar, Taylor, Pacheco, and Goff down into turn number 1. USA got the whole shot out of the Shimano turn down the 2 straightaway, trying to take it with a little bit of charge and authority into turn number 2. Got to be Taylor. Taylor bringing this one back in and out of the 2nd turn. 3 straight we go with the 3 bike. Taylor, Salazar, 1-2 down the line. We go into that last turn. Elijah Bach trying to hold on to a 3 spot, battling it out with Australia, going into turn number 3. Out of the Tissot turn. Uh-oh, here comes Australia on the move right now. USA slips into a 2 spot, but Colombia comes back at him and stretches it at the line as they come back to us out of Moto 226, 227 Zamoto. More challenge boys, 9-year-old Daniel Kinsler, Romero, Moulton, Martinez, Valencia. Out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Who's got that top spot locked in? Got to be Moulton on the World 4 plate. Driving it out in turn number 2. Down the 3 straight we go. Oh, Canada trying to make it happen right now. Daniel got a pretty good shot with this one. Got Colombia all over the back door, though. Valencia trying to kick it open. Into the Tissot. He goes down low. Comes up with the 2 spot, but Canada battles right back to him. Down the 3 last straightaway, back to the line. Canada, Colombia, USA going to be Kinsler. Knocks the Fox, will pick up the 4. Gallego, Barnall, Griffith, Marquin, Kitchie, and Nakai out of the first turn. Down the 2nd straight, USA leading the way, coming back at us. Griffith on the top spot. He's got this one locked in, going in and out of that 2nd turn. 3 straight they go. The little man from Japan picking it up on the 2. Nakai, the little ninja, down the 3 straightaway, cranking things up. Great Britain, Kitching, trying to hold on to a 3 spot. They'll drive it back home, single file on the way through with France on the 4. Aboard Noyle coming back down the last straightaway. He'll lock it in, and that's the way it'll go. South Africa trying to get the whole shot. Where are you guys at? Make some noise, South Africa. Out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Daniel Volen got it locked in right now as he's driving this one. Got USA knocking on the back door, in and out of the Discover South Carolina turn. They go down the 3 straightaway. Cranking things up. McConnell looking for it. And Prota looking for it at the top spots. They'll try to lock this one in with Talbot in and out of that last turn, but nobody's touching. South Africa out front running this one back home. Volen coming back to the line. He'll ramp it up back to the stripe with the 164. McConnell will pick up your 2. Out of Moto 229. 230's your moto now. Napolitano, Medina, Morales, Hines, McPhee, and Caraway. Driving into turn number 1, looking for the Spaniard, Morales on the top spot as he drives this one back down the 2nd straightaway. Where are you at, Spain? Coming down the 2 straightaway. He's got it locked in with Colombia. Medina in and out of turn number 2. Down the 3rd straight they go. The 165 bike on the charge right now. Hudson McPhee. McPhee trying to get the low point, driving into the Tissot turn. Can he get the door open? Can't quite show him a wheel and seal the deal on the way back home. And locking in for the 4 spot as they come back through. Going to be Hendricks Hines. Hines will come back and drive it back to the stripe, and he'll pick up the 4.
Right, Muscle 231, Perez of Chile in this one. He's in there in that third position right now. We've got Dos Santos of Brazil getting involved with the French rider, Robin Tacucel, who's going to lead it into the Discover South Carolina second turn. In and out we go, the 119. That belongs to Isaac Restrepo Franco of Colombia. He's in there in fourth. The Ecuadorian rider, Benjamin Andrade, going through in five with Finroll of Canada in there in six, but it's Tacucel of France bringing it to the line. Here comes the Chilean rider and the Brazilian. It's going to be a close finish. Chile picking up the two, and that was Valenzuela Perez. Moto 232, Lucas Gillespie, Reed van der Heijden of the USA, Ken Ayama of Japan, Maël Moreau of France, Subriana of Bolivia, and Kazuma Sakine of Japan. And Japan battling into the turn with the Bolivian, the French rider just there right behind. And that belongs to Maël Moreau. Maël Moreau on the outside looking for a way through. He's gone from third to second. Can he pick up the first? Oh, he's made his move as the Japanese rider. Look at this, Ken Ayama taking the win in moto number 232, and the Frenchman just picking up that second spot. That was Maël Moreau. Race 233, Dominic Henderson from Canada in this one, Santiago Ornes from Guatemala, Walker Babe, Cohen Purnell, and Liam Fudonis from Canada, and Noah Robles from the USA. And it is Noah out in front on that 277 plate, looking good. The 202, Cohen Purnell in that second position. Plenty of Canadian representation in moto number 233. And Santiago Ordonez of Guatemala, he's in there in five, but it's Noah out of the USA taking the win. All right, moto 234, as we look at the guys heading into the turn. Now it's the USA out in front, I think. Yeah, that's going to be Terrell Addison Jr. Terrell Addison Jr. taking the lead, and he's working his way around turn number 2, but look who's tracking him down. The Land Shark, Ronnie Wood out of Great Britain, had a good second moto. He's looking for a good third one as well, but he's got Baden Prescott right there with him. Oh, Wood's threaded the needle and gone between the pair of them. Addison Jr., but Ronnie Wood, is he going to pick up the win of the line? Oh, so close, but what a move from Ronnie Wood. Wow, it's getting busy. I'm liking it. 235 is your moto, the 10-year-old boys. Levin Schultz, Verde Soto of Ecuador. We've got Hill of New Zealand in this one. He's out front. Ransdell of the USA. Atria of Ecuador. De Vecchi of Italy. He's in there in about 5th spot at the minute, chasing down Preston Newmarsh Powell out of Great Britain, but it's Hill of New Zealand in and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up the win in this one. Looks like the rider in 2. That's going to be Levin Schultz of Germany with the Ecuadorian Verezotto in 3. Moto 236, 10-year-old boys. Finn Monroe for Great Britain. Wouters of Aruba. Harrifield of New Zealand. Schley of Canada. Nihoda of the Czech Republic, and Thomas Osika of Canada. In and out we go. Aruba, Wouters leading it through. Finn Monroe's looking steady in 3, chasing down Nihoda of the Czech Republic. Marek Nihoda in that second position. Canada's rider in there in 4 and 1 in 6 as well. But Aruba, the young riders, absolutely showing out in these World Championships, going really well. It's Wouters taking the win. Finn Monroe picks up a top 3. Moto 237, Russo, Zualaga, Dayton, Williams, Oklapich, Jacob Anderson, and Traxton McKee as well. Jacob Anderson of Great Britain in there in that 3rd spot. We've dropped off Hugo Dayton in turn number 1. He's up and okay though, the 225. That belongs to Russo out of France and Colombia. Zulaga, I think that is battling into the turn. Anderson trying to get underneath. The Colombian makes his move on Russo. Going down the final straight. Hugo Dayton's rolling away. Russo's going to get it. Russo's Jacob Anderson for the 3, USA in the 4. Race 238, Teddy Jones, Harrison Layton, Lyronman Colwell, Dawson, Gasaway, Sasha Levey of France is in this one as well. He's winding it up down that second straight from 4th to 3rd, battling with the USA rider. The World 4, Caleb Gasaway, in and out of that turn, followed by the World 6 of Jiren Lyraman. Dawson of New Zealand's in there in 5, the Canadian Leighton going through in 6. Great Britain's Teddy Jones in there in 7. But it's Gasaway bringing it to the line under pressure from Lyraman and Gassaman. Oh, close on the line, Moto 239, Rick.
Things definitely heating up in this third round as they head down into the Shimano turn number 1. USA, where you at? Make some noise. Myers looking for that top spot. Social D coming down the 2 straightaway. Keeping things going on. Looking for this one. Divine, Brock Uner, Paul Gauthier, Bortsmith, and Maluski coming down the 3rd straight. The Z-Man picking it up on that 2 spot as they come down the 3 straight. Got it with Social D out front. USA 1-2 as they drive on back down the line. Bortsmith's coming back at us. The Dutch rider on that 3 spot. Great Britain picking it up on the 4. Jack Devine coming back to the line. He'll pick it up on the 4 on the way back through Moto 239. Cano, Garzon, Toledo, Jackson, Linares, Pinella down into that first turn. Great Britain on the front lines. Benny Jackson, where you guys at? Make some noise over there down the 2 straightaway. Colombia cranking it up right now. Garzon, Calderon into that second turn. Lost one along the way as they come back through that 3rd straightaway. The 264s on the charge. Down the 3rd straightaway, just Josh Linares trying to ramp things up. Brazil on the move right now. Toledo trying to put it together. Linares trying to get around the outside. The Colombians shut the door on him tight right there, but it's all Great Britain out front of Benny Jackson coming down the last straightaway. 209 bike will get the 2. Cano and Linares rounding out those top 3 spots, getting the low points, trying to move on through the day. Takahashi, Demi, Guerrero, Burden, Castillo, Ruiz, Aslan, and Dinan on the front lines. Colombia down into turn number 1. Guerrero, Porras out front. Got the lock on this one down the 2 straightaway. We'll see what happens right now. Costa Rica, got to be Ruiz looking for it in and out of the second turn. Down the 3 straightaway he goes. Everybody's on the charge for home down the line. 3 straight action going on. New Zealand picking it up on that 3 spot. Got to be Burden. Burden trying to hold it down. There goes the U.S. rider on the outside of the Tissot turn. He got the door closed up. See what he's got for the last straightaway. Does he have the horsepower to keep things rolling into that last 257 bike? Demi coming back to us, looking for that 4 spot. Rodriguez, Ventura, Corrales, Lassard, Damon, Olsen, Hempel. Chile on the front lines. Corrales, Silva out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Getting things locked in, going into the Discover South Carolina turn with the U.S. rider on that 2 spot as they come back down the 3 straightaway. Rodriguez keeping things moving on. Great Britain, where you guys at? Hippel locking in that 3 spot. The 4 spot is a battle royale going on right now. The Dutch rider trying to hold it down as he goes into that last turn. Dahmen trying to keep it up. Ecuador's on the charge for home. Ventura trying to put it together at the stripe, but Dahmen will hold on to that 4 spot as they come back through. More 10-year-old challenge boys. The Czech Republic taking this one down in that first turn. Osanasic in and out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Where you guys at? Czech Republic, Hashimoto, Japan, making it happen on the 2 spot. USA on the 3 as they drive this one in and out of that 2nd turn. Looking for it on the 3, coming back around the 263 bike. Kovacs got it locked in, coming back down to it. Goodell and Mayorga working it out down the 3 straight they go. Into the last turn, Goodell doing a little shopping right now, trying to get a low point, but it's all the Czech Republic. The Hashimoto on the move right now. Japan back to the line. Side by side as they cross the stripe right there, Rich, as they come back through. Kovacs will pick up the 3. Ruiz, Reeves, Rodas, Novotny. Langike coming back too as Huddleston and Howard down into turn number 1. Who's got the horsepower on this one? Down the 2nd straightaway. Got to be the Hustler. Novotny on the top spot. He'll drive this one into that 2nd turn with Ruiz. Ruiz picks it up on the 2. The battle for the 4 with the U.S. riders side by side as they come down that 3 straightaway. Huddleston trying to make it happen on the way back through. See what he's got with Fort Knox into the last turn. Knox trying to lock it down. Coming back to us. Let's see if he can hold on to that 4 spot. Australia on the 3. Back to the line. Back through is Howard to get that 3. Back to the stripe with the 275 of Fort Knox. Reeves coming in for the 4. Rojas, Garrido, Thomas, Peterson, Manjigawa, Leonetti, and Blake out of the first turn down the second straight. Trying to keep it on lock right now to Bolivia Ortiz. Rojas coming down the 2 straightaway. Battle for that 3 spot. Australia slips into the 3 and he's going for the 2 now. Down the 3rd straightaway, the 226. Garrido trying to hold on to this one. See what he's got coming back to us. A little ejectocito on the 3 straightaway right there for real as they come back to me. Lost a seat as they're coming back around. Still got it going on out front. Ortiz, Rojas back to the line. We'll go with the 184 bike on the 2. How about Blake? We'll get it done right there as they come back through. Moto 245. DeBruin, Stubbs, Williams, Tapia, Harita, Tremillo, Caldas. Nice low line move out of the Shimano turn by the Ecuador rider. Tapia down the 2nd straightaway, trying to lock things in, looking for a low point in his 3rd go around, trying to move on with the day as he comes back around the 282 bike. Williams cranking it up down the 3rd straight. He's got this one locked in as they're going into that last turn. Stubbs trying to make it happen right now on the 4th spot. Tremillo back on the 3 as they come back through, but it's all Ecuador out front. Tapia drives it down the last straightaway, keeps it rolling on back through, and that's the way to go. Williams on the 2.
Moto 247, Daly, Trudell, Valdeva, Gio, Watson, Mitchell and Hardy heading towards the first turn. Raphael Trudell of Canada picking up the whole shot now. Murray Watson of Great Britain's had a better start this time around. He slipped a pedal in Moto 2. He's worked his way into that 2nd spot. He's got Australia's Cordell Daly chasing him down the 268 in there in 4. That belongs to Josiah Mitchell of the USA. Cooper Hardy's getting involved as well as they go in and out of the Tissot turn. It's going to be Raphael Trudell. Can Murray Watson hold it onto the line? He's going to hold. Oh, so close. The transponders of truth tell us I think he got that 2nd spot, but it was close. Moto 248, Sayego of Argentina, Peterson, Despopoulos of the USA. We've got Thomas Souček of the Czech Republic in there in 2. Guarin of Colombia, Johns and Thoen in the mix as well. Matty Thoen in there in 4, the 258. That is Skylar Despopoulos of the USA who's leading Thomas Souček into that final turn. New Zealand's Dylan Johns is in there in 3rd. Thoen's had the move put on him by the rider from the USA. Oh, 258 taking it at the line. Souček in there in 2. Until 249. We have changed categories now. We're on to men 40 to 44 cruiser. Rune Arndal and Caleb Tucker in there. Caleb doing it for the USA. Rune Arndal for Denmark. He's in that 2nd spot. Oh, the USA rider left the door absolutely wide open. That was the 2.543 of Caleb Tucker. He's managed to steal it back in the final turn. Now the Danish rider tries to go underneath. Textbook cornering from these guys. Great stuff, the Mexican rider coming in 3rd. Moto number 250, that looks like Jose Guillermo Salazar of Argentina leading out moto number 250. Strazdins is in there for Latvia in about 5 of the minute, making a couple of mistakes as the rider from Australia goes through. Argentina diving back underneath. The 473 of Luke Marsh battling away with Salazar into the final corner, just getting the better of him as they go into that final straight. That's Italy. Marco Gall in there in 3. Oh, the Argentinian got it completely wrong. Still managed the top 3. Wow. Moto 251, Nick Post, Christopher Carriasso, Johan Moran, Philip Laurent, Pereira Ramirez of Brazil, and Richard Stratford of New Zealand. Stratford in there in the 2 spot, battling away with the 5.39. Who is Nick Post? Brazil in there in about 5th spot at the moment. And the rider out of Switzerland, Philippe Laurent, in there in 6th. But it's going to be Richard Stratford for New Zealand, taking the win with the World 5 and Johan Morand picking up the 2 in Moto 251. Moto 252, Michael Gio, Timothy Beach, Graham and Trujillo in this one, doing it for Colombia. Matt Swales out of Great Britain, Michael Meacham of the USA, and Stuart Wagg as well. So USA going 1, 2 and 3 at the minute. Matt Swales battling for the 4. It is the 5.45 and the 5.37. Stuart Wagg and Michael Meacham 1 and 2 for the USA. Matt Swales has worked his way up into a top 4 position now as they come down towards the line. Oh! USA throwing it away. That's allowed Matt Swales to pick up a 3rd spot. And it was the 5.45 that hit the deck. Stuart Wagg, he's walked away. Give him a big round of applause. Moto 253. Oh, Colombia. Exit left. 5.07, Alejandro Vargas Padilla. And it was the 5.04, Juan Manuel Pinilla Pedraza. He took off. He just didn't quite land where he wanted to land. The Brazilian Daniel Souza takes that 2nd spot. He's happy about that one. Canada in there in 4. Austin Kelly, Felipe Estevez, Roma Martinez, Jiri Holub, and Brandon Kinsler. And it's Kinsler of the USA leading out moto number 254. Colombia in that 2nd spot. Who's the rider out of Colombia? The 497 being tracked down by the 508. Felipe Estevez. Jiri Holub of the Czech Republic in there in that 3rd position. USA also in there in 4. But as they come to the line, it's going to be the 535 and the 497. That's going to be Brandon Kinsler and Felipe Estevez.
More Challenge Cruiser men 40 to 44. Race number 255 down in that 1st turn. And Aridi on the top spot. Brazil, where you guys at? Make some noise. Hojo, Howard Johnson looking for it down the 2 straightaway. He's got a little pole going into the Discover South Carolina turn. Let's see what he's got for that 3 straightaway. Trying to keep things moving on. Getting a little loose with the boys right now as they keep it going on down the 3rd straightaway. Hermanitz, Valencia trying to crank it up. He's losing a little charge on the pole right there going down the last straightaway. He'll get this one out front. It's on Brazil. Johnson go 1-2. Valencia pulls the plug back to the 4. Andrews, Reyes, Silva, Manrique, Montesos, Williams, a Wernet. 256 is your moto. Down into turn number 1. Got the top spot locked in. Venezuela down the 2 straightaway. Manrique keeping things fired off into that 2nd turn. USA on the 2 spot. Andrews, the Mangler on the 2, driving down the 3 straight. Reyes on the 3 spot. Silva out of Chile, keeping things fired off into that last turn. Coming back into that last straightaway. Wernet locks it in for the 4. Out of the Tissot turn we go with the Australian rider of Williams rounding out your top 5 as they come back through. Moto 256, 257's a moto on deck. Quintus, Verrier, White, Lacasse, and Molina Marin. Big snap, big drive out of White down into turn number 1. Argentina, Fuentes on the 2 spot. Down the 2 straightaway. Keeping things moving on right now. Molina Marin out of Colombia on the 3 as they drive it out of the Rock Hill turn. Down that 3rd straight we go. It's all big Justin White, USA out on the top spot. He knows how to get it done, that's for sure, as we come back through. He's got it wrapped up right now to the Tissot turn. Argentina on the 2 spot. Fabian Fuentes coming back to the line. We'll go with the Colombian rider on the 3, Molina Marin. Chile, where you guys at? Make some noise. Herrera down into turn number 1. The Canadians got a pretty good drive with this one. Harao out of the 1st turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Little slip of the pedal right there, but he gets right back in the game as they come back through. France making a run for him down the 3rd straightaway. The Belgium rider ramps it up a little bit. Besson down the 3 straight into the last turn. Can he take over out of the Tissot turn? Slides into the 2 spot, but it's all Chile out front, still running the show. coming back down the line. Herrera gonna bring it back to the stripe. The Belgium rider made some good moves going on that second turn, third straightaway. Comes up for a nice 2 spot right there as he comes back through Moto 260. Or 258, 250 Nishimoto, Garcia, Pertel, Hurst, Martinez, Andrade, and Martinez out of the first turn, second straight. Canada, where are you guys at? Martinez Arroyo out front. He's got the lock on this one. Out of the second turn, down the third straightaway with the 510 bike. Pertel out of Ecuador, Bolivia on the 3 as they drive it for home. Martinez coming back through into that last straight. We're gonna go Colombia. Garcia rolls it back home for the 4 spot, and they'll come back through nice and smooth out of Moto 259. .260's your moto now. More cruiser challenge men, 40 to 44 out of the Shimano turn. Gotta be Colombianos. Rico Ray down the 2 straightaway. Perry, Cox, Reinhardt, Hardman, Eaton. Cranking it up into turn number 2. The Belgium rider on the move. Reinhardt in and out of that second turn. During the third straightaway. Perry cranking it up down the line. Great Britain on that 4 spot as they come into that last turn. Eaton got it locked in for a 4 on the way back through. Hardman trying to crank things up on the way, but it's all Colombia, wire to wire, back to the stripe as they come back home out of Moto 260. More challenge cruiser men, Bruna, Hernandez, Bidwell, Manette, Peroza, Conda, Salas out of Mexico trying to crank things off out of the Shimano turn down the second straight, but it's all Chile out front. Perez, Pizoza out of the second turn, third straightaway. Argentina on the 2 spot. Lorenzo, Bruna keeping it going right now. Got a little loose in that second go around. See if he can keep it together out of the Tissot turn on the way back through. Bruna locking it up for a low point on the way back home. France, Manet, snipes him at the stripe for the 2. Paul, Romero, Burkheiser, Jonkis, and Bocares looking for a top spot. Colombia driving it out of the Shimano turn down the 2 straightaway. Latvia slips back to a 3 as they come into that second turn. Anthony Paul on that world number 1 bike trying to hold on to it for the end of the day. We'll see what happens as they fire things off down the 3 straightaway. Everybody hitting the marks right now. Silva, Romero out front, out of Colombia, out of the last turn. Latvia drives it hard back down the last straightaway. Jonkis looking for a low point, but it looks like the Frenchman will bring it back to the line, Anthony Paul.
Race 263 still with the men, 40 to 44. Cruiser Miguel Grussel out of this one for France. And Tarek Assegai of the USA, I think he's going to lead it in and out of the turn. Yep, he's out there in front. Grussel of France in there in 2. Looks like the Venezuelan. Jonathan Suarez, the Mosquito, in there in 3 in the minute, being tracked down by the 542 and the 536. That's going to be Matthew Swap and Matthew Longini. In and out of the turn in 4 and 5. They're still fighting for it between them. Suarez has worked his way into 2. Assegai is going to go through and take that win. Grussel in there in 3. Moto 264, Ryan Zielinski of the USA, Newell Ruggles. We've got Galindo Ballon of Colombia, Hugo Dene of Canada, and Justin Svoboda of the USA. Canada out front. It's going to be Dene leading it down towards that second turn, the world number 7 from last year. Chased down by the 548. That is Ryan Zielinski. So Zielinski looking for a move in that final corner. The Colombians back there in 5. They are stacking up behind Hugo Dene, the Canadian rider. He looks like he's going to hold it to the line. Yes, he does. The 541 going through in 3 was Justin Svoboda. Moving categories now onto the girls. 9 years old, Erin Cheek, Brenna Windows, Maddie Montgomery, Kenneth Owen, Charlie Gay, and Luciana Flores Sarimento. Erin Cheek of Great Britain back there in 6, but pushing hard. Brenna Windows of the USA. I've got a feeling she's the young lady out there in front. We're about to find out as they come round the turn. Nope, it's the 72. That is Charlie Gay. Charlie Gay in there in 1. Brenna Windows in 2. Kenneth Owen of Belgium. Very familiar in that jersey. She's in there in 4, chasing down Luciana Flores Sarimento. But it's going to be the 72 of Charlie Gay taking it at the line from Brenna Windows. Race 266, Briella Salem, Isabella Miller, May Akimoto, Luciana Castillo-Diaz, Remy Sessa, the world one from last year, and Emilia Zarante Uribe. She's there, doing it for Colombia in about, what, 4th or 5th spot at the minute? But it is the USA out in front, 1 and 2. The world number 1, Remy Sessa, from the 84 of Briella Salem. Briella not too far away from Remy as they go into the Tissot turn. So Sessa about to take the win. Salem in there in 2, the Colombian in 3. That's going to be last year's World 2, Luciana Castillo-Diaz. Race 267, Zoe Schneider, Stella Palamaki, Yifei Kao, I think that is out of Canada. Munivar of Colombia. Oh, we've dropped one off on the first straight. Lisa Citerne in there for France. Eden Ireland of the USA, and Ivy Nebesny out of Canada. Nebesny in there in about 6 at the minute. And it is the 76 of Eden Ireland who's out front for the USA. 56 and the 82. 82 is Palamaki in 3. Munivar in that second spot. Eufaula was the 87, and that was Zoe Snyder. I think she's had a couple of good results early on that might just insulate her that little bit. But it's Eden Ireland taking it to the line. Bolivar Mirevois in 2. Race 268, Edu, Ducros, Manzone, Sunday, Taylor and Cara Cross out of Great Britain. Cara's in there inside the top 4 right now as they head into the turn. She's battling with Agathe Ducros from France as they come out of that Shimano turn. France out in front as well as they head towards the corner with the USA right behind it too. It is the 65, Elise Edu in the lead. The 88 of Rory Sunday in there into Cara Cross has now picked up a game. She's up there into 3. So this looking like a good lap for the rider from Great Britain. Edu's going to take it. That's Moto 268. Cara Cross looking for a strong 3rd place. Rory Sunday in 2. Race 269, Evelyn Nearpass of the USA. Right there on the inside, getting squeezed though, and it looks like the Colombian. That'll be Segura Ruiz who's going to lead it into turn number 1. Maddis Lomeli in there as well. And Alison Swigart for the USA. Colombia 2, 3 and 5 at the minute, but the USA out front. Maddis Lomeli. Lomeli looking good. The 80 still pushing hard. That's Evelyn Nearpass. She's chasing down one of the Colombians as well. But Lomeli in and out of the Tissot turn. Segura Ruiz is going to track her to the stripe, but she's not going to get close enough. Wesley Bonomi, Samira Yanni, Rory Heiler, Monroe Lambert, Isabella Smith and Holly Bishop out of Great Britain. Heading towards the turn, USA picking up the whole shot. Holly Bishop of Great Britain in there in 2. The USA are in 3. That looks like Canada in there in 4. That's going to be Monroe Lambert. 86 is the rider in control. That belongs to Isabella Smith. The 70 of Wesley Bonomi in there in 3. Holly Bishop of Great Britain still holding on to that 2nd spot. So Bishop finishing her moto strong, but not as strong as the 86 of Isabella Smith, who takes the win.
271's a moto, getting things fired off out of the gate. Smiley Kylie Shepherd got a pretty good drive down into the Shimano turn number 1. She'll fire it off for USA. Where you at? Make some noise out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Hurtado on the 2 spot. Here comes a Belgium rider on the move. Moonin trying to make a drive into the Discover South Carolina turn with the Brazilian rider chasing her down the 3 straightaway on the 50 bike. Hardman cranking things up, but nobody's touching Shepherd on the top spot as she drives this one in and out of the Tissot turn, coming back through. Smiley Kylie getting it done, bringing this one back around. It's all Shepherd wire to wire. She'll take it home. Hurtado on the 2, back to the line. Moonin will get the 3, and the Brazilian rider on the 50 bike, Rocha Hardman, will get the 4. More 9-year-old challenge girls. Moto number 4, 272. Gonzalez, Columbus, McDougall, Ferguson, and Nelson. George looking for a top spot out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Let's see what happens with these little ladies as we keep things going on. Australia going on the 2-3 right now. McDougall and Ferguson in and out of the second turn, but it's on the 73 bike of George on the front line as she runs this one down the third straight, hitting all the marks along the way. Wind is definitely starting to be a little bit of a factor for the younger riders right now as they've got a little bit of a headwind down that 3 straightaway, but they get the tailwind all the way back home, and they'll drive it back through. George on the top spot, back to the line. She'll bring this one back home with the 7 bike. Ferguson, McDougall, top 3 with the 63 bike. Columbit will get the 4. Switching up the groups right now, the 10-year-old challenge girls. Escobar, Gibson, Turner, Ramirez, Gray, Archibald. Erich out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Japan, Kozumi coming down the 2 straightaway. She's locking this one in right now. She heads into the Discover South Carolina turn. Rolling back through 3 straightaways, got the 93 bike on the 2 spot. Erich ramping things up from the back of the pack. Kalani Gray on the charge, trying to get a low point, fired off into that Tissot turn on the 5 spot. See if she can catch the Australian on the way back home. Gibson trying to ramp it up with Erich out of the last straightaway, down the line, back to the line. Erich will get the 2 back to the stripe, but the 94 bike will get the 4 at Gibson. Big drag race with these ladies right now down that first straightaway. 274 Zamoto got a pretty good shot out of New Zealand. Where you at? Wallace gonna take this one with full command down the 2 straightaway. USA on the 2-3, keeping things fired into that second turn. Looking for it on the way back around, in and out of turn number 2, the 135, 132 bike. Keeping things going on. Elton Christensen coming down the 3 straightaway. The battle for the 4 spot, though. This is going to be a drive. Christensen dropping in. She looks for a low point. Slips into the 2 out of the Tissot turn. Brazil's on the charge for home down the last straightaway. See what she can put together. Machado. The 120 bike slides in for a 3 right there. Vernel Velez comes through. Out of Moto 274, 275. Moralato. More challenge girls, age 10. Robinson, Donaldson, Davira, Warren, Guchin, Salin, and Palamaki down the 2 straightaway on the top spot. Got the lock on this one, in and out of the second turn. Kayla out of Switzerland, running the show with the 107 bike out of Canada. Moralato on the 2 spot, but she's got the U.S. riders cranking things up down the 3 straightaway. Palamaki on the charge with Davira. Davira trying to get in the game right now, looking for a low point. Palamaki's got the 3 spot locked in. Here comes Davira, though. She's making the charge for home. She's got a little extra pull on the World 7 plate, and she comes back through. USA fires it out of the gate right there, down the first straightaway. Got to be Dynamite Daisy Noyola. Out of the first turn, Noyola Marin. Mata, Salcido, Kelly, Rothstein, and Hidalgo down the second straightaway. But locking this one up, in and out of that second turn we go on the 139 bike, cranking it back around down the 3 straightaway. It's all Noyola. USA down the 3, keeping things moving on. Mayorga, Salcido, Hidalgo trying to keep things locked in for that 2-3 spot. Noyola locks it up out front, and she owns the program down the last straightaway. France on the 4 as they come back through. Looks like that's the way to go with those ladies as they come back to line. .277 Zamoto now. Carbo, Portilla, Grant, Guerrero, Hanoma, Calhoun, and Eggen out of the first or down the second straightaway. Cameron on the top spot. New Zealand, where you at? Mia Gant trying to make things happen in and out of turn number 2. The 130 bike. Grant running the show right now. She's got France coming down the 3 straightaway. Carbo trying to show her a wheel in the Tissot turn. Let's see what she's got on the way back home. Great Britain getting in the game right now. Egan coming back through down the last straightaway. The Dutch rider. Minima coming back down the line. The battle for the top spot. New Zealand takes it home. Another rack of 10-year-old challenge ladies downtown. 278's the moto number. Falcone, looking for Dowdy, Olszewski, Spano, Schwartz, Jansen out of the first or down the second straight. Who's got the horsepower to get this one going on? USA on the 1-2 as they drive it for home. Down the 3 straight we go. The 142, 144 bike. Reina rocking and rolling this one. Spanel on the 2 spot. Mighty Mia out front. She's got the lock on it, driving it back through last straightaway. The Dutch rider, Jansen. Jansen picks it up for the 3. Mighty Mia Reina down the last straight. She's locking it up for home. Back to the line with Spanel on the 2.
All right, Moto 279 on track. Lupe Juarez looking very good for Colombia at the minute. Sorry, it's Parada out of Colombia who's leading it out. Juarez in there in 2 for Argentina. The rider going through in 3 is out of Canada. She's on that 108 plate, and that belongs to Leah Saint-Pierre in there in that 3rd spot. Nicole Chris of Canada going through in 4 with the Australian McKenna Thornton in there in 5. In and out of the turn we go. It's still Parada leading it down the final straight. She's going to get it at the line. Juarez is going to get the 2. Saint-Pierre for the 3 and Nicole Chris for the 4. Moto 280. Bono in this one. Holiday. Cannon. Eckstein. Zara Urena is in this one. I think she's leading it out at the minute as they head in and out of that turn. Yep, she's out there in front. Looks like the French rider going through in 2. That will be Bono. USA rider in 3. That's the 134, followed by the 117. The 134 belongs to Madison Eckstein. The 131 is Annabelle Anderson of the USA as well. Looks like our Canadian rider had a little bit of a tumble. It is, as we get to the line, the 140. Or the 146 of Zana Arena. As we change categories and move on to the cruiser women 70 to 29. McKenna Martins in this one, Aubrey Douglas, Isabella Zatelli as well. And as they go in and out of the turn, it is McKenna Martin, I think, who's out there in front for the USA on board that 835 plate. Yep, she's leading it out. The 828 and the 826, that belongs to Aubrey Douglas, Emma Kavner. 1, 2 and 3 the USA at the moment, and 4 and 5 Zatelli's in the Kuczynski. That rounds out your top 5 at the moment, but as they head down towards the line, it's going to be Martin, Douglas, Kavner. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Moto 282, Jamie Elwood of Great Britain in this one. She's right there on the inside. Smith Bukai of France in there as well. Talin Dickey of the USA, who's in there in about 4th spot at the minute as they come in and out of the turn. Kobe Stagg of Australia making a move now, trying to get that top 4 spot. She's managed to take it as they go into turn number 2. But it's the 2 USA riders followed by the French rider. It's going to be Elder, Smith, Bukai, 1, 2 and 3. The Australians still getting involved. Jamie Elwood's in there in 7, but still pushing hard. Elder, Smith and Bukai as they come down towards the line. Bukai's got the 2. Elder gets the win. 840 going through in that 3rd spot. Kalani Smith. Moto 283. Jennifer Martin, Amy Martin in and out of that turn. It looks like the the New Zealand rider in there in front. Amy Martin going through. Jennifer Martin in 2. That's the Belgian rider. Tessa Van Saan in there in 3 with the Australian rider going through in 4. Ava Potter, I think that is. But New Zealand, Martin. Netherlands, Martin. 1 and 2. Belgium in 3. Australia in 4. And the French rider, Eva Bertie, in there in 5. Moto 284, Dreyan Foster, Lucy Lacoste, Mia Christiansen into the turn, and it is Lacoste, the world champion from last year, on that 1 plate, being chased down by the world 3 of Mia Christiansen. So these ladies will be there or thereabouts as we get to the business end of the afternoon. The 837 and the 838, Mackenzie Palmer, Boston Reed, they're going 3 and 4 at the moment with the French rider Margot Laroche, who's in there in 5. But it's Lacoste and Christiansen down the straight, across the line. 1 and 2, USA going 3 and 4 with Palmer and Reed. .285 is your moto. Kate Sifford of the USA and Mila Kelly, Kristina Madrasova. That was your 1, 2, 3 as they came in and out of the turn. Lily Chiziwa of Great Britain working her way into a top 4 spot. It's the 839 and the 833. Sifford, Kelly, Madrasova, Chiziwa. 1, 2, and 3. Where is the Venezuelan? Godoy Gavira. She's back there in 7 at the minute, but pushing hard. Sifford and Kelly still going 1 and 2. Madrasova chasing into the line. Madrasova stealing it at the stripe. She's going to get that second position. Moto 286. Munoz, Saray, Duque, Botero, and Gresham. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. We've changed categories now. We are on men 30 to 34 cruiser. Ludovic Seri out in front. The Chilean rider in there in 2. That's going to be Martinez Munoz. Grando Duque of Chile in there in 3. The USA rider Evan Gresham going through in 4 with Patero in 5. Seri's going to get it at the stripe. Munoz in there in 2 as we go to Moto 287. Daniel Restrepo Ortega on the inside from Colombia.
Got another one coming our way. 287 Zamoto, more challenge cruiser men, 30 to 34, in and out of the second turn, third straightaway. Buiso's on the move right now, trying to get to the front line, looking for a low point. Got the Colombian and the Bolivian on the front top spot, skipping down the last straightaway. Juarez back to the line, stretches out. Buiso looking for the 2 spot, back to the stripe. Restrepo side by side with that one as they come back in. Rondal, Pinland, Nash, Alejandri, Morales, Suazo, Mexico. Where you guys at? Make some noise down the second straightaway. Morales with a little bit of authority right now. Adios, amigos. In and out of the second turn, third straightaway. Rondal out of that second turn, locking it in for that 2 spot for France as they keep things moving on into the last straightaway. Got to be Nash for Australia, coming back around, locking it down, and that's the way it's going to go. Back to the line. Alejandri will pick up the 4, driving it back through. Tremanis, Marin, Mansilla, Jesse, and Dominguez got a pretty good lock on the Brazilian. Downtown, out of the Shimano turn, down the second straightaway. Heading to discover Rock Hill as we bring it back around. Brazil, where you at? Make some noise out of the second turn. Marin running the show. Tremanis working it for Latvia down the 3 straightaway. USA trying to keep things charged up into that last turn. We'll see what happens on the way back through. Dominguez coming back at us. We'll see what goes on the way down the last straight. Back to the line. We'll lock it up with the 401 bike. Dominguez will pick up that 3. Sneak attack with the 406 right there. Dakota Jesse slides in and gets a low point on the way back through. Gould, Sorensen, Licorne, Leon, Luna down into that first turn. France going to go 1 and 2 right now in the first turn down the second straightaway. Getting things locked in. 4 riders on the track as they come in and out of that second turn with the 394 bike. Running the show. Kevin Luna out of France. Down the third straight, he's got this one wrapped up right now. Looking for Licorne on the 2 spot. He might have left the door open in the Tissot turn. USA says, out of my way, bro. I'm gonna slam the door shut on you coming back home. Down the last straight, we go with the 414 bike. Sorensen makes a move in the last turn and made it stick on the way back through. Gallon, O'Neill, Arnaud, Palacios, the McCready. Out of the first turn, second straightaway. Palacios on the top spot. He's running the show for Ecuador. In and out of turn number 2. Ramping things up down the 3 straightaway with the Frenchman on the 2 spot. Locking it up. Galan down the 3 straight. He's trying to ramp things on to that last turn. McCarty trying to get things going on for Canada out of the last straightaway. See if he can lock into that 3 spot on the way back through. Does he got the push to make it happen? Trying to put the sneak attack down. Doesn't quite have enough to make it run. Back to the line, 292 is your moto out of the gate. Argentina, where you at on the front lines? Down the first straightaway. Abram into that first turn. In and out of the Shimano turn down the second straightaway. The big Dutchie on the 2 spot. Van Bentham working this one on that 2 as they come in and out of the second turn down the 3 straightaway. The U.S. riders rocking and rolling right now on the 405, 407 bike. Keys and Higgins working it out. Top 4 as they come back through. 4 riders in and out as they go down the last straightaway. Abram, Argentina, leads the way back home out of Moto 292. Cuppy got a pretty good shot inside. See if he can give it 110 going into the Shimano turn, and he'll drive it back around. Cuppy got it locked in. Arahu, Eustace, Healy, Ball coming down the 2 straightaway. The Frenchman trying to get on that top spot on that world number 8 bike. Trying to make it happen. Archibald coming down the 3 straightaway. Cuppy trying to keep the door closed up into the Tissot turn, and he'll lock it down on the way home. Last straightaway, it's all Cuppy on the drive down the line. That's the way it's going to come back. The Dutch rider trying to put a sneak attack in. He'll set up for the 3. 294 Germoto downtown, more cruiser challenge men. Change of the class now, 35 to 39. Next age up as they come down the 2nd straightaway. Bach out front for the Netherlands, the big Dutchman, keeping things going on. Venezuela, Salcido on the 2, in and out of the 2nd turn, 3rd straightaway. Cranking things off right now, keeping things going into that last turn. Banner, USA trying to hold on to it. Portugal, though, finds the open door down low out of the Tissot turn, and he'll drive this one down the last straightaway. Pidade coming back to the line, and he'll get it done.
Moto 295, Garcia, Luby, Adams, Aslin, Thurston, Cabello, and Gaillard into the turn. Looks like Gaillard's going to lead it in and get that whole shot. He's the world 4, Thurston in 2, Luby in there in 3, Paul Adams of Australia rounding out the top 4 with Puerto Rico's Cabello in there in 5. Gaillard still looking very, very good right now. The 4.38 of Carl Thurston, he's definitely chasing him into that final turn. Adams looking for the 3 from the 4. As they wind it up down the final straight, he's going to go Gaillard, Thurston, Luby. Oh, he was very close on the line. Adams didn't quite steal it. 35 to 39 crews who are on now. These are the guys heading into the turn. Looks like Grusel's picked up a whole shot. Josh Smith of the USA going through in 2, Correa in 3, but he's just been swooped. As Shai-Duke Norris just disappears, exits left, that's his moto over. The Frenchman Graucel still leading it into the corner. There's a big battle going on for that 4th spot. All eyes are on the top 3, Graucel, Smith, Correa. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 of the line. Graucel taking the win. Also 297, Silver of Brazil on the inside. He's got the USA's Jason Morris with him as well. Morris is going to slip into that 3 as they go in and out of the turn. Kevin Delport, last year's World 7, out there in front. The World 1 of Mesquita Silva of Brazil's in there with him as well. Silva and Morris, he had proper gritted teeth as he came out of that 2nd turn. The 419 belongs to Costa da Silva, and De Luis is in there as well for Brazil, but it's going to be the World 1 taking it across the line. My apologies, it was Delport of France taking the win. Moto 296 still on the 35 to 39 cruiser men. Galliotti of Argentina, David and Derouan of France are 2 and 3 with the USA's Hunter Vogan in there in 4. Who's got the 5 as they come in and out of the turn? That is the 465, and that belongs to Philip Welch. Argentina's Galliotti still leading it into the corner. David and Derouan of France are right on his back wheel. Argentina, they're going to take the win in Moto 298. Who's going to get that 4th spot? That's going to be the 464 of Hunter Vogan. Still with 35 to 39 cruiser men, race number 299. Oh, the Australian and the Canadian hitting the deck. Ross and Saint-Pierre, I think that was, as Chris Sutton of the USA leads it down towards turn number 2. Jeremy Delorme in there in that 2nd spot with Joshua Phillips and Chris Holmes chasing him in and out of that turn. The French rider Delorme on that 434 looking to work his way past Chris Sutton. In and out the final turn, he's high-lowered him. Sutton's trying to hold on to it. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Oh, it was Chris Sutton just, I think, from Jeremy Delorme. No, Delorme got it, Sutton didn't. So Saint-Pierre picks himself up, rolls away. And we are still looking at Bradley Ross, I think, of Australia, who's down on that 1st straight. We hope he's okay. Right, Bradley Ross of Australia, picking himself up, walking away, always good to see. Next up is Moto 300, and we continue with cruiser men 35 to 39. Right, Justin Ledoux of the USA in gate number 1, but he's been overhauled by his compatriot heading into the turn. I think that's Jordan Dahm picking up the whole shot. Salazar's just stolen it away from Salazar. Dahm, Friels, Knapp. That's your 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the minute. Knapp's already had a bit of a lie down on that final straight already today. The Colombian still leading it through. The rider in 5 on that 4.52 is Justin Ledoux. People getting it ever so slightly out of control as they go towards that final corner. It's going to be Salazar of Colombia in control. Dahm, Friels, Knapp. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ledoux going through in 5. Race 301, Jamie Liddell, Benjamin Giraud in this one as well. But as they go in towards turn number 1, the whole shot's going to go to Corey Willett, I think it is. Corey Willett of the USA, Giraud in 2, Alvarez in 3, Liddell's in there in 4. The rider going through in 5 is Bellotti out of the USA. So Bellotti in the 5th, looking for the 4th. Willett still leading it through. Benjamin Giraud of France in and out the final corner. Willett's still in control. Alvarez still in there in 4th, I think. Jamie Liddell going through as well. Moto 302. Moto 302. Moving on, changing classes, the 8-year-old young ladies, Victoria Kishbe, I think that is, out of Ecuador. She's just been overhauled by Tegan Leaper out of the USA, the 27, Regan Edmonds, in there in 3, Gutierrez of Colombia going through in 4 with Samantha Galejo of the USA in 5. But it's Kashipe, I think that is, of Ecuador in that 2nd spot. Leaper for the USA, she's going to get it. Regan Edmonds coming through in 3.
More little ladies with the 8-year-old challenge girls. Downtown we go. Teolis Gonzalez, Nishino, Daly, McGinley, Salmon, Holiday, Orn, in and out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Let's see what's going on with the USA. Down the 2 straight. The little ladies getting some work done right now as they head into that 2nd turn. McGinley, the tank on the top spot, running the show right now. Salmon on the 2. Down the 3 straight we go. The ladies are battling it out right now into the Tissot turn. USA, where you at? Coming back home last straightaway. Australia trying to get in the mix right now with Daly, but it's USA on the top, sweeping it back up down the last straight with the 37 bike on the 3 spot. Skylar Orn coming back to us. Brown, Southwell, Detel, Francisco, McKee, Trujillo, Greer, and Granados down into turn number 1. Boo the Beast trying to get on that top spot out of that first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Keeping it moving on with the ladies right now, locking this one in. Let's see who's got the charge for home. Locked down, coming back in through us, in and out of the 2nd turn with the 36 bike. Gonna be 10-10, Tennyson McGee coming down the 3 straightaway. She's got it on lock right now. Boo the Beast, gonna be Greer picking it up for that 2 spot. Cranking it into the Tissot turn on the way back home. The little ladies are rocking and rolling right now, but it's all 10-10 on the top, back to the line. She's gonna lock this one in. Boo the Beast for the 2, back to the stripe we go. Southwell for the 3. Columbia taking that 4th spot, back to the line. Bakiro, Seifert, Hart, Swissman, Fisher, Harrell, Pachicha, Wolf, and Snover. USA, where you at? Make some more noise out of the Shimano turn. The ladies lead the charge right now. Trying to keep things going on into that 2nd turn they go. The little ladies rock this one, bring it back through. Reese's Pieces, gotta be Snover. Snover on the top spot with the 32 bike. Hart running down the 3rd straightaway. She's got it locked in right now. She's got company coming. Fisher trying to hold on to a 3. Australia trying to move into the game right now with Wolf. Into that last straight we go. Tissot turn coming back through. Still got it wrapped up out front, back to the line. Looking to be the 39, 32 bike. Snover, Hart, a 1-2 back to the stripe with the 28 bike. Fisher rounding out the top 3. Changing up the group now, back to the Cruiser Challenge women, 30-39. Fontaine, Jones, Ibana, Bensinger, McCarty, and Mocknick in and out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. France out front, running the show right now. Fontaine on that world number 2, trying to change it to a new number 1. But Jones chasing her out of the 2nd turn, down the 3 straightaway. Too Sweet trying to make a move into that last turn. Ibata trying to ramp things up, back through that last straight, coming back home. Ibata locks in down to the 3, out for Japan. USA trying to crank things up, trying to snipe it at the stripe on the 852 bike. A Bensinger comes back through. See what happens now. Martin, Kitawaski, Gladys Salter, Meyer hits, and a Mayer drives this one into that top spot right now. USA out of the first turn, down the second straight. She's trying to crank this one up, bring it back through, in and out of turn number 2. Got to go Meyer. Meyer running the show right now, down the third straight with the 846 bike on that 2 spot. Galanis out of France, coming down the 3 straightaway. More U.S. riders trying to get some low points, trying to find a way back at us. Coming back to us, it's still all Meyer, wire to wire. She'll bring this one back home. Last straightaway coming back to us. Looks like that's the way it's going to go down right there with the 859 and the 858 bike. How about Henson and Martin coming up on the 3-4. Thompson, Turner, Ortiz, Fernandez, Tabor, DeLucia, and Stupple down the first straightaway into the Shimano turn number 1, coming back around. Where you at, Chile? Coming down the 2 straightaway. Ortiz on the top spot, running the show right now. Gonna go Thompson on the 2 for Australia. Great Britain making a charge out of the Discover South Carolina turn down the 3 straightaway. She's got a lock in on this one. Stupple trying to get going into that last straightaway, bring this one back through. But it's all Chile of Ortiz on the front line. She'll run this one down the last straightaway. USA going to round out that top 4 as they come back through. And on your 863 bike, Ashley Turner. Lade, Grambo, Cifuentes, Boss, Elton. Taking this one, got to be Rachel Blackwell out front. Left the door open, but she'll ramp it up out of the first turn. The Kiwi on the top spot, got to be Tawny James. James coming into that second turn, way back on the manual right there as they come back through the 3rd straightaway. Blackwell holding on to it too. Down the 3 straight we go. France Bosk on that 3 spot. But it's all New Zealand out front as they come in and out of the last turn. Cranks it up one more time. It's all James back to us. James will get it done with Blackwell 1-2 back to the line. Looking for that 3 spot. Bosk going to come back in with the 843, a Lade. That is a wrap for round number 3 right there. The first 3 rounds are in the books. And then we're going to start getting into the knockout rounds real quick here, Rich. It's going to heat up. I'll tell you what, taking top 4 out of the next rounds, man, it's going to, you've got to hit your marks, and hopefully Rock Hill doesn't get up and take a bite out of you.
Yeah, it's definitely been fast and furious, the racing all through the motos as we move into that 1/8 stage. Very, very shortly, it's going to be heating up here on the track in Rock Hill. Some of the best racing you will ever see at the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships, Rock Hill, South Carolina. We're having a great time. Are you guys out there having a good time? Alrighty, that's what we like to hear. Those noise levels are going to go up as we go through the day. We're looking forward to more hot racing very, very soon.
Hey, Rock Hill, Chad Andrews here. I am way at the top of the grandstands, and I'm here with Brooke from New Zealand. And Brooke, You have been all over the place, but you drove from Tulsa. How excited are you to be here in Rock Hill?
Really excited.
And what race are you going to be doing, Brooke?
I'm going to be doing the elite racing on Friday and Saturday.
And I was talking to you earlier, by the way. Congratulations. Real quick, I was talking to you. How many Kiwis came over here to Rock Hill? We were estimating like 120 to 150 between racers and family.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that managed to come over and make the trip, which is amazing. It's a lot easier to get to the US than it is to other countries, so yeah.
Well, there you have it, guys. We have it from Brooke and everyone else up in these grandstands. They're going to be doing interviews throughout the course of the week. USA, Colombia, welcome to the world and welcome to Rock Hill.
All right, we're starting with the 8 finals for the 8-year-old boys. Here we go. First person out of that gate was Gonzalez out of Guatemala. Piso and Spore, New Zealand and Latvia following him in and out of that turn. The Latvian trying to get involved as they go in and out and down that second straight. But Guatemala, Gonzalez out in front of the minute. Piso of New Zealand in there into the USA. Monegro in 3, Bayo in there in 4. Who else is trying to get involved? We're looking at the 58 in there as well. That's Trevin Cunningham. So as they go in and out of that final turn, it's going to be Gonzalez and Piso 1 and 2. USA, Phoenix Monegro in there in 3. Who's going to get it at the line for that final qualifying spot? It was the 58. That belonged to Trevin Cunningham. He goes through in that 4th position. Eight-year-old boys, 8 final, number 2, heading down the hill. Novi and Abresse were the fastest out of the gate. They're going to go 1 and 2 into the turn. Hill's in there for New Zealand as well, ducking and diving as they head towards the second turn. The Discover, South Carolina, second corner. In and out we go. USA, 1 and 2. Abresse, Novi. Oh, one rider's dropped it in the corner. Didn't quite catch who that was. Bogmazov of Latvia in there in 3. Hill of New Zealand in 4. He's left the door wide open for the USA rider who couldn't make the move stick. Abruetzi bringing it to the stripe. Novi in there in 2. Latvia in 3. Hill of New Zealand in 4. And the unlucky guy in 5 was the 49 of Joseph Antonio. Eighth final 3 for the 8-year-old boys heading down the hill. It looks like one rider got a great start. Not quite sure who he was. It was Sviss and Burnsworth. 1 and 2 into the turn. Yamamoto of Japan. He's in there in 3. Therickson of Aruba in there in 4. Who's got the 5? The Colombians are battling away as they go towards the second corner. Still out front though, the USA's, the 53, the 73, then the 41. That's the way they're lining up. Yashimoto in there as they go in and out of the turn. It's USA 1 and 2. That's going to be Burnsworth taking the win. Sviss going through. Yamamoto in 3. Oh, who got the 4? It was the Colombian rider, I think. No, it was the Aruban Therickson. Final number 4 for the 8-year-old boys. Mason Fox of the USA right in there on the inside. Grayson Cox and De Oliveira are going to go 1 and 2 in the corner. De Oliveira with the whole shot. Grayson Cox in 2. Barrios of Chile in there in 3 with Reed Workman of the USA inside the top 4 as they head towards the second corner. De Oliveira still out in front, being chased down by Grayson Cox. That's the 76 rider in there in 3. Reed Workman, the Chilean rider, has been shuffled back to 4. Mason Fox is in there in 5. A little bit of work to do now as they come to the final corner. De Oliveira has just been shuffled back by Cox. So it's Cox, Oliveira, Barrios is in there as well in 4. Looks like the 76 is going to pick up the 3. That'll be Reed Workman. The unlucky guy in 5 was Madden Atherton. Final number 5 for the 8-year-old boys. Tyrell Simon on the inside. Spencer Sullivan doing it for the USA as they head towards the corner. But Nathan Larson got a great start and he's going to get in there first, I think. Sullivan in there in 4. Jackson Hulbert going through as well for the USA as they head down towards turn number 2. Larson's out in front. Cortez of Aruba has worked his way into that second spot. The 22 in there in 3. That's going to be Charlie Chris out of Canada. Canada in that 3rd spot. Guatemala back there in 5. Cortez has been shuffled back as they go in and out of the turn. Aruba and the USA battling down towards that final finish line. Who's going to get that 4th spot? It's going to be the 72. That's going to be Spencer Sullivan going through in 4th.
Switching up to the next group right now. Challenge boys, age group number 9. Locked up and loaded in the gate. Locked, ready to go. Gate is down. France with a big pop downtown. Let's see if he's got the drive to keep it going all the way into the Shimano turn. Hossa gonna go get this one going on right now. McConnell, Morales, Talbot, Hines, Buchholz, Daniels, Ortiz, Rojas trying to crank things up down that second straightaway. Spain looking for the 2. Morales ramping it in and out of the second turn, 3rd straightaway with the 152 and the 164 bike. Buchholz and McConnell working this one out down that 3 straightaway, trying to make a move from the back of the pack. Canada, USA trying to duke it out right now. Oh, we lost Canada in the Tissot turn. Back to the line we go. Hossa coming back to the stripe. He's going to get it done. Looking for that 2, the 149, 164, and 152. Morales, McConnell, and Buchholz rounding out your top 4. Down riders back up. Give them some love on the way back through. Eckel, Downsey, Franklin, Bach, Cummins, Murray, Dixon, Kinsler. Who's got the drive on this one? Down into turn number 1. USA makes some noise down into first turn. Trying to get on the top 3 spots right now. Great Britain, where are you at? Downsey trying to hold on to it. Down the 2 straightaway. Can he make it happen? Can he get in the game as they come back out of the second turn? The 155, 157 bike. Running the show. Eckel, Franklin on the 1-2. Down the 3 straight we go. USA trying to sweep the top 4 as they head into the Tissot turn. Great Britain trying to crank it up right now with Australia. Trying to put the sneak attack on down the last straightaway. The 166 bike will find a way in with the 135. The 166 of Dax Murray and the 135 of Charlie Downsey. Great Britain rounds out your top 4. Another one locked and loaded, ready to go. More 9-year-old challenge boys downtown Moulton, Upshaw, Korea, Emery, Sikine, Goff, Mayorga, Kakura, looking for some top spots out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Where you at, Japan? Looking for that 2 spot right now, coming down the 2 straightaway. Sakai trying to hold it down as they come in and out of the second turn with the 4 bike out front of Molden. Molden running the show down the 3 straightaway. Emery locks in for that 3 spot. USA on the 4 right now, but Australia and Argentina trying to work it out. Upshaw, Korea coming back in with Goff. Last turn, last straightaway. Who's got the horsepower? Who's got the juice to make it happen? Coming back at us. Japan slides back to a 3 spot. Back to the line. We'll round it out with the 163 bike of Gustavo Mayorga for USA. Another one on deck, locked, loaded, ready to go. Ecuador, Latvia, France, Colombia, France, Australia down into that first turn. Colombianos will fire it off out of the first turn. Mendoza, Curvello trying to ramp it up with Franco down the 2 straightaway. Ecuador sliding into that 2 spot. Castillo locks it in for the 2 right now with France on the 3 spot in the 133 bike. Toscale coming down the 3 straightaway. The Latvian riders trying to hold on to this one. Lucis coming into that last turn, but he's got a Colombian knocking on the door in the Tissot turn on the way back out. Last straight coming back at us, trying to ramp things up along the way. Rodriguez, Mendoza back to the line. Ecuador for the 2, France for the 3. I think the Latvian rider on the 143 bike just made it in the game right there as it came across the stripe. Boy, oh boy. Got another one on deck, ready to roll. Big pop from USA on the outside, but where you at, South Africa? Headed down into turn number 1. Bill Joint down to the first turn, down the second straightaway with all kinds of authority. See you guys at the finish line, he says. Coming down the 2 straightaway. Trying to get this one locked in for the USA. We'll see what's going on with the 176 bike. Got to be Waters. Waters cranking it up down the 3 straight. He's got it locked in right now. Medina, Trina, Colombia working it out. No, Great Britain trying to find a way into that 4 spot as they head out of the Tissot turn. See if he's got a little extra nitrous in the tank as they come back around. But the Brazilian rider, Dos Santos, will round out your top 3 or top 4 as they come back through. Another one on deck, locked and loaded, ready to go. Drag race times with these guys. Rapati and Porta, Anderson, Adams, Salazar, Hooper, Morale, and Geraldo down in that first turn, down the second straightaway. Where are you at, Australia? Keeping things going on down the 2 straightaway. Anderson looking for that top spot on the 82 bike. Will drive this one in and out of the second turn. Trying to keep it going. That's the 88 bike out front. That's Kai Hooper. Hooper coming down the 3 straightaway. Where are you at, New Zealand? Rapati on the 2 spot. We'll see what happens into that last turn. France trying to find a way. Let's see what they've got for a drive on the way back home. Colombianos slipping in on this one. On the 3, back to a Salazar. Salazar will get it done with the Aussie coming back to the line of Anderson. Another one locked up on deck. More challenge boys, age 9, ready to go. Nice shot out of the middle. USA trying to take it downtown. Great Britain trying to get in the game. Oh, we might have lost him down the 1 straightaway. We'll get him checked out. He's back up. Make some noise for him. USA, where are you guys at? Everybody's trying to make the game right now as we come into the second turn. Taylor, Short, McPhee, Southwell, Carlson, and Ranciba, Caraway, Vanderheiden coming down the 3 straightaway with the 172. Southwell running the show right now as we keep things fired off into that last turn. Tissot coming back at us. It's USA all the way back through. Make some noise for the boys as they come back home. Locking it up for that 2 spot, the 165, 175, and 174 McPhee, Taylor, Vanderheiden making it happen with Southwell. Downriders back up. Where you at, Great Britain? Let's give him a little love on the way back through. Ethan Shore. Last rack for the 9-year-old challenge boys. Griffith, Lau, Rick, Mara, Acuna, Sanchez, Scholten, Andrade. Down into that first turn, down the second straightaway. USA leading the charge right now, looking for another 2 spot. Alaya Mura, Ecuador trying to hold on to that 2, in and out of the second turn. Third straight we go, it's all Griffith on the top spot. The 162 bike trying to hold on to that one. Lau and Rick trying to work it out down the 3 straightaway. Rick trying to show him a wheel in that Tissot turn. Columbia holding on for the 4 right now, but he's still got company coming. Trying to drive this one back through, last straight back to the line. Still got it locked up, 162, 125 bike, and the 122 will round it out. Santiago Tamaya coming back to the line. Boy, oh boy, Rich, I'll tell you what, some good stuff up.
Definitely some good stuff as we move on to the 10-year-old boys 8 finals. Right, here we go. First of the 8 finals for the 10-year-old boys. Dylan Johns is in there. Knox Reeves second fastest down that hill, but it's Des Popoulos who's going to lead it out for the USA. Benny Jackson of Great Britain, where is he? He's in there in 4th at the moment, but he's got company, and that comes from Marek Nahoda from the Czech Republic. But if there's one rider who knows how to make moves in corners, it is Benny Jackson. The 214 going through is Velez. He's back there in 5 at the minute. Jackson still holding on in the 4, but it's Des Popoulos and Reeves 1 and 2 in and out the turn. Dylan Johns, I think, in there in 3 for New Zealand. Benny Jackson's going to go through in that 4. And that was 8 final number 1 for the 10-year-old boys. Right, 8 final number 2 for the 10-year-old boys. Jacob Anderson of Great Britain's just been shuffled back into that 3rd spot. It's Heston Novotny, I think, who's in there at the moment as they go in and out of the turn. It's Novotny out there in front. The Australian Judd Howard going through in 2. Jacob Anderson in 3. The 202, that belongs to Cohen Purnell. He's in there in 4, and Dylan Okapich trying to work his way in as they go into the final corner. Novotny, Howard, Anderson, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? There's a battle going on. Here comes the USA rider, elbow to elbow, 270 as they cross the line. Dylan Oklepich, I think that was, taking that 4th spot. More 8 final racing for these 10-year-old boys, heading down towards turn number 1. Caleb Gassaway, Dylan Myers, Jacob Colwell. That's your 1, 2, 3 into the turn. The Japanese rider Hashimoto getting involved as well. Where is the land shark? Ronnie Wood out of Great Britain. He's back there in 8. He's got some work to do as they go in and out of the corner. The World 5 and the World 4, Myers and Gassaway, they're 1 and 2. The 240 Hashimoto in there in 3. Ronnie Wood is starting to wind it up. He's looking for a 5th. He needs a 4th. And the Belgian riders in there as well. Matty Thowen as they go in and out of the turn. Who's going to get it at the line? The World 5, Dylan Myers is going to get it. 256 going through in 4. That's Jacob Colwell of the USA. Dexter de Maad of the Netherlands, Levi Schultz of Germany in this one as well as they head towards the first turn. Who's going to be the first to rise as they go into the corner? Where is Jack Devine? He's in there in about fourth at the moment as they come in and out of that first turn. It's New Zealand out in front though. It's Hill. Hill into the corner. Brockinier, I think, in there in two. Jack Devine's worked his way into three. The 229. Levin Schultz is in there in four, coming under pressure from the Canadian rider. One rider hits the deck in the middle of the straight. That was the rider from Canada. Devine in there in three. It's going to be Hill, Brockinier, Jack Devine. Who's going to get that fourth spot? The 229. That belonged to Levin Schultz. All right, we're looking after Jakob Leonetti of Canada on that third straight, making sure he's okay. We have a top-class medical team here at the UCI BMX Racing World Championships. All our riders are well looked after. And if you are watching on the official UCI live stream at home, please feel free to share it with your friends, your family, your neighbors, whoever it might be. Get them involved. We've had thousands and thousands of views on the live stream. It's really helping to promote the sport of BMX racing. And there's no better BMX racing than the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. As the 8 finals continue for the 10-year-old boys. We're having a great time. The action, Eric, certainly beginning to heat up.
Definitely starting to heat up right now, Rich. You definitely got a little bit of a win factor going on, especially with these younger riders that definitely can take them askew, if you want to say, as they are coming through the straightaways. So that's always one of the things that definitely comes into play throughout the weekend on a big outdoor event like this is the wind factor. As you guys can see, the flags will change up a little bit, especially out here in Rock Hill. And like we've been talking about for the first 2 days so far, you've got to hit the marks absolutely flawless as you're going around this track to make sure to try to ensure that you're going to get through your motos, get through the day, and transfer on with the qualifying, man. I'll tell you what, great racing going on so far though, Rich.
Certainly seen some situations where riders have taken a little look around as they've gone across the finish line and they've looked the wrong way and somebody's just nipped in and nicked a position from them. As we see those fans in the stands, if you see yourself on that big jumbotron, give yourselves a big wave. Get involved here. We love to see how much you guys are enjoying the racing here at the UCI BMX Racing World Championships, Rock Hill, South Carolina. And just a shot there of the British fans up in the stands. We can guarantee that we're going to get away from the British guys. They're probably sunburned, slightly red and slightly dehydrated. And we've got fans from all around the world in the stands. We've got the guys from Zimbabwe up there. They've been a little bit subdued, I think, our Zimbabwean fans. They've not been as rowdy as they normally have. I'm sure they're going to pick it up a little bit later. There we go. The ladies are waving the flags in the stand. We love to see our riders from Zimbabwe and from the rest of the world as well. Guys, just enjoy yourselves. Have a good time.
Yeah, guys, eyes of the Jumbotron right now. Check it out. If you see yourself up on the Jumbotron, give yourself a little wave to the crowd out there worldwide. Thanks for tuning in. Wherever you guys are out around the world right now, thanks for tuning in to your UCI 2024 BMX Racing World Championships right here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I know we're looking for the Chad out there in the grandstand somewhere. Well, let's see if he can find one of our super fans out there, and let's see what's going on.
Hey guys, I'm actually in the stands. You're right, I'm in the stands. You may not be able to find me, so I am in the midst of fans from all over the world. I know we talked about the New Zealanders, I know we talked about the Aussie and their relationship, but behind me I've got a contingent of Americans that have been cheering super loud. So, hey, you guys in the USA, what do you think about the performance so far? All right, I'm gonna give that a 5. Hey, you guys, this is your home court, as we say in basketball. What do you think about the performance so far from the USA? Well, I think they're happy right now. Back to you guys. Back to you guys. Eric, take it away.
Alrighty, here we go. Back to the racing now. 8 finals for the 10-year-old boys lining up. We continue with the 8th final for the 10-year-old boys. Vorstermans, Prescott, Toledo all in there as they head towards that first turn. Prescott's been shuffled back a little bit. It looks like Zulaga and Tapia are going to be the first ones out of the turn. Colombia and Ecuador. Vorstermans of the Netherlands is in there in 4 at the moment, battling away with the rider from the USA. I've got a feeling that's Rodriguez as they go in and out of that second corner. The 218 of Rodriguez is definitely in there in about 3rd spot. The minute the New Zealand rider Prescott is starting to make his way back, battling away with Vorstermans as they go into the final corner. Oh, he's diving underneath the New Zealand rider. Prescott, is he going to hold it onto the line? He's battling with Vorstermans. It's going to be tight to the stripe. Vorstermans gets it. Prescott out in 5. He was so close, but it wasn't for the lack of trying. More 10-year-old boys, 8 finals heading down the hill. And they go in and out of the turn. It looks like the Czech Republic leading it out right now in that first position as they head towards the second turn. USA and Colombia are in there as well. We are looking at Thomas Susek leading it out. That's the Canadian rider going through as well. That's Trudell, I think, in that 4th spot, battling away with the American rider, Josh Linares, as they come in and out of the turn. Susek's in control. Who's going to get that 4th spot on the line? The Canadian's trying to work his way in as well. The 262 taking it at the line. Going through in that 4th spot, Hugh Huddleston making it in. Susek taking the win. Trudell out in 5. Two more 8 finals left in the 10-year-old boys. Ransdell and Russo are in this one for the USA and France. And it looks like Russo got the best start. He's going to lead it into the turn. Silver of Chile is in there with him as well. Lyraman's been shuffled back. Where is Connor Hemphill of Great Britain? He's in there in 4th at the moment, being chased down by the Swiss rider, Lyraman. So out in front, it's going to be Russo. Silver, 1 and 2. The USA, I think that's Robles in there in 3. Connor Hemphill's going to have to make some smart moves in the corner. Lyraman's gone underneath him. Hemphill's back there in 5. He needs to be in the 4. He's drag racing him down the final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? I think Hemphill went out in 5. Lyraman, I think, got the 4. It's so close. Yep, Hemphill out in that 5th spot. Last of the 8 finals for the 10-year-old boys, heading down the hill. Aruba on the inside. That's going to be Wouters. The Czech rider making his way in is Jan Osniak. In and out the turn we go. Aruba leading it through. Where is Finley Monroe of Great Britain? He's back there in about 5 at the moment. He needs to work his way past Ventura, the Ecuadorian rider who's in there in 4. We've got a Colombian rider in there in 6. That's going to be Cano, but it's Aruba leading it through. Wouters, Osniak in there in 2. Ecuador in 4, Finley Monroe of Great Britain in 5. He's lining him up down the final straight. Can Monroe make the move at the line? The battle's for the 4th. Monroe's getting close, couldn't quite make it stick. Finley Monroe of Great Britain out in 5. Ventura taking the 4. Oh, so close.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready to switch up the 8 mains to the Challenge Cruiser Group, men age 40 to 44 on deck, ready to roll. All right, let's see what the big boys have for us. Asagai with a big snap with this one. Going to drive the U.S. boys downtown into turn number 1. Hojo Johnson looking for that 2 spot. The Latvian rider trying to slide in the mix right now. Junk is trying to get in the game as we come into turn number 2. USA trying to get on the 3-4 spot right now in the second turn. Third straightaway, 543 of Tucker. Tucker's got company coming with Herrera into the last turn, ramping things up right now, but bringing this one back through. Asagai, Johnson, 1-2, back to the line. Coming back to us. Junkus in the 543 bike. We'll round it out right there as they come back around. Caleb Tucker locks it in. USA taking 3 more onto the half show. And we got another one on deck, locked, loaded, ready to go. Kinsler, Stratford, Martinez, Minot, Garcia, Pereira, Carriazo, Damasio, Kinsler with a big pop and a drop down through the second straightaway. He owns the show right now. Salty getting it done as he drives this one in that second turn. Where you at, New Zealand? The Kiwi, Stratford on the 2 spot. As we drive down the third straightaway, Bolivia, Martinez rocking it on the 3 right now, but the battle for the 4 continues in and out of the Tissot turn. The Brazilian trying to hold on to this one on the way back home. Can he make it happen? Pereira back to line. The 500 bike might have got him at the stripe. Boy, oh boy, right there. Another one on deck, locked, loaded, ready to go. Cruiser Min 40 to 44. Arroyo, Pretel, Estevez, Bruno, Reinhardt, Perry, Ospina, Diaz, and Harao. Oh, Colombianos out of the first turn, down the second straightaway, leading the charge. Estevez got it on lock right now as he heads into turn number 2 on the 497. Having a little problem back there on the 510 bike out of Ecuador. Patel trying to get back into the game as they head into that second last turn. Tissot turn. Tissot, Bruno goes down low. Oh, coming back through. Ecuador gets back in the game and redeems himself down the last straightaway. Boy, oh boy, talk about a comeback. Man, he got loose in the second turn out of the Rock Hill turn, and he gets it done out of the Tissot turn back to the stripe. Another one locked, loaded, ready to go. Paul Perez, Rico Ray, Molina Marin, Kelly Hermanez, Bustamante, and Padilla out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Where you at, Chile on the front lines running this one. Perez coming into the 2 straightaway. In and out we're going to go. That world number 1 bike out of France. Anthony Paul down the 3 straight we go. The Colombians trying to duke it out. There goes Mexico into the last turn. Bustamante coming back at us. He'll lock it in for that 3 spot. The U.S. rider trying to put a sniper attack on this one. Back to the line. Didn't quite have enough juice to get it done. The 505. Rico Ray out of Colombia locks it in for that 4 spot as they come through with another one locked, loaded up on top of the hill. Ready to roll. Another one. Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Italy, USA, Colombia, Chile. Taking this one downtown. Where you at, Venezuela? The top spot. The Mosquito. Suarez down the 2 straightaway. He's got this one on lock right now. Andrietti on the 2 spot. Out of Brazil. Down the 3 straight we go. USA on the 541 bike. Running it down the line, bringing this one back through. Sabota holds on to the 3 out of the Tissot turn. The Argentine, he's got company coming right now. Fuentes trying to make it happen. The Italian trying to be the stallion back to the stripe. Does he have enough to make it happen right there down the last straightaway? Looks like Argentina rounds out your top 4 as I check out the Jumbotron as they come back through. Another one on deck, locked, loaded, ready to go. Here we go with the big boys downtown. White, Lars, Grizel, Andrews, Longini, Sol Hardman, Hernandez out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. USA on the 1-2 right now, driving this one in at turn number 2, looking for the top spot. Andrews coming in and out of that second turn, down the 3 straightaway. Big Justin White, he's been the world champ before. He wants to do it again today. We'll see what he's got. Into the Tissot turn, he'll bring this one back through. France picking it up on that 3 spot as they come back down the last straightaway. Gonna lock it up. Oh, France gonna pick the 2 back up in the 470 bike. Javier Nicolas Sol for Argentina rounds out your top 4. Couple more ready to roll. Another one on deck.
Yeah, you're good. I wish these things would make them match, you know, like when it's glossy, I just see myself. I've got the exact same monitor.
Couple more racks of the Challenge Cruiser men, 40 to 44. Romero, Holland, Morin, Post, Bidwell, Basson, Barrere, and Evans out of the first turn to Columbia, leading the charge down the 2 straightaway. Trying to lock this one in, coming back to us in and out of that second turn. Romero on the top spot. Oh, Post gets a little jammed up right there by the Frenchman. The Czech Republic heads down the 3 straightaway. Belgium slides into the 4 spot now. Can he make it happen all the way back through? Post trying to ramp things up on the way down the last straightaway, but looks like Belgium going to lock it in with the Czech Republic for the 3-4 as they come down the last straightaway. Oh man, a little heartbreak for Post out of the second turn. Got a little balled up and just lost control and tried to make it up, but another one lock loaded on top of the hill. Last rack of the Cruiser Challenge men, 40 to 44. Oh, Canada, where are you guys doing that? Dane looking for a top spot, your World 7 plate. But it's off Venezuela. Manrique on the front lines. He's running the show down the 2 straightaway. Here comes Canada back in the game right now. Dane cranking things up, but Argentina in and out of the second turn with a little bit of authority right there. Salazar down the, oh, Dane goes OTB right there. He's out of the game, not the way he wanted to end the day. Mexico coming back at us. Conde Salas gonna get that 3 spot locked in. Back to the line with that 509 bike. Arndell out of Denmark. The Danish rider comes back through. Man, unfortunate circumstances for Dane out of Canada. Down the 3 straightaway, just got a little loose. Went OTB over the bars. And that was all she wrote, but hopefully he's all right. They're getting a quick check on him right now. We'll make sure everything's all good as we are done with your 8 main events. We will be moving on to the quarters next. He's getting back up. Where you guys at? Canada, where you at? Make some noise. Make some noise for Dane.
All right, quarterfinals ready to go. We are starting with the 8-year-old boys. All right, we're starting with the quarterfinals now. 5 riders on the gate, only 4 can go through. Sunday's day is about to end here at the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships. Gonzalez, Larson, Hill, Piso, 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. Bolivia are on the outside. I think Guatemala. Gonzalez on the outside, looking in. No, he's there. He's out in front. I do apologize. It's Hill who's in the 5th spot at the minute, so he's going to have to put some work in if he wants to work his way through into that semi-final stage. Gonzalez is leading it out. Larson's in there in 2. That looks like Hill of New Zealand in there in 3. USA riders got some pressure as they come to the line. 58 takes that 4th spot. That's going to be Trevin Cunningham going through. Hill of New Zealand out in 5.
Oh no. Yeah, these are polarized. That's definitely the problem. Yeah. But it's the reflection. Like, I wish they made these not glossy. You know what I'm saying? Because I see myself. But yesterday
Quarterfinal 2 for the 8-year-old boys, Chris Novi, Abruzzi, De Oliveira, and who's in there as well? We've got Sullivan. So in and out the turn we go. USA going 1 and 2. Ace Novi, Mackay Abruzzi 1 and 2. De Oliveira in there in 3. The Canadian rider Chris in 4. USA are in there in 5. That's going to be Spencer Sullivan, but he's looking for a way through on that 72 plate. As they head towards the final corner, De Oliveira of Brazil in there in 3. It's going to be a battle between Chris and Sullivan for that final spot in the semis. They're coming to the line. Novi, is he going to go through? He is in the 2. Who's going to get the 4? It's going to be the 72 of Spencer Sullivan. He makes it through. Chris of Canada out in 5. Quarterfinal number 3 for the 8-year-old boys. Monegro, Burnsworth, Skvis, Bogdanos Marvis, and Montenegro into the corner we go. Who's going to be the first to show? I think it's Burnsworth with the whole shot. He's in there in 1. USA going through in 2. That's going to be Helmut Skvis. Latvia going through in 3. Bogomazovs in that 3rd spot. Who's got the 4th? It looks like the rider out of Chile. That's going to be Barrios. Barrios in the 4th position. The 69 plate of Phoenix Monegro. He's back there in 5. Might have left himself a little bit too much to do as they go into the final corner. Burnsworth of the USA still leading it out. It's going to be a USA 1 and 2. Latvia are going to pick up the 3. The rider from Chile is going to get the 4. Leon Mondaka Barrios. Quarterfinal 4, 2 from Aruba, 2 from the USA and 1 from Japan. Therell Simon looks like he's going to lead it into the turn. Grayson Cox is right there with him. Ishin Yamamoto's in the 4th spot at the moment. So we've got a USA rider back there in 5 as we head towards turn number 2. Ferrickson in there in that 3rd spot, but it's the 12 plate of Simon leading it out, the 76. That is Reed Workman. He's going to have to work really, really hard if he wants to catch Yamamoto in that final corner. The door's open. He's going through it. Yamamoto dives underneath. Workman, Yamamoto. Who's going to get it at the line? Workman looking like he's going to steal that 4th spot. Yamamoto out in 5. Classic BMX racing. Simon of Aruba winning the quarterfinal.
Changing up to the next class right now. Challenge boys, age group number 9. Locked, loaded, ready to go. Big push right out of the middle for the U.S. rider. Going to fire it off. Southwell, Emery, Murray, Mayorga, Anderson, Salazar, Hooper, and Blodgett out of the 1st turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Where you at, USA? Make some noise. South Africa on the 2 spot, trying to get it going on. Daniel got a pretty good shot with this one as he comes into the 2nd turn. Leading the charge, though, down the 3 straightaway. That's all your 172 bike. Southwell running the show right now. Everybody's knocking on the door, but there goes South Africa. Out of the last turn. Bilgent coming back through. He's got this one on lock right now. Southwell on the 2. Colombian. Salazar trying to crank it up on that 3 spot. Back to the line. We'll round it out with your 156 bike. Elijah Emery will come back to the stripe for the 4. It looks like Dax Murray had a little trouble down the 1st straightaway, but give him a little love on the way back through, USA. Let's hook him up. Another one on deck. Down the 1st straight we go. USA trying to lead the charge into that 1st turn. Uh-oh, France is out of the game with this one. Lost a couple more. There goes the breakaway right there with the top 4 as they head out of the 1st turn. Down the 2nd straightaway.
Everybody's on the move right now as they come back into that second turn. It's going to go Griffith, your 4-bike of Moulton, hitting up on that 2 spot. The little man from Japan, Sakain, picking up for that 3 as they come back that third straightaway. Another rider back up, give them some love as they're coming back around, checking it out. Out of the last Tissot turn they come. One more rider for USA, going to find a way into the half show as they come back through on the 152. Parker Buchholz coming back to the line. He'll get it done right there. Downriders getting back up. How about it, France? Where are you guys at? Your riders back up in the first straightaway. Some of. That's all. Going to check on everybody. Looks like everybody's all good with this one as they're getting back up. Another one down low. One more time for our downriders as they're coming across the track, folks. Let's hook them up. Not the way they wanted to end their worlds. Having fun. Next one up on the deck, locked and loaded, ready to go. One more time for our down riders as they come off the track. Hosop, Mendoza, Franklin, McConnell, Lucis, Lau, Vanderheiden, and Taylor down into the first turn. Out of the Shimano they go down the second straightaway. France makes some noise. Hosop coming down the second straightaway. Latvia on the 2 spot. Lucis coming into that second turn with Colombia on the 3. Mendoza, oh, the Americans trying to find their way. Oh no, OTB on the 162. Jay Lau. He loses the chain out of the second turn. We'll get him checked out as they head out of that last straightaway, coming back at us. Hosop on the top spot. He's running the show. Back to the line. Lucis on the 2. Back through, and the 5-bike for Colombia with your 164. A McConnell rounding out your top 4. Oh, man, unfortunate for Lau as he came out of the second turn right there. The chain popped off, slipped it, and went OTB. We'll get a quick check on him right away on this third straightaway. I'll tell you right now, man, Rock Hill's starting to show its teeth just a little bit more throughout the rounds as we heat this one up as we are in the quarter main events with the 9-year-old challenge boys. Looks like he's getting back up. Where are you at, USA? Let's make some noise. Looks like the last rack of the 9-year-old challenge boys on top of the hill for the last quarter for them. Locked, loaded, and ready to go. Ropati, Echo, Morales, Castillo, Trina, Mora, Dos Santos, Acuna. Down into that first turn, we're going to go USA. Chase Eckel on the top spot. He take this one down the 2 straightaway, gets it locked in. Rapati on the 2, keeping it going on for the Kiwis out of New Zealand. The Brazilians, the Colombia trying to find a way. Uh-oh, lost one in the second turn. The Spaniard back on that 5-6 spot. He's trying to drive it back down the 3 straightaway. Keeping things moving into that last turn. We're going to go the Ecuador riders getting it done. Castillo and Mara coming back to the line on the 3-4. Little sniper attack trying to happen from Brazil, but USA, Echo, Rapati, New Zealand will lead the charge back down to us. Getting it all done right there. Some great racing going on right there, Rich.
Yeah, action definitely heating up as we move on to the 10-year-old boys. Quarterfinal number 1 for the 10-year-old boys. Huddleston, Ruiz, Colwell, all in this one. Looks like it's going to be New Zealand heading towards that first turn first. Hill picking up the whole shot. He's got the USA right there behind him in 2, 3, and 4. Myers, Despopoulos, and Gasaway are all in there. Hill sends it to the sky, leads him into turn number 2. Japan are in there in that 5th spot. That's going to be Hashimoto. He's in 5. He's looking for the 4. He's got Ruiz with him out of Colombia as well as they head into the turn. Hill still leading it through. It's going to be Hill, Myers, Despopoulos. That's your 1, 2, 3. Who's got the 4? Looks like the Japanese riders made it in. Japan gets in there. Hashimoto takes the 4. Who got that 5th spot? Gasaway. Oh, his world championships are over. Next quarterfinal for the 10-year-old boys. Dylan Johns of New Zealand. Where is he? He's right there in the middle of the pack as they go into the turn. Looks like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Knox Reeves of the USA. Zayden Brugnier in there as well. Who's got that 4 spot? We're looking for the French rider. That's going to be Russo. Russo battling away with the rider out of Switzerland. That's going to be Jyron Lyraman. Lyraman in there in 4. Russo in 5. USA are 2 and 3 in the minutes. Knox Reeves is in there. But Dylan Johns of New Zealand in and out of the turn. Russo's battling with Lyraman. They are literally elbow to elbow. Lyraman gets his nose out in front. Russo's out in 5. Knox Reeves goes through in 3. And it was Brugnier who took the win. Quarterfinal number 3 for the 10-year-olds. This one's going to be tense because we've got 2 British riders in this one. It's going to be Benny Jackson and Jacob Anderson. Oh, we've dropped 1 off in the turn, 2 off in the turn. That's going to mix it right up. Benny Jackson's back there in 5. He needs a 4 if he wants to go through. I think Jacob Anderson ended up on the floor. Here we go. 2-6-4 in there in that 4 spot. Josh Linares. But we know that Benny Jackson is capable of making moves in corners. He's really going to have to work it out. Here he goes. Jackson underneath. Collides with Linares. It's going to be a drag race down the straight. The Czech Republic can go 1 and 2. Jackson's going to get the 4. Linares out in 5. The move was coming. Oh, Jacob Anderson, his worlds are over. But it wasn't for the lack of trying to look at the sportsmanship on the line between Linares and Jackson. Last quarterfinal for the 10-year-old boys. Valters and Novotny are in this one. Oh, the rider from Aruba has hit the deck. His world championships are over. Where is Jack Devine of Great Britain? He's in there in 4 at the minute, but he's going to have to battle with the rider from Australia if he wants to work his way through. Devine up into 3, under pressure from the rider from the USA as they go in and out of the corner. Here comes the rider from Australia as well. Heading down towards the turn. Devine still in there in 3. As they come towards the line, Titus Williams is in there. Zulaga goes through. Australia in there in 4. That was Judd Howard. Jack Devine of Great Britain makes the semi-finals.
Our down rider's back up. Our down rider's back up. Let's make some noise. Let's make some noise for him as he's coming off course. Definitely not the way he wanted to end his worlds. We've got the next group locked and loaded. Challenge Cruiser men, age 40 to 44, on deck, ready to roll. Oh, looks like the Mosquito. Suarez gonna head down into turn number 1. Suarez got it locked in. Looks like Hojo Johnson looking for that 2 spot. The Latvian rider trying to get in the game right now. Jock is sitting out of that second turn, 3rd straightaway. Colombianos trying to ramp things up by Estevez. Estevez got it locked in right now, but he's got company coming from Pertel out of the Ecuador. He's going to try to get that low line out of the Tissot turn, trying to run it back down the last straightaway, but it's going to go Suarez. Johnson. Estevez will come back through. Another one on deck with the big boys right now. It's starting to heat up around Rock Hill. We're getting into the business. Let's get the boys rolling down into turn number 1. USA gonna fire it off out of the first turn. Down the second straightaway. Kinsler, Stratford, White, Svoboda, Morin, Tucker, Harao, and Conde Salas will ramp this one up in and out of the second turn down the 3 straightaway. The 547 bike, Justin White. He's been a world champ before. He wants to clean the day, but he's got salty. Kinsler ramping it up out of that last Tissot turn as they come back through. New Zealand, Stratford. Stratford picks it up with USA on the 541 bike. We'll come back down to us. Svoboda lost the Frenchman down the last straightaway, and we'll get him checked out. Morin, your World 5 bike ends the day on a bad note right there. Not the way he wanted to go down. Got a little loose on the last straightaway. And that's the way it kind of wrapped up right there. We got another one on deck, but we're going to check out our down rider here for just a few minutes to make sure everything's all right. Like I've said before, yesterday and today, guys, if you don't hit all the marks just right, precision is key out here at Rock Hill. Like they say, competition lives here. Definitely a technical track, and it will test the best of them, the best of the best from around the world, as we've got everybody here on that world stage for the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships, Rock Hill, South Carolina. Downriders back up. Let's give them some love on the way back through, folks. Another one headed downtown in a hurry. Where you at, Colombia? Into the first turn, gonna fire it off right now. Romero, Montesos, Manrique, Paul, Martinez Arroyo, Holub, Rico Rey, and Bechon. Uh-oh, the Czech Republic. Oh, he went down hard right there. Lost the bike, but he's back up quick. Make some noise for him as we head into the last straightaway. Out of the Tissot turn one more time as we come back around. Got this one on lock on that top spot with the 506 bike. We'll bring it back through the 487. Oh! The Frenchman might have popped the stripe right there, Anthony Tall, as he came back through, and he does pick up the 4 spot down the last straightaway, put the sneak attack on. Our downriders are back up. Let's give them some love on the way back through, as we got another one to finish out the Cruiser Men Challenge 40 to 44, lock loaded, ready to go. Andrietti got a pretty good pop with this one. Asagai gonna hit the nitrous button, got the full tune on this one down the 2 straightaway. Tariq getting things moving on into that second turn. We'll see what's going on. Chile and Colombia duking it out, but here comes Andrews on the move right now. The Mangler knows how to get in the game. We'll see what happens on that last straightaway. Coming back to us, gonna ramp it up one more time. Asagai gonna bring him back down the line. He'll lock it up with France, Brazil, and Chile. We'll round out your top 4 as we head back to us and finish it up right there. Boy, oh boy, Rich, I'll tell you what, things are definitely heating up here in Rock Hill with the competition.
Yeah, these cruiser classes are just getting better and better and better. It was full of excitement on day number 1 with the cruiser guys. There's been absolutely no let up in the action here in Rock Hill, South Carolina, of the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships. We hope you guys in the stands are enjoying the show, and also if you're watching on the live stream, having a real good time. Just keep watching, because there's certainly more to come. Gonna have a chat with Chad, I think. Over to you, sir.
Hey, guys. Hey, everyone here in Rock Hill. I am in turn number 2. First of all, I want to give my own personal round of applause to Grindle and to Rich up there at the finish line. Man, they are just knocking out moto after moto. So show them a little bit of love for all the hard work they're doing today. I've had the opportunity to walk around the whole track and to talk to families and friends. And I went to the finish line and I saw the youngsters, the young kids, the 7, the 8, the 9, the 10. And to see the passion from these kids when they come through the finish line, whether it's victorious and screaming loud or whether it's a tear that they're shedding, they're not only doing this for themselves, they're not only doing this for their family, but they're also racing for their country. And for all of you guys to come around the world and support them on behalf of UCI and Rock Hill, we can't thank you guys enough because I get to see it. I get to look at it. I get to look in these kids' eyes and the adults as they come through and they head back to the tents. The passion that these guys have and young ladies to race their bikes. So I, on behalf of everyone around here, want to thank all of you fans for showing up and supporting these kids, because guess what? I see what they see, and the tears and the passion and the screaming and the yelling, to me, that's what bike racing is all about. So put your hands together for yourselves in supporting your racers. All right, I'm going to toss it back to Eric and Rich. And once again, on behalf of all of Rock Hill and the UCI, thank you guys for coming.
Good stuff right there, Chad. Thanks for chiming in on that one. Some great stuff going down. Up to the Jumbotron. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? Check it out up there. Yeah, we see you up there. Make some noise. Make some noise. Good to have you guys all with us from around the world. I'll tell you what, nothing better than being on this stage right now with everybody here. The best of the best, definitely from all around the world in the house. I think we have, about over 40 countries in the house this weekend. Rich, I'll tell you what, you're from the UK. You made it over here. You know, it's great stuff going on. You got all your British riders, and you know a lot of them as you've been in the game like I have for probably the last 15, 20 years announcing and calling races out there. So it's always good to find your favorites, see them doing the work and getting their way through and getting into those main events is great.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see all the riders from all around the world. And the thing I love most, I think, about this is the fact that I see riders who I've never seen before, and they've got the skill and they've got the passion and they've got the track smarts to get these races won. You know, I see riders from countries that I've never been to, and yeah, they're just doing everything that they possibly can to win these races, and it's just phenomenal to see. I see riders from Aruba and Japan, and I'm never, ever, ever not impressed. They're phenomenal.
Yeah, exactly. Like we've been saying the whole time, man. The best of the best from around the world, and it's really cool to see everybody just having some fun up there. Everybody's up in the stands right now, waving, having some fun. That's what it's all about, you know. You know, you put the helmet on. You know, Rich and I, we put helmets on. We get on deck. I want to cut you off. I want to beat you to the finish line. All that stuff. But you know what? After we get to the finish line, it's all hugs and high fives, and we can, you know, go out and have a couple of drinks and all that kind of stuff and just have some fun. That's what the sport is all about. Nothing but the best stuff going on, especially when you've got riders from, you know, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, all the way up into their 60s and 70s still out here racing. It's just...
Man, it gives me a little bit of chills when I see those flags go up, like Japan, like the Netherlands, like, of course, in our hometown, USA. It's the passion behind it, and they're bringing their flags out, and that, to me, is what gets me all chilled.
Yeah, there's something really cool about being at the BMX World Championships, and one of the things that really impresses me is that you see some of the younger riders out there, and they have friends that they make at a World Championships when they're like 8 years old. And then when they're 16, they're still friends with those kids, and they treat each other like best mates, even though they only see each other once a year. It's just like they greet them like old friends, and it's the best thing in the world, and it's one of the things I love most about the BMX Racing World Championships. And the young kids, they love the racing, they love to be involved, but one other thing that they love is the jersey swapping. You know, that's probably the most important of any World Championships for kids. And one of the best jerseys I think I've seen this year is the USA one. I do love the USA jersey. I think it's phenomenal this year, and everybody's been looking for one, and I've been lucky enough to bag one for my son. But I'm going to take you to the man, the voice of USA BMX, Eric Grindle, as he has a chat to one of two of our photographers.
Yeah, not only do we have the best of the best riders and racers from around the world here, we have some of the best photographers from around the world in the house as well. Craig Dutton here. Craig, what do you got to say about shooting the worlds and all the, like, you're out there shooting World Cups, you're all over the place. What do you got for these guys?
Man,
grueling workouts, endless hours of training, pushing yourself to the limit, ready to conquer new heights. Your intensity, unwavering passion, and sheer determination is what makes you among the best in the world. We've been preparing too, evolving into a vibrant center of growth and opportunity. Rock Hill is on the move, and we're ready to show the world what we've got. Rich culture, diverse dining experiences, unique shops, and beautiful open spaces bring an electrifying energy to our community, a thriving haven for creativity and competition. Add to this a BMX track, meticulously designed for performance, purpose-built to challenge you and let you do what you do best, race. So, as you push the bounds of what's possible, fueled by adrenaline and determination, let's make history together. Rock Hill, South Carolina, the spirit of BMX. Competition lives here. South Carolina, just right for competition. And in Rock Hill, it's who we are. It lives in us. It's what drives us to reach our goals. It's what brings us together to learn from our mistakes and to rise above. It gives us strength and determination to be better. We are Rock Hill, South Carolina, and competition lives here.
from day one till day done. You know what I'm saying? Where you guys at? You guys got to get louder. Come on. The USA chant is on right now as we are here at Rock Hill, South Carolina for the second time for the World Championships for UCI BMX Racing 2024. We're getting ready to head up to the gate, and I'm going to let Rich take over right now, and we're going to get fired back into the 9-year-old challenge ladies as they roll up the hill and lock into the gate.
All right, quarterfinals for the 9-year-old girls are ready to go. Quarterfinal number 1 lining up on the gates. The action continues here in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Quarterfinal number 1, the 9-year-old girls. It's chock-a-block full of USA riders, but we've got one from Canada and one from France who are going to attempt to spoil the party. In and out we go of turn number 1. Remy Setzer, the reigning world champion. She's out in front. She's got USA in 2, 3, and 4. Kylie Shepherd, Briella Sammy, and Maddie Montgomery, who's got that 4 spot right now. It is the 79 of Montgomery. Montgomery in there in 4. Monroe Lambert of Canada, she's in there in 6 right now. Move being made in the final corner. It's been very, very tight. Looks like Sessa's going to get it. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's the 91. That was Brenna Windows taking that 4 spot. Montgomery out in 5. Quarterfinal 2 and all Great Britain eyes will be on Holly Bishop in there in gate number 4. She's right in the mix as they go towards the first turn. Smith, Ferguson, Bishop, here we go, in and out of the turn as they head down the straight. The USA are out in front. Holly Bishop's in there in 2. We've got the rider from Australia in there in 4 with a compatriot right behind as they head in and out of the turn. USA leading it through. Holly Bishop of Great Britain in there in that 2nd spot as they go in and out the final corner. Bishop's looking good. The USA have checked out and gone. Australia are going to get a rider in the semi-finals. Colombia in there as well. Ida Ferguson going through in 4. Quarterfinal number 3 for the 9-year-old girl, Madis Lamelli of the USA in this one, but it looks like the French rider Edu is going to lead it into turn number 1. Edu, Romanov's in there as well. Eden Island, we've dropped one off in that first turn. I'm not quite sure who it was, but Elise Edu of France is leading it into the turn. Eden Island in there in that 2nd spot. That is Romanov of Bolivia who's in there in 4. The 77 of Madis Lamelli is in there in 3. Colombia, Perez looking for a way through in that final corner. In and out we go. Edu and Island. Oh, the Colombian dropped it in the final turn. Edu's going to get it. Lamelli's going through as well. Romanov of Bolivia is the final qualifier. Last quarterfinal for the 9-year-old girls. Oh, 1, 2, 3, I think, hitting the deck on that first straight. Let's have a look. Diaz, I think it is leading it out. Moonan's in there as well. Diaz of Colombia is out in front. I've got a feeling that one of those riders was Charlie Gay of the USA, whose world championship is over. Belgium are in there in 3. It's Moonan, the world 6, trying to get involved. That's Zarante Uribe of Colombia. USA are still not done yet. They've got a rider in 5. She's looking for the 4. It's Savannah George, I think, of USA, who's still not out of it. She's chasing the Colombians to the line. Here comes George to the stripe. Will she get it? Oh, so close. George out in 5. Uribe took the 4. Diaz took the win. But Charlie Gay hit the deck on that first straight. Her World Championships is over. And Moonan, she's just happy to make the semi-final.
One more time for our down ladies as they're coming back around. Let's give them some love. Definitely not the way they wanted it in their world championships. Charlie Gay's been pretty dominant all day long, and it just breaks my heart to see him go out in the round like that. But let's give her some love on the way back through. Let's hook her up. Let's hook her up. Challenge ladies, 10-year-olds on deck right now. 4 more hot laps going to come down, and we'll take 4 from each group as they come back through. One more time for Charlie Gay as she finishes back up. 10-year-old challenge ladies headed down the hill right now. Where you at, Japan? Kozumi out front as she fires this one out of the first turn. Kuche on that 2 spot out of Switzerland, coming down the 2 straightaway. The Netherlands, the Dutchie, Jansen picking it up for the 3. The U.S. ladies got to do some work right now if they want to find their way into the mix as they head out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway, Devira, world number 7 bike. She's got it on lock right now. She heads into the Tizat turn on the way back through, but it's all Japan out front. Kozumi coming down the last straightaway and she flexes it on that world number 1 plate as she comes on back down the last straightaway. Gonna go with that world 5, the 128 bike of Jansen will come back through for the 3, and Devira will pick up the 4 as I've got another one locked up on top of the hill, ready to rock and roll. Big pop on the inside, dropped one off downtown. The Kiwi gonna get back up. Let's make some noise for her as we drive it in that first turn. Gotta be dynamite. Daisy Noyola on the front line. She's gonna run this one down the 2 straightaway. Getting things going on, world famous. Gotta be Una Turner on the 2 as we drive this one out of the Discover South Carolina turn down the 3 straightaway. 93 bike of Erich, Australia holding on to that one, but the battle is for the 4 spot right now as they head down the 3 straightaway into the Tizat turn. Coming back at us, Brazil gonna fire this one off of Juarez, coming back down the last straightaway. She'll lock in the 4 spot, back to the line. Noella, Turner, Erich in the 99 bike will round it out right there. Machado as she comes back to us. Well, you can see the excitement as they roll across the finish line on the backside there as they're going through the tunnel and getting ready for their USA, Colombia, Australia, France. Oh no, dropped one off down the front straightaway. Looks like she's gonna get right back up. Let's make some noise for her. Out of the first turn, down the second straight. Looking for that top spot. We'll see what's going on with this one. Spanel trying to get things going on into that second turn. She'll bring this one back around USA. France on the 2 spot in the 124 bike. Besson coming down the line, but the Colombians are coming down the 3 straightaway, and they don't give it up easy as they're going into that last turn.
They're going to take over the 3-4 spot as they come back through. Colombia, Hidalgo, Parada coming down the last straightaway, locking it in for the 3-4. It's all Spanel, wire to wire as we come back through. Oh, France going down right there as we get our other rider back up. And Urina's coming back through for the USA. Give her some love as she comes across the line as we come back through. You can see on the Jumbotron a little wave right there from Spanel as she is stoked on that one to move through the program. Another one locked and loaded, ready to go. Big push, big drive out of the gate with the ladies right now as we head downtown. USA trying to get on the 1-2-3 as they head into the Shimano turn. Looks like they'll get the job done right there out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Oh, Canada trying to make it happen right now. Morolato, she's trying to ramp things up going into turn number 2. Locking it down out front. It's all the 142 bike. Mighty Mia Reina coming down the 3 straightaway. She's got it on lock coming into that last turn. Bringing us one back around. Palomaki trying to hold on to a 2 spot as we ramp things up into the last straightaway. Coming back at us, Christensen driving back home for the 4 spot. Canada, Morolato locks it in for the 3 with Christensen on your 4. Big smiles from the ladies as they come across the stripe right there as they head back through the tunnel. Some great stuff going on as we got the next group locked and loaded, ready to go. Rich? Quarterfinals 17-29 women cruiser. Right, 5 riders on the gate, only 4 going through to the semi-finals of Cruiser Women 17-29. Lily Chiziwa of Great Britain's in there in 3 at the moment as they go in and out of the turn, but it's Jennifer Merton of the Netherlands who's leading it into that second turn. Mackenzie Palmer of the USA in there in 2. Lily Chiziwa in 3. So it's a battle of the USA for that final qualifying spot. Shelby Elder and Aubrey Douglas into the corner. Lily's left the door wide open. The two USA riders have gone underneath. It's going to be tight to the line. Who's going to get it? USA get 3 and 4. Lily Chiziwa out in 5. Disappointment for the rider from Great Britain. Second quarterfinal for Cruiser Women 17-29. We've got 3 riders from the USA, 1 from Slovakia, 1 from Belgium, and the USA are going 1 and 2 with Sifford and Kelly right now. Where is Madrasova? She's been pushed out. She's gone from 3rd to 5th, and that's allowed the USA rider Isabel Zatelli in there in 3 with the Belgian rider Tessa Van Sant in there in 4. So Madrasova's going to have to turn on the turbochargers going down the final straight. High-low to battle with the Belgian rider Van Sant. Who's going to get into the line? Madrasova's going to go through. Van Sant out in 5. But it was a USA 1, 2, 3. Quarterfinal number 3, 17-29, Cruiser Women. Mia Christiansen leading it into the turn. Picking up the whole shot. Here we go, down the straight. New Zealand are in there in that second position. USA in 3, France in 4, USA in 5. In and out the corner. Christiansen hanging on to it at the minute, but coming under a little bit of pressure. The USA, we've got 1 rider in, 1 rider out. France are in there as well. They're diving underneath. Look at the drag race as they come down the straight. France versus the USA. Who's going to get it at the stripe? France get it at the line. That was Bucille. The unlucky rider out was Barretts from the USA. More Cruisers heading down the hill. Here we go. 17 to 29 into the turn. Lucie Lacoste from France, she is the world champion and she's leading it out. McKenna Martin's in there in 2, Boston Reed in 3, Talon Dickey in there in 4, and the 840 in 5. That belongs to Kailani Smith, so Smith's going to have to make a move on her compatriot if she wants to work her way in. Lucie Lacoste still leading down the straight. McKenna Martin right on her back wheel, doesn't have enough to get past. The final qualification spot goes to the 827 of Talon Dickey.
Looks like we're going to step up into the Challenge Men's Cruiser, age 30 to 34, lock loaded and ready to go. Heading downtown with the boys right now. Alejandro Gallant Schutz, Eustace, Archibald, Buso, Fernando, and Morales out of the first turn. Where you at, Mexico? Morales says adios, amigos, out of the second turn, down the 3 straightaway. Wiso picks it up for that 2 spot, driving down the 3rd straightaway. The Bolivian rider, Jafar Fernando, locks in. Oh, he says, I'm going to give him a little bit of a run for fun down the last straightaway. Little bonk right there with the boys coming back to the line, but the Big Dutchie, Wilsis coming back to the stripe, and he'll lock it in for your 4 spot as we come back through with another one locked and loaded up on top of the hill. Stacked and racked and ready to go. Big shot out of Cuppy. He's going to fire this one down into that first turn, 110%. He's not letting off the gas out of down the 2nd straightaway. Surrey, Rondo, you're looking for it. Granado, Tremendous, Pillin, Arnott, and Sorensen out of the 2nd turn, down the 3 straightaway. It's all Cuppy with the runaway coming down the line. He's got this one locked up. The number 7 bike. Oh, the Frenchman getting it done. Rondo coming back down. It's down the last straightaway. A little battle going on with Latvia. Latvia going to slide in with Canada. The 384 bike will come back to us. Servi in the Latvian. Tremendous rounding out your top 4 as they head on back through the tunnel. Little fist bump from the boys right there, as you can see up on the Jumbotron. And we'll head back up to the hills. We've got another one on deck, ready to go. Abram, Restrepo, Van Bentham, Luna, Gresham, Higgins, Arahu in the court down that first straightaway. Colombianos, oh, big pile up right there. 4 spot up for grabs right now. See who's going to get in the game as they come down the 2 straightaway. It's all Colombianos out front running the show. Restrepo, Ortega coming down the 3 straightaway. The Frenchman picking it up on that 2 spot. Van Bentham, the big Dutch rider on the 3 as he locks it in on the way back home. France going to come in for that 4 spot on the way through. The core going to bring it back to the line. Looks like that. Little bonk right there, but he hangs on for life as we come back through. Give some love to the down riders. Not the way they wanted to end their day, but they live to tell about it. It's always a good sign, so give them some love on the way back through as I got another one on deck, locked and loaded, ready to go. Last rack for the men's cruiser, challenge 30 to 34. Big shot out of Ecuador right out of the gate. Palacios down into turn number 1. Ecuador, where are you guys at? Make some noise out of the first turn, down the 2nd straightaway. Brazil on the 2 spot. Marin coming into that 2nd turn. Somebody off track. Chile goes wild right there as they come back through. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! As they come down the 3 straightaway, they're locking it in on the way back home. Last straight coming back through. Gonna bring it back with Blake coming back to us. He's gonna lock it down with Nash. We'll round out your top 4, and that runs the end of the Cruiser Challenge Men, 30 to 34. The Chilean rider, Martinez Munoz, give him a little love as he finishes up his lap right there. Got a little loose on the 2 straightaway. Rock Hill got a bite out of him.
Right, last of the quarterfinal groups lining up. These are the 35 to 39 men at cruiser. Heading down the hill, first quarterfinal for these guys. Jason Morris on the inside, battling away with Kevin Delporte into the turn. Oh, Morris went wide and let the two Frenchmen underneath. So Gruasel's in there as well. Morris in there in 3. That looks like Venezuela. Salcedo in there in 4, being chased down by the 0-5. And that belongs to Antoine Duran. Antoine Duran of France in 5. He needs the 4. High-lows. Drag races the Venezuelan down the final straight. Delaporte's going to get the win. Morris goes through in 2. Deruan goes through in that 4 spot. Salcedo out in 5. Second quarterfinal for 35 to 39 cruiser, including Chris Sutton of the USA. Let's have a look as they head into the turn. Silva and David got the best start. Looks like the Brazilian Gustavo Mesquita Silva out there in front. Argentina Gagliotti in there in 2. They are queuing up behind him though. The 5 in there, that belongs to Dimitri David. He's in there in 3. And Australia are getting involved with Paul Adams, who's worked his way in the 4. Move made in the final turn. USA rider bringing it to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? 460 for the USA. Josh Smith. Wow, wow, wow. Hot racing action in Rock Hill. Quarterfinal number 3 heading down the hill. Corey Willett, Rick Bock, Jeremy Derormes in this one as well. Tim Knapp. Oh, 1, 2, 3 riders gone. Oh, it's all mixed up as Rick Bock of the Netherlands leads them into turn number 2. The USA are in that second position. The 447 followed by the 419. Da Costa Silva in there in that 3rd spot. The 447 of Jordan Darby in there. But there is no doubt who is leading this out. It's going to be Rick Bock winning the quarterfinal. USA in 2. Oh, he just about held on. 451. That was Tim Knapp. Oh, confusion reigned though in turn number 1. Last quarterfinal, 35 to 39, cruiser men. Charlie Gaillard got a great start, but it looks like Colombia's leading into the turn, and that's going to be Salazar. Salazar winding it up. Brendan Luby of the USA is in there in 2. Gaillard's in there in 3. It's all got mixed up as they go in and out of the second turn. That looks like Portugal in there in 4. Dario Pidare in that final qualification spot. In and out of the turn. Salazar, Gaillard, Luby. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Benine gets the 4. Brazil are out in 5. Oh my word.
Man, oh man, that was the end of the quarters right there. The semis are on deck right now, getting ready to lock and load. I'll tell you what, some heartbreaks are going to happen once again as we get fired off with this one up on the hill with the Challenge Boys, 8-year-olds, getting ready to roll, lock, loaded, and ready to go on deck.
USA, Guatemala, Brazil, New Zealand, and Chile representing, headed down into turn number 1. Burnsworth, Spix, Gonzalez, Larson, Oliveira, Piso, Workman, Barrios out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Who's leading the charge right now? USA on the top spot as they run into turn number 2. Guatemala got to be Gonzalez on the 2 as they bring it back around the 53 bike. Burnsworth running the show down that third straightaway. 73 bike, Spix holding on to that 3. The Brazilian trying to get in the game right now. Oliveira coming out of that last turn. He's got company coming from the Kiwi right now. Piso trying to lay the hammer down on him back to the stripe. Doesn't have enough to catch him on the last straightaway. And he goes out in the semi right there. Another great lap going down as you see them all headed into the back through the tunnel. And we've got the next rack locked and loaded and ready to go. USA, Aruba, Latvia representing on this one. Downtown we go. Oh, where you at, USA? The Latvian gonna slide into a 2 spot right off the way. Down the second straightaway. Bogsmos coming down the second straight. He's trying to lock this one in. Abruzzi, Noe, Simon. Bogsmos, Sullivan, Cunningham leading the charge. The 48 bike. Sly, Mackay, Abruzzi. Down the 3 straightaway. He's got this one on wrap and lock right now. Aruba trying to find a way into that 4 spot. Into the Tissot turn they come. Takes the low line. Can he make it stick on the way back through? Latvia picks up that 2 spot. Back to the stripe. Bogomos coming back in. The 72. It looks like it was the 58 bike. 58 at Cunningham. Oh no, looks like Simon just snipped him at the stripe. Photo finish for that one, so Simon and Sullivan will have to check that one out with the folks down at Scores, and they'll let us know here just a few moments, Rich.
Semi-finals underway for the 9-year-old boys. Ethan Hossatter's in this one for France on the inside. He's got Mendoza of Colombia right there with him, and South Africa are in there as well as they go in and out of the turn and down the straight. USA are in there in 4 at the moment, and they're under pursuit because Kasumi Sakane of Japan is in there in 5 and looking for a way round. The 172, Mason Southwell, he's got the final qualification spot. Hossate leading into the turn. South Africa's Villowen in there in 2. The Japanese rider has hit the deck. Colombia are going to get the 3. Southwell of the USA gets that 4. But heartbreak for Kazuma Sakini in the final corner. Second semi-final for the 9-year-old boys. Rapati, Eckel, Griffith in this one. Castillo's in there as well. Eckel got the best start for the USA on that 155. Oh, the Latvians hit the deck. Kristaps Lucis is out as they head towards turn number 2. The USA are 1 and 2 at the moment. The Ecuadorians in there in 4, but it is Griffith leading it out. The 125, Ali Amara in there in that 4 spot. He's got his compatriot right there behind him, and that is Luis Castillo of Ecuador. So Ecuador are going to have 1 rider in, 1 rider out. The USA are going 1 and 2. Jackson Rapati in there in 3. Dante Alyamara in there in 4.
Switching it into the next group right now. 10-year-old challenge boys on deck, locked and loaded, ready to go. Big snap and drive out of the USA, headed down into turn number 1. Gotta be Despopoulos looking for that top spot as he drives this one into the first turn, down the second straightaway. Benny Jackson, Great Britain, where are you guys at? Make some noise. He's got everybody knocking on the back door. But we'll bring this one back through. Despopoulos running the show right now, down the 3 straightaway. He's got it on lock. Here comes the Kiwi, New Zealand. Cale Hill drives it back through. Jackson on the 3 spot. Oh, the Czech Republic trying to find a way, but it's Switzerland looking for it. Linerman gonna run it back to the line, and he'll round out your top 4 as they come back through. Another outstanding semifinal going down right there. Despopoulos with full domination on that one. Finds his way to his first world's main event, getting it going. Another one locked up, locked and rolled, ready to go. Colombia, USA, New Zealand, Japan, Great Britain representing down into turn number 1. Rock Uniter, Johns Novotny, the hustler, out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. He's on the charge for home right now. Vasquez, Zulaga, looking for it. Colombiano into the second turn, down the 3 straightaway, the 255 bike. Rock Uniter getting it done. Japan, where you guys at? Make some noise. Hashimoto into the last turn, puts the ninja skills together right there as we come back through. Last straightaway, it's Novotny back to the line. He'll get it wrapped up on that 2 spot. The Z-Man will come back around. Columbia locks it in. Boy, oh boy, and Hashimoto will round out your top 4. Another one on the Hill Ridge. Man, it is getting heated up in Rock Hill.
Here we go, 40 to 44, Cruisers semi-final number 1. Tariq Asagi's going to lead it into the turn. Anthony Paul of France in there in 2. Romero and Estevez of Colombia at 3 and 4. The French are working their way in now. Gurjonkis has got a bit of work to do in 5. In and out of turn number 2. Tariq Asagi in control. Anthony Paul in there in 2. The other French rider, Gruasel, in there in 3. Sunday's blown a pedal. One of the French riders is out. Yonkers is working his way in. The 497, Felipe Estevez. He left it late, but he's made the World Championship final. Semi-final number 2 for the 40 to 44 cruiser. Justin White, the world champion out of the USA. It's all getting busy. 1, 2, 3 riders gone in that first turn. Brazil, Luciano Andrietti in there in that second spot. But it's the Mosquito. Jonathan Suarez out in front. New Zealand are in there in 4 at the moment. That is Richard Stratford. The Canadian is on his back wheel as they come in and out of the turn. Stratford, is he going to get that final qualifying spot? I think he is. Stratford through in 4. Suarez with the win. Andrietti and White making it in. But all the action was in turn number 1.
Give your riders some love. Give your riders some love as they're coming off the track right now. Chile, where you guys at? Let's give them some love. USA, give them some love on the way back through. We've got the 9-year-old challenge ladies locked, loaded, ready to go. USA, Colombia, Belgium, Bolivia representing. Remy Sessa got a big drop on this one. Downtown she's going to go. She's got the number 1 plate. She wants to keep it at the end of the day today as we come down the 2 straightaway. Salemi, Castillo, Diaz, Shepard, Moonen, Ferguson, Sarmiento, and Romanov coming in down that second turn. It's Sassa on the top spot. She owns the show right now with the 84 bike. Salemi, Sour Patch getting it done on the 2 spot as she drives this one down the 3 straightaway into that last turn. Castillo, Diaz on the 2 as she brings it back for home. Got to be Smiley, Kylie Shepard, USA on the 4, driving it down the line. Coming back to us, Salemi, Shepard, and the 2 bike will come back through. Castillo, Diaz. And we've got another one locked up on top of the hill. More than 9-year-old challenge ladies ready to go. USA, France, Great Britain, Colombia representing downtown into the turn. Gotta be Smith on the top spot. France looking for that too. Ruru, Ireland. She'll ramp things up out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Good to see her in the game right now as we keep things fired. Oh, Mattis Lamelli goes down. Oh, Mattis Monday going down. Here comes Great Britain. Where are you guys at? The 66 bike. Harley Bishop making a run for the line right now, but she knows she's got Columbia chasing her down the 3 straightaway. Into the Tissot turn. Can she keep the door closed on the way back through? Smith gets it done out front. I do coming back for the 2 spot. Back to the line with Ruru Ireland, and your 66 bike of Bishop will round it out. Oh, let's give some love to Mattis Lamelli right there. She went down earlier today, made her way all the way to the semi-main events, and she went down on the 2 straightaway. She never gives up. Come on, you guys, one more time. USA, where you at for Mattis?
The action continues here in Rock Hill, semi-final for the 10-year-old girls. Besson, Couché, Koziuma of Japan on the inside into the turn. Payne Spannel of the USA is in there as well. Oh, we've lost the Dutch rider. That was Mertha Janssen. Her World Championships is over, and one of the Colombians has gone down as well. Kazumi out in front. We've got the 144 of Payne Spannel in there in 2, followed by the 5 and the 7. Kayla Cushion and Mary Tavira of the USA, World 5 and World 7 from last year. Luna Besson is trying to work her way in for France. She's in there in 5. Koizumi's going to get the win. Spannel's going to go through in 2. Couché in 3. Tavira in 4. As we pick up the riders who went down in that first turn, Mertha Janssen and Gabriela Campo Parada. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These young ladies racing super, super hard. We've got Sylvia Palamaki of the USA in gate number 3, and he seems like a good pick because she's heading to that first turn. It's Daisy Noyola, I think, who's going to come out in that first position. Indy Erich of Australia in there in 2. Falcone in 3. Moralato in there in 4. And where is Palamaki? She's back there in 5 and looking for a way round as they go in and out of the turn. Noyola out there in front. Erich of Australia in there in 2. There's a big battle for that final qualifying spot. The USA and Canada are all involved in it. Falcone, is she going to go through? I think she is. Looks like Moralato's gone out in 5. Palamaki got through in 4, but she left it late.
Challenge Cruiser Women 17 to 29. Netherlands, Denmark, USA, Slovakia, France representing downtown for the love of the sport. Got to be Martin on the top spot. USA down the 2 straightaway. Denmark picking it up on that 2 spot. Got to be Christensen driving this one in and out of the Discover South Carolina turn. Down the 3 straight we go with the 837 bike. The Wild Child, Mackenzie Palmer, bringing this one into that last turn. Oh, slips back to the 4 spot, but she says, I'm going to the big show. Meriton coming back down the last straightaway. The Dutch rider out of Denmark coming back to the line, but it's Martin wire to wire when she comes through with this one on her way to the main event. More ladies locked and loaded and ready to go. USA, France, New Zealand representing. Oh, France got a pretty good shot with this one. Lacoste gonna try to drive it in and out of the Shimano turn. Uh-oh, lost 1, 2, 3. 4 riders go down. The 3 riders go down as they head down the second straightaway. Let's see what's going on with these ladies right now. USA makes some noise coming out of the second turn with the 833 bike. Oh, the pilot, Mila Kelly, coming down the 3 straightaway. Uh-oh, New Zealand getting a little loose right now as they come back around. Trying to fire this one off down the last straightaway. Kelly driving it back through, but it's all France out front, back to the line. The 839 and your 828 bike will go Sifford in Big Sis Douglas. She'll find her way into her main event right there. Man, oh man. Ladies going down. Let's make some noise. USA, where are you guys at? Let's bring the ladies back home. USA, make some noise.
Hold on to your hats, people. It's the 30 to 34 cruisers heading down the hill. Milani Moreno, Brazil is going to lead it into the corner. Australia's Matthew Blake is in there as well. Where is he? He's back there in about 5 of the minute, but he's on the inside going into the turn. It's Brazil, Mexico, Guppy off the USA in there in 3. White's getting pushed out wide by the French rider as they go into the turn. Kevin Luna not giving an inch, but here comes the rider from the Netherlands. Is he going to be able to make it in? France versus the Netherlands. Oh, so close. Photo finish between Luna and Huise. No idea who got it. Van Bentham was in there in 6. We've got no time to work it out as the second semi-final is heading down the hill. Palacios of Ecuador's going to lead it into the corner. Oh, Bolivia have dived underneath. He served him a portion of elbow with extra chili sauce. Canada are in there in 3. That's going to be Ludic Sive in there in that 3rd spot. And the 387 from Colombia in 4 is Restrepo Ortega into the corner. USA on the outside looking in. Can he make it happen? Is it going to happen as they get to the line? USA make it in. Brennan Puiso left it till 2 feet from the line and worked his way into the final.
Hot laps going down in Rock Hill. How about it for the Aussie as he's coming back through? Give him some love. Challenge Cruiser men 35 to 39 on deck, ready to go. Mosquito, Bach, Morris, Grisal, Dom, Smith, Silva, Knapp. Downtown we go. Going to get the boys fired off right now. Looking for that top spot. Got to be the big cat Morris trying to fire this one up down that second straightaway. Got it on lock right now. Mosquito, Silva, Brazil representing. Smith on the 3 spot. USA going 1 and 3 as they head down the 3rd straightaway into that last turn. The Dutchy rider from the Netherlands. Bach slips into a 3 spot. Back to the 4 is Smith, but he stays safe back to the line as we get Morris out front, back to the stripe. Another one on deck, ready to roll. How about some love for our U.S. rider coming back through? Come on, give him some love, give him some love. Tim Knapp went down earlier today, but he made it through to the semi. Good stuff going on. Another one on top of the deck, locked, loaded, ready to go. France, Colombia, Argentina, USA, Portugal representing down into turn number 1. France, where you at? Make some noise out of the first or down the second straightaway. Delaporte coming down that second straight. Oh boy, lost 1, 2. Frenchman going down with this one. 431 bike locks it in right now. Salazar down the 3 straightaway. USA getting in the mix as they come back through. Got to be Luby. Luby coming back at us out of that last turn and wrap this one up on the way back home. But it's all that number 7 bike with the 431 and the 454 bike as we get our downriders checked out on that second straightaway. Not the way they wanted to end the day right there. Man, oh man, I'll tell you what, the action is definitely heated up right now in the knockout rounds and the semis going down. One of the French guys, he's back up. Let's give him some love. Let's give him some love as he comes on back around. Looks like he's going to grab his bike and his gear. All right, both the boys are back up right there. Let's make some noise for him. David, Dimitri, he's back up. Couple of big dudes out there. Definitely not the way they wanted to go out. But we can give them some love on the way back through as they finish it up and ride it back home. So we got another one on deck. We'll keep the heat rolling, Rich.
Oh, I can't believe the action that we are having here in the semi-finals. It's just getting better and better. 11 titles still up for grabs, but we've got to get through these semi-finals first. First semi-final for the 8-year-old girls. Southwell Hart, Kashipe, Orns in there as well. Kinsley Hart as they head into turn number 1. The USA are going 1 and 2. Tenzin McKee and Alexis Southwell. Kashipe of Ecuador in there in 3. Kinsley Hart of the USA in 4. But she's been overrun by the Ecuadorian rider. So it's USA 1, 2, 3. Ecuador in 4. The 33 of Marley Holiday. She's going to have to find a way around the Ecuadorian rider in that final corner or down that final straight. Tenzin McKee checked out and gone. Alexis Southworth in there in 2. Will Holiday make it? No, she won't. The 19 of Kashipe goes through. Oh, heartbreak for the USA. Eight-year-old girls semi-final number 2. 7 from the USA, 1 from Colombia. Into the corner we go. Reese Snova and Ireland McKinley. McKinley, Snova, Greer Sandman. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Tegan Leaper in there in 5. Amaya Gonzalez is in there in 6. Who's got that final qualifying spot right now? The 38 of Sandman. Sandman and Leaper battling for the final qualifying spot. In and out the turn we go. Leaper's looking for a high-low in the turn. She's drag racing her down the final straight. Leaper's making a move. Who's going to get into that line? Looks like the 34 of Tegan Leaper steals it at the stripe.
Whoa. Moving into the challenge, ladies cruisers age 30 to 39, locked up, locked and loaded, and ready to go. New Zealand, Chile, Japan, Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Canada representing down into that first turn. Let's get the ladies going on right now. Bensinger, Turner looking for some top spots. Chile, where are you guys at? Make some noise. Ortiz coming down the 2 straight away. Bensinger in the game right now. She drives into turn number 2. Down the 3 straight we go. Here comes Japan. Ibata ramping things up. New Zealand, where are you guys at? James making some moves, but Great Britain trying to dive bomb into the Tissot turn. One more time on the way back around. Ladies getting this one done. It's all Ortiz back to the line. New Zealand will take the 2. USA for the 3. Japan for your 4 as we have another one locked up and ready to go. Last one. Another gate down with the ladies right now. France, USA, Australia representing down into that first turn. Here we go with Rachel looking for the 2 spot out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Jones getting it done out front. Jones, Blackwell gonna go 1-2. USA make some noise as they come back around. France picking it up with a 3-4, but here comes the Aussie, and she is on the move. But Thompson right now, not playing around into the Tissot turn, looking for it, trying to show him a wheel. Can't quite seal the deal yet, bringing this one back through. But it's all Jones, back to the line. Blackwell for the 2 spot. Oh, France gonna go on the 3-4 as they come back at us. Some great stuff going on right there.
Yeah, that wraps up our semi-finals here at the 2024 BMX Racing World Championships in Rock Hill. We've had some fantastic racing. We've got more to come. The semi-finals are done. Eric, I don't know what your move of the semi-finals was, but I know exactly which one mine was, and it was Benny Jackson from Great Britain getting into it in that final corner.
Yeah, some great stuff, especially when it's some of your favorite riders from home, as you kind of make them feel a little bit more comfortable as they're out there on the track. But I'll tell you what an outstanding day of racing going on here so far in Rock Hill as we get ready for your main events coming up here shortly. And then as soon as we are done with those main events, make sure you guys go over to the podium ceremonies and all of that good stuff going on. But congratulations to all the riders making the main events. And I'll tell you what, outstanding riding from every rider out on the track this morning through this afternoon. Unfortunate if you didn't make your main events, but man, I'll tell you what, it's some great stuff going on. Like we've been saying all weekend long so far, this track is no joke. As they say in Rock Hill, competition lives here, and this track is definitely taking its toll on some of the riders and racers throughout the day today. Some of the ones you thought were going to make it with the current number plates didn't make it. So we're definitely going to be crowning some new champions throughout all the classes today as we get ready to hand out 11 world number 1 plates. Rich.
Grueling workouts, endless hours of training, pushing yourself to the limit, ready to conquer new heights. Your intensity, unwavering passion, and sheer determination is what makes you among the best in the world. We've been preparing too, evolving into a vibrant center of growth and opportunity. Rock Hill is on the move, and we're ready to show the world what we've got. Rich culture, diverse dining experiences, unique shops, and beautiful open spaces bring an electrifying energy to our community, a thriving haven for creativity and competition. Add to this a BMX track, meticulously designed for performance, purpose-built to challenge you and let you do what you do best, race. So, as you push the bounds of what's possible, fueled by adrenaline and determination, let's make history together. Rock Hill, South Carolina, the spirit of BMX. Competition lives here. South Carolina, just right for competition. And in Rock Hill, it's who we are. It lives in us. It's what drives us to reach our goals. It's what brings us together to learn from our mistakes and to rise above. It gives us strength and determination to be better. We are Rock Hill, South Carolina, and competition lives here.
stood on your feet very, very quickly. Here we go, lining up on the gate, the 8-year-old boys. It is showtime. The first World Championship of day number 2 is about to be decided. Who is it going to be? Nervous times for those 8 riders up there. They know what's about to go down, and only one rider will be crowned the World Challenge Champion. Don't forget, guys, if you're using social media, hashtag RockHill 2024, hashtag BMX Worlds 2024, let us know what you're thinking. And if you are watching the live stream, get involved in the comments section. Let us know who your favorites are. All right, lining up on the gate for Aruba, Thorell Simon. For the USA, Spencer Sullivan. For Brazil, Juan Paulo Luis de Oliveira. For the USA, Makai Abarezzi. For Guatemala, Juan Ignacio Sebas Gonzalez. For the USA, Waylon Burnsworth. For the USA, Helmut Skvis. And for Latvia, Mateo Bogomazovs. The 8-year-old boys final. Absolute silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The first World Challenge Champion of day number 2 is about to be crowned. Burnsworth got a great start with his countryman Swiss into turn number 1. Where is the rider from Aruba? He's not that far away, but the USA are going 1, 2 and 3 right now. Burnsworth leading it into the turn. The 53, the 48 and the 73. It is Burnsworth, Abruzzi and Swiss into the final corner. USA are going to go 1, 2, 3 in the first final of the afternoon. Waylon Burnsworth of the USA takes the World Challenge title in the 8-year-old boys. Abrezzi for 2, Swiss for 3, Bogomazovs of Latvia in 4. Well, the tears are already flowing as he crosses the finish line. The fist bumps are there. Great sportsmanship from these young men as we look at the replay. And Waylon Burnsworth of the USA, he got out first. He had the fastest hill time. He was into that corner and he knew at this point that the title was his. The World Challenge Champion in the 8-year-old boys for the USA, Waylon Burnsworth.
Some great racing right there in that first main event. We've got 10 more world number 1s to hand out right now, and we take it to the top of the hill. Out of Ecuador, Dante Ayala Morayo. Out of the USA, Nathan Southwell. Out of New Zealand, Jackson Ropati. On your world number 5 bike, out of Colombia, Mateus Rodriguez Mendoza. Out of the USA, James Griffith. Out of France, Ethan Hossa. Out of South Africa, Daniel Vlolen. And out of the USA, Chase Eckel. Wind them up. Who's going to be the 9-year-old challenge boys world champ? Echo, Volan, Hossa, Griffin, Mendoza, Rapati, Southwell. Down in turn number 1. We lost one right there. One of the U.S. riders. We got France on the top spot, trying to own the show, but here we go into the Discover South Carolina turn. Down the 3 straightaway. Ethan Hossa, France, make some noise. Down the 3 straight we go. New Zealand, where are you guys at? coming into the last turn, trying to make it out of the Tissot turn on the way back through. It's all France on the front line zone. Hossa coming back down to us, trying to get it done. Echo for the 2 spot, back to the line with the 146 bike. We'll come back home. Ropati for New Zealand. Oh boy, we'll see as they go through the tunnel. There it is, the heartbreak's going down with some of these guys. The high fives, gotta love the sportsmanship that goes on with this one. And here's the replay right there as they head into turn number 1. One U.S. rider slides out. Colombia gets a little jammed up right there, but it's all France down the 2 straightaway. Eckel definitely tried to put it together on the last straight. He just didn't have enough track to get it done, and I'll tell you what, boy, oh boy, there it is behind the scenes right there. You can see all the love going on, all the emotion going down. Colombia, make some noise for your rider right there on the Jumbotron. Some great stuff going on with this one. Another one down. We got about 9 more to go, Rich.
All right, the action continues here in Rock Hill, lining up on that gate. For Japan, we've got Ikai Hashimoto. For Colombia, Santiago Vasco Zulaga. For Great Britain, Benny Jackson. For New Zealand, Matalini Drolera Cahill. For the USA, Skylar Despopoulos. For the USA, Zayden Brugnier. For Switzerland, Jaron Lyraman. And for the USA, Heston Novotny. The 10-year-old boys finals. Silence for the start, please. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Here come the 10-year-olds heading down the hill. Oh, Benny Jackson's final is over. He drops on the first jump. In and out the turn we go. Looks like Zulaga's got a good one. Is that Novotny out in front? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders gone down. It's carnage in the second straight. The 258 out in front. Skylar Despopoulos of the USA leading into the final corner. Zulaga of Colombia in there in 2. Lyraman in there in 3. Skylar Despopoulos wins the 10-year-old World Challenge Championship. It was all action before we got to the bottom of the hill. Benny Jackson hit the deck. Then he got insane on the second straight. We lost 3 or 4 more. Despopoulos, look at the emotion. He can't believe it. Benny Jackson of Great Britain, he had such high hopes. And it just didn't work out for him as the fallers pick themselves up, roll across the finish line. The rain starts to fall here in Rock Hill. That adds an extra dimension of drama to it. But Skylar Despopoulos had gone and it all went off behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Benny Jackson crosses the finish line. Despopoulos takes the title. Colombia in 2. Lyraman of Switzerland in 3. It just gets crazier, Eric.
I'm telling you, Rich, I'm telling you, it just gets hotter and hotter as we get ready for another one up on top of the hill. Challenge Cruiser Men 40 to 44. Out of New Zealand, Richard Stratford. Out of the USA, Justin White. Out of Brazil, Luciano Andretti. Out of Colombia, Felipe Estevez. Out of Venezuela, Jonathan Suarez. Out of the USA, Tariq Asagai. Out of Latvia, on your world number 2 plate, Gert Junkis. And out of France, on your world number 1, Anthony Paul.
Umbrella underneath. Oh, there it is, right there. I got it.
Game changer going down right now as we head down the first straightaway. Oh, looks like the Mosquito. Latvia goes down. Down the 2 straight we go. Everybody's trying to fire this one off. Wikey's been there before. Can he do it again as he heads in and out of turn number 2? But it's all the Mosquito on the top spot. Your current world number 1, Anthony Paulin of France, on the 3 as they drive it into that last straightaway. Coming back around, Asagai with a little bump right there. But it's all the Mosquito. Suarez back to the line. Wike for your 2 spot. Oh, France gonna pick up the 3 as they come back down. Downriders back up out of Latvia. Let's give them some love. Junka's coming back through. Look at the hugs, the high five right there with Wyke and Suarez, man. That's what it's all about. Once you get past the finish line, hey boys, let's go have some fun. You know what I'm saying? Some great stuff right there. Man, the hits just keep on coming, Rich. We've got a few more to go. But man, you can see the love right there with Suarez, the Mosquito, coming back. He's been training a lot of kids these days, so it's good to see you back on the track, Mosquito. I see you, brother. I see you. Oh, some good stuff. Let's see if we get a replay going on with that one. Yeah, Venezuela, where are you guys at? Make some noise. Absolute love going on with the boys back there. There we can see it going down the first straight into turn number 1, and they kind of check up a little bit because they know the rain is on the track. Latvia just slides out on the low side, and then New Zealand trying to come around out of that first turn, but France gets it locked in as he goes down the 2 straightaway. But man, nobody was touching Suarez on that one.
The excitement continues. We have the 9-year-old girls lining up for the final. Out of the USA, Kylie Shepherd. For Colombia, Luciano Castillo Diaz. For the USA, Briella Saleme. For Great Britain, Holly Bishop. For the USA, Eden Ireland. For France, Elise Edu. For the USA, Remy Sessa. And for the USA, Isabella Smith. The 9-year-old girls, absolute silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The girls are go here in Rock Hill, the 2024 World Championships in and out the turn. Remy Sessa's in there somewhere as they head in and out of the turn. Isabella Smith as well as they head towards turn number 2. Holly Bishop back there in 6 at the moment. Sessa's trying to dive underneath. The rider who's cut her off is the 86 of Isabella Smith. Sessa 1 and 2 into the final corner. Who's going to get it? France are in there in 4. Smith looks like she's holding off Sessa. Sessa's about to give up the title. Isabella Smith of the USA is the 9-year-old girls World Challenge champion. Sessa in 2, Saleme in 3, Edu of France in 4, Eden Ireland in 5, Diaz 6, Bishop in 7, Kylie Shepherd in 8. Oh, the tears are flowing behind the finish line. Holly Bishop is bumping fists with everybody within 10 feet. And she's just showing her appreciation to the winner. We take a look at the replay. They headed down the hill. Isabella Smith got an absolute scorcher of a start. Remy Sessa was on the inside. I honestly thought she might sweep her at some point. Smith came to the line, took the title. Sessa's going to finish world number 2, but it was a USA 1, 2, 3.
Love the emotions going down behind the scenes back there. Oh, thanks to our camera crew with all that good stuff. Got another one on deck right now with the challenge ladies age 10. Out of the USA on your number 7 bike, Amari De Vera. Out of Switzerland on your world number 5 bike, Kayla Kuche. Out of the USA, Sylvia Palamaki. Out of the USA, Mia Reina. Out of Australia, Indy Erich. Out of the USA, Daisy Noyola. Out of the USA, Peyton Spannel. And on your world number 1 bike, out of Japan, Chisa Kozumi. Gate is down, 10-year-old challenge, ladies. Oh, where you at, Japan? Kozumi down into turn number 1. Oh, Noyola's down out of the first turn. Oh, not the way she wanted it to go right there as they come down the 2 straightaway. Oh, no, I think she didn't go down. She's back up. She's on the 2 spot as we drive this one in and out of the second turn. Noyola getting it done. Down the 3 straightaway with the 141 bike. Palomaki on the charge for home, but here comes Australia and Switzerland. Trying to knock on the back door. Out of the Tissot turn they go. Coming back to us. It's all Koizumi. Back to the line. Japan, where you at? Make some noise. Back through. Looks like it's Noyola for the 2 spot. Palomaki for your 3. Australia for the 4. As they come back through. Great racing for Japan right there. She keeps the number 1 plate for another season, 2024. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oh, they're having some fun out there. Look at the hugs, the high fives going on with that one. That's what it's all about. Oh, my boy Mucho is tuned in. You know what's up, my man. Good stuff going on right there. We'll see what goes on with the replay. We headed down in that first turn, a little bit of a slide out with that one as they drop it in down low. Just on the outside right there, she went down, not the way she wanted to end the day, but she got back up and she finished it out. And you can see with absolute authority, Kozumi comes back through with Japan, but Noyola locks it in for that 2 spot as we come back down the last straightaway. Palomaki will get the 3, and the Australian rider will come back in. She'll get the 4. Eric, that's what's going to go right there. Boy, Rich, got another one coming our way.
Yeah, next up, the Cruiser Women Final 17 to 29 lining up on the gates. We have got, for the USA, Mackenzie Palmer. For the USA, Aubrey Douglas. For the Netherlands, Jennifer Merton. For the USA, Kate Sifford. For Denmark, Mia Christiansen. For the USA, McKenna Martin. For France, on the 1 plate, the reigning champion, Lucy Lacoste. And for the USA, Mila Kelly. Silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. 17 to 29, Cruiser Women are goal. Somebody is going to take away a world title. Mia Christiansen stuck in the pack. The reigning champion Lucy Lacoste is in there in 2, and it's Kate Sifford of the USA out in front. Christiansen in there in 3. Merton making a move inside the top 4, but Sifford is now under pressure from Lucy Lacoste of France as they go into the final corner. Sifford, Lacoste, Christiansen, Merton, Kate Sifford of the USA takes the title. 17 to 29, Cruiser Women. Lucy Lacoste gives up the number 1. It goes to the USA and Kate Sifford. Mia Christiansen rounds out the top 3 with Jennifer Merton of the Netherlands in 4. All hugs behind the finish line. Great sportsmanship from these ladies. Lucy Lacoste wondering what might have been. She was so close, yet so far away as we look at the replay. Lacoste got a great start. Sifford worked her way across and just managed to cut her off in that first turn. Everybody stayed all right. Mia Christiansen went from about 6th to 3rd. Sifford crossed the line. Lucy Lacoste was half a bike length too late. Christiansen in 3, Merton in 4. Kate Sifford is your 17 to 29 Cruiser Women World Challenge Champion.
Another great lap going down right there, as you can see, but we'll take it back up to the hill right now. Challenge Cruiser men, 30-34. Out of Brazil, Milani Marin. Out of Mexico, Christopher Morales Suazo. Out of the USA, James Cuppy. Out of Ecuador, Nicolas Palacios. Out of Bolivia, Esteban Yafor. Out of Canada, Ludwig Siri. Out of France, Kevin Luna. In on your world number 3 bike, out of the USA, Brennan Buiso. Wind them up again, the big boys taking it downtown. Where you at, Brazil? Got the whole shot. Marin out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Got to be Buiso, Cuppy on that 2 spot. Morales, Mexico on the 3. Driving down the third straightaway. Trying to ramp things up. Let's see what happens into that last turn. Yafor on the 4, back at us, so it's all Brazil out front of Marin with authority. Back down the line, Cuppy. Oh! Cuppy slides back to the 3. Morales keeps the number 2 plate as they come back through. Bolivia on the 3. Outstanding racing going on with the boys right there. Look at the hugs, the high fives. Coach Domingos back there, the Brazilian. He trains a lot of these guys, man. That's what it's all about. Like we said, time and time again, man. The hugs, the high five. That's all the love back there going on with these guys. Another outstanding final race going on for the Challenge Cruiser men, age 30-34. For you guys tuned in at home, man, I'll tell you what, it's exciting. I hope you guys are on the edge of your seats. You can see right out of the gate right there, Brazil takes it right down into that first turn, and he just checks out on the boys. Cuppy had a pretty hot lap going on that 2 spot, but as he came down the last straightaway, Morales, he's a big guy. He just kind of stretched it out a little bit further and got that too. Cuppy says, that's all right, man. I'll take the podium with you, brother. Great stuff, Rich. Great stuff going down.
Great stuff indeed. We've got more to come now with the 35-39 Cruiser men lining up on that gate. For Colombia, Sergio Salazar. For the USA, Josh Smith. For the Netherlands, Rick Bock. For France, Charlie Galliard. For the USA, Brendan Luby. For Brazil, Gustavo Mesquita Silva. For France, Kevin Delporte. And for the USA, Jason Morris. Silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. (35-39) Cruiser men heading down the hill. Delporte got a great start, but these turns are getting more and more slippery as we go on. Oh, one rider's hit the deck, and before he even got there, Delporte out in front. He's got his countryman in there into Gilliard as well as they go in and out of that turn. It is the World 7. Is he going to swap it for a World 1? Kevin Delporte, Charlie Gilliard. France are 1 and 2 in the minute. The Colombians lining him up. Salazar in the final corner. Kevin Delporte out of France. He's going to be the 35-39 Cruiser champion. Salazar for 2, Gilliard for 3, Rick Bock for 4, Jason Morris rounding out the top 5. There was no stopping Kevin Delporte. Absolutely flying from the start to the finish, shaking hands with Rick Bock. There seems to be an endless supply of Colombian flags. Every rider seems to get one, the smiles, the thumbs up. But as they went into the turn, Kevin Delporte, he was in there, Salazar was too. Oh, it was the Brazilian who hit the deck. Gustavo Mesquita Silva. And as they got to the line, Delporte claimed the title. But look, Salazar, half a wheel between him and Charlie Galliard. It just gets more and more intense. The guys still discussing, high-fiving, commiserating. Over to Eric for final.
Boy, this one's definitely going to be a hot one right here with the 8-year-old challenge. Ladies, out of Ecuador, Victoria Quish. Out of the USA, Tegan Leeper. USA, Reese Snover. USA, Ireland McGinley. USA, Alexis Southwell. USA, Kinsley Hart. USA, Henley Greer. USA, Tennyson McKee. The U.S. ladies came in with command on this one. Got to be Tintin McGee taking it down into that first turn. Let's see what happens with the ladies. Ecuador trying to find a way to a podium spot. Out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Quisp on the move right now. It's all Tennyson McKee on the top spot. Running the show in and out of that second turn. Down the third straight we go. The 35 bike trying to make it happen right now. McGinley getting things going on. Down the 3 straightaway. Trying to find a way to the podium. Trying to sweep it all the way back to the line. Ecuador trying to crack the door open one more time with Quisp coming down the last straightaway. Looking for that 3 spot though. Looks like it's going to be the 32 bike of Kinsley Hart. Then the 31 of Boo the Beast Greer going to get the 4 spot. Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you what, Tennyson McKee, she's definitely been doing the work, training hard right there. There's the high fives. There's the slaps right there. All right, from Ecuador, she's high-fiving them as well. Great racing going on with these ladies. The little ladies getting it done. USA showing up in force in Rock Hill to make it happen on a beautiful afternoon. Here we go with the gate right there as they headed out downtown. It was all McKee to fire things off. McGinley looking for that 2 spot as they just ramped it up down into turn number 1. And she just came back with full command. The ladies brought the big broom out and swept the podium for the 8-year-old challenge ladies as they come back through. Another one in the books, Rich. Probably got a couple more to go.
Yep, one more final to go. The cruiser women, 30 to 39 years old, lining up on the gates. We have for New Zealand, Tony James. For France, Camille Fontaine. For France, Lauriane Bosque. For Japan, Miki Bata. For the USA, Taylor Bensinger. For Chile, Carla Ortiz. For the USA, Rachel Blackwell. And for the USA, Erin Jones. The 30-39 Cruiser Women Finals. Silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. to 39, Cruiser Women are gone. Mickey Barter unclipped out of the gate. She's right there in the back of the pack. New Zealand are into turn number 1, and it looks like Camille Fontaine is out in front. Here comes Tony James of New Zealand working away into the lead. USA are in there in 3. That looks like Rachel Blackwell going through the 8 of Lauriane Bosque. He's in there in 4, but it looks like the title might be going back to New Zealand. Tony James bringing it down the final straight. She's going to be the World Challenge champion. 30 to 39 Cruiser Women. Camille Fontaine in 2, Rachel Blackwell in 3. Lauriane Bosque of France, she rounds out the top 4 with Carla Ortiz, in 5. So the Cruiser Women 30-39, the title is going back to New Zealand with Tony James. Congratulations all round at the finish line. Hugs being exchanged. Really good. As we look at the replay, the French rider came across Tony James on the outside, kept herself out of trouble as she went towards turn number 1. Run right round the outside, dived underneath Fontaine, swooped her as they went down the second straight. And it was at this point that Tony James of New Zealand knew she was the Cruiser Women 30 to 39 World Challenge champion. The head goes back in exultation, pumps her fists. She knows she's the champion. She takes the World One all the way back to New Zealand.
Boy, I'll tell you what, guys, what an outstanding day of racing out here at Rock Hill, South Carolina. Make sure you guys are making your way over to the podium ceremonies coming up here just shortly. You don't want to miss out on all that good stuff going on. Hey, Chad, man, what do you think about day number 2 out here?
Stunning. I mean, really, it just the passion. I've talked about it all day, the passion, the energy. But the racers themselves, man, they absolutely showed up. Doesn't matter what country. It seems like everybody today that's here to represent had a podium. Whether it was New Zealand or whether it was the USA or whether it was Australia or whether it was, we talked about Aruba earlier today and how nice of a day they had. Rich, to close this thing out and before we head over to the podium, you being a Brit, I'm sure you had fun watching your team as well. But globally speaking, how do you feel today's win as well?
I think today's been a superb advert for the sport of BMX racing. You know, your riders have come from all around the world, and it's been a truly international field. The riders who've lined up, like you said, from France, from Aruba, from the USA, from Australia, and all the fans from all around the world have got involved. BMX racing is a true international sport, and it's been demonstrated here in Rock Hill at the UCI BMX Racing World Championship 2024.
So, Grindel, I have a question for you. Obviously, in the South, there hasn't been a lot of rain since last weekend. We got a little bit of precipitation on the track today. Do you think that might have changed the dynamic with the riders as we headed into the last few finals?
You know, it definitely settles in as you're back in staging and you start coming up the hill. You're feeling a little bit of a raindrop going on. This track definitely races really, really well in the rain, but it does have a little bit of effect when you're up there on the gate, as we saw with a couple of gate starts right there. You pop the clutch a little too hard. You kind of got to judge it a little bit, on how much power you want to come out of the gate with, and then that can definitely be detrimental to your day. I mean, all the way around. It can be.
workouts, endless hours of training, pushing yourself to the limit, ready to conquer new heights. Your intensity, unwavering passion, and sheer determination is what makes you among the best in the world. We've been preparing too, evolving into a vibrant center of growth and opportunity. Rock Hill is on the move, and we're ready to show the world what we've got. Rich culture, diverse dining experiences, unique shops, and beautiful open spaces bring an electrifying energy to our community, a thriving haven for creativity and competition. Add to this a BMX track, meticulously designed for performance, purpose-built to challenge you and let you do what you do best, race. So, as you push the bounds of what's possible, fueled by adrenaline and determination, let's make history together. Rock Hill, South Carolina, the spirit of BMX. Competition lives here. South Carolina, just right for competition. And in Rock Hill, it's who we are. It lives in us. It's what drives us to reach our goals. It's what brings us together to learn from our mistakes and to rise above. It gives us strength and determination to be better. We are Rock Hill, South Carolina, and competition lives here.
Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission. 8th place from Brazil, João Paulo Luz de Oliveira. 7th place from the United States of America, Spencer Sullivan. Sixth place from Guatemala, Juan Ignacio Cuevas. Fifth place from Aruba, Beryl Simon. Fourth place from Latvia, Mateo Bogomazovs. World number 3 from the United States of America, Helmut Spitz. World number 2 from the United States of America, Makai Abruzzi. World number 1 and Boys 8 World Challenge Champion from the United States of America, Waylon Burnsworth. Gentlemen, please hold your awards up for the photo opportunity. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is the boys 8-year-old World Challenge finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for the award ceremony of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge 9 Boys category. Our presenter, Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission, Bev Carroll. 8th place from the United States of America, James Griffith. 7th place from the USA, Mason Southwell. 6th place from Ecuador, Dante Ayala. 5th place from Colombia, Matias Rodriguez. 4th place from the Republic of South Africa, Daniel Villiers. World number 3 from New Zealand, Jackson Ropati. World number 2 from the United States of America, Chase Eckel. World number 1 and 2024 Boys 9 UCI World Challenge Champion from France, Ethan Hossat. Congratulations, gentlemen, your 9-year-old boys World Challenge finalists. Gentlemen, please hold your awards up for the photo opportunity. Congratulations and thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for the official awards ceremony of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge 10 Boys category. Our presenter, Bev Carroll, Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission. 8th place from Great Britain, Benny Jackson. 7th place from Japan, Ike Hashimoto. 6th place from New Zealand, Montatini Drolet Mikhail Hill. 5th place from the United States of America, Heston Novotny. 4th place from the USA, Zayden Brockeneer. World number 3 from Switzerland, Jaron Lineran. World number 2 from Colombia, Santiago Vasco. World number 1 in 2024 UCI Boys 10 World Challenge Champion from the United States of America, Skylar Despopoulos. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our 10-year-old finalists. Boys, raise your awards up for our photo opportunity. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the official awards presentation of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge Cruiser Men 40-44 category. Our presenter, Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission Chair, Bev Carroll. 8th place from Latvia, Gert Jankus. 7th place from Brazil, Luciano Andretti. 6th place from Colombia, Felipe Esteves. 5th place from New Zealand, Richard Stratford. 4th place from the United States of America, Tariq Assegai. World number 3 from France, Anthony Paul. World number 2 from the United States of America, Justin White. World number 1 in 2024 UCI BMX Racing Cruiser Men 40-44 World Challenge Champion from Venezuela, Jonathan Fernando Suarez. Congratulations, gentlemen. Please hold your awards up for the photo opportunity. Outstanding competition. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for the official award ceremony of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge 9 Girls category. Our presenter, Bev Carroll, Chair of the Rockville Public Parks and Recreation Committee. 8th place from the United States of America, Kylie Shepard. 7th place from Great Britain, Holly Bishop. 6th place from Colombia, Luciana Castillo. 5th place from the United States of America, Eden, Ireland. 4th place from France, Elise Edu. World number 3 from the United States of America, Briella Salemi. World number 2 from the United States of America, Remy Sessa. World number 1 in 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge Girls 9 champion from the United States of America, Isabella Smith. Hold up your trophies, ladies. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies. Outstanding competition. Thank you for joining us. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for the official award ceremony of the 2024 29 women's category. Our awards presenter, Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission, Bev Carroll. 8th place from the United States of America, Aubrey Douglas. 7th place from the USA, Mackenzie Palmer. 6th place from the USA, McKenna Martin. 5th place from the USA, Mila Kelly. 4th place from the Netherlands, Jennifer Merton. World number 3 from Denmark, Mia Christensen. World number 2 from France, Lucy Lacoste. World number 1 in 2024 UCI BMX Racing Cruiser Women's 1729 World Challenge Champion from
Seventh place from Canada, Ludovic Sherry. 6th place from the United States of America, Brennan Boiso. 5th place from Ecuador, Nicolas Palacios. 4th place from Bolivia, Esteban Yapa. World number 3 from the United States of America, James Nicholas Cuppy. World number 2 from Mexico, Christopher Morales. World number 1 in 2024 UCI BMX Racing Cruiser Men's 3034 World Challenge Champion from Brazil, Kaiki Melani.
attention for the awards ceremony of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge Cruiser Men's 35-39 category. Awards presenter, Bev Carroll, Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission. 8th place, from Brazil, Gustavo Mesquita Silva. World number 7. From the United States of America, Brendan Luby. World number 5 from the United States of America, Jason Morris. 4th place from the Netherlands, Rick Bok. World number 3 from France, Charlie Gaillard. World number 2 from Colombia, Sergio Salazar. World number 1 in 2024 UCI BMX Racing Cruiser Men's 35-39 World Challenge Champion from France, Kevin Delaporte. Trophies up, gentlemen, for the photo. Outstanding job. Congratulations and thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for the official awards ceremony of the 2024 UCI BMX Racing World Challenge Women Cruiser 30-39 category. Our presenter, Bev Carroll, Chair of the Rock Hill Public Parks and Recreation Commission. World number 8 from Japan, Miki Ibata. 7th place from the United States of America, Taylor Bensinger. World number 6 from the USA, Aaron Jones. 5th place from Chile, Carla Ortiz. 4th place from France, Lauriane Bosque. World number 3 from the United States of America, Rachel Blackwell. World number 2 from France, Camille Fontaine. World number 1 and UCI BMX Racing World Challenge Cruiser Women's 30-39 champion from New Zealand, Tony James. Congratulations, ladies, on outstanding competition. Ladies and gentlemen, forthcoming is our final awards presentation of the evening. The World Challenge Girls 8 category. Our final awards presentation will get underway shortly. Thank you for joining us at this year's UCI BMX World Championship.